Associates County Ground for this Royal London one-day cup match between Somerset and Durham. Our match umpires Neil Mallender and Anthony Harris. Our referee Simon Hicks are out there in the middle with our two captains for this game, representing Somerset Ben Green and for Durham Scott Dorfman. The toss just taking place in the next couple of minutes. The confirmation of the toss for the season made and our team confirmed team lineups as soon as possible. You may like to know that the Somerset Cricket Museum and its book sales will be open before the start of play until 11 o'clock and during the break between innings. So you've got half an hour now if you would like to pop to the Cricket Museum and the associated book sale. We have plenty of wisdoms, yearbooks, autobiographies, biographies, every cricket book under the sun, great condition, bargain prices, all available from the Cricket Museum office. The museum and the office situated behind the Ondaatje Pavilion. There's no charge for entry to the museum, but a small donation towards the substantial running costs would be gratefully received. Higos, one of our official partners, have joined us today, and if you visit their stand, you can win a framed Somerset Royal London Cup shirt. They're set up in St James Street car park, and they've announced that they'll be lending their support to the Somerset Cricket Foundation. Chartered insurance broker Higos will make a donation to the foundation for each travel, car, home and property goes through their business and commercial insurance policy, which is purchased by calling them on 01458 270 391 or visit the website 01458 270 391. Thank you very much to Higos, our official partners for this competition, and with us today. They're very welcome here to the Cooper Associates County Ground. We thank them for their support. Please go and visit them, and don't forget that they will be lending their support to the Somerset Cricket Foundation. Thank you to Higos for doing that. The news from the toss is that Somerset have won the toss and have elected to bowl first. Somerset win the toss and will bowl first. here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. First of all, a very warm welcome. It's going to be a beautiful day. We're looking forward to an exciting game of cricket here. It's the Royal London One Day Cup. It's Somerset against Durham. If you have just arrived, we tell you that the toss was won by the Somerset captain Ben Green, and Ben has elected to bowl first. So Durham will be batting in around about 20-25 minutes time. We can now confirm the two lineups for you. Let's start with Somerset, number 11, Steve Davies, number 77, Matt Renshaw, 14 is George Bartlett, number 25, James Hildreth, 44, Lewis Goldsworthy, 55 is James Rue, number 54, Captain Ben Green, number 5, Casey Aldridge, 73, Alfie Ogborn, number 16, Sonny Baker, and number 70, Jack Brooks. And the lineup for Durham for today's game: number 7, Graham Clark, number 20, Johnny Bushnell, 16, Scott Borthwick, 53, Nick Madinson, 58, Sean Dixon, 18 is Liam Travaskis, 23, Paul Coggan, 14, Thomas McIntosh, 28, Stanley McLinden, 73, Oliver Gibson, and 22, Chris Rushworth. Those are the two team lineups. Somerset winning the toss and bowling first. Well, a little earlier I mentioned the book sale in the museum office. We also have another book sale going on today. Delighted that the committee of the North Somerset area group are with us today, and they have their book sale just to the right of the Somerset shop. Plenty of cricket books and more general books as well. Once again, all in good condition and all at bargain prices. We are a cashless venue for our concessions here at the ground, but for the book sales, both the one next to the Somerset shop and the one in the Cricket Museum office, you will need hard cash for those. It's not part of the cashless venue. So if you get a chance, pop along, pick up a couple of book bargains from either of those two book sales today. We very much like to thank Rotec, who are our official Royal London Cup one-day partner. Rotec, one of the leading specialist providers of hydraulic, pneumatic and electronic components and systems to the public and private sectors. Thank you to Rotec, our official Royal London one-day Cup partner. We're also pleased to be working in partnership with our ground naming rights partner, Cooper Associates, once again in 2022. It's an award-winning mortgage advisors and financial consultants, and they have their head office just across the road from us here in St James Street. If you have just arrived, a reminder that scorecards are available from the usual outlets, including the Somerset shop, also stragglers and all of our food concessions. If you are popping into the Somerset shop, there's a full range of Somerset branded merchandise, We also have the daily newspapers as well. If you are looking for a scorecard, reminder to members that you have been emailed a free copy of the scorecard already for this match. We'd also like to take the opportunity to welcome you all to the game today. Cricket across England and Wales must be a game where every individual is treated fairly, with respect, and can enjoy a safe, positive atmosphere, whether watching, playing, volunteering, or working in the game. We all, as a cricket family, have a role to play in this. If you see or experience inappropriate behaviour or discrimination, please know that you can call it out and report it safely and in confidence via the club's official website. Cricket is a game for everyone, so thank you very much for joining us in raising the game.
Good morning everyone and welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground Royal London Cup action today. Somerset versus Durham, two sides both in need of a victory. They've both played 2 games, they both lost 2 games. Sam Dalling, Harry Everett here. Pete Trigo is going to join us on the live stream a little bit later on, brought to you courtesy of WPA Health Insurance. Harry, you were at the West Country Derby, you were behind enemy lines on Sunday. I mean, taking the positives, it was a little bit better than the not showing, but
yes,
still a lot of work to be done.
Yeah, you can't be much worse than not showing, to be fair. So Somerset actually looked like they're going to be batting all right. Renshaw had a couple of lives, him and Steve Davies had a bit of a partnership, but then there were just mistakes, just some poor shots, poor execution. The run out between Bartlett and Goldsworth, I don't think it was either of them's fault. The bowler said no run and it got a bit confusing, a bit controversial. Ben Green went aerial when didn't need to, and there's a lot of wickets given away really. Pete Siddle batted well with Lewis Goldsworthy to dig Somerset out of trouble and get a respectable total, but it was never going to be quite enough. But it made it interesting, and to get Gloucestershire 5 down from that position was a decent comeback with the ball, to be fair. Yeah,
so as I was saying, Durham lost 2 games. They played Surrey, they played Middlesex, lost them both by 9 wickets. A little bit of team news for Somerset. A debutant. Peter Siddle misses out with a niggle, but that gives young left-arm seamer Alfie Ogborne a first chance to show what he's made of. Max Waller drops out, Sonny Baker comes back in, but always fun to see a debutant, Harry.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see Alfie Ogborne. Obviously, Bridgewater opening bowler, left-arm seamer, moves the ball a bit, and it's great to see youth coming through. And I think him and Harding, the 2 left-armers that are going to be vying for this spot, similar age, similar action, but I'm a big fan of Ogborne and really excited to see him go out well today, hopefully. And I mean, Pete Siddle looked very tired, he looked knackered to be honest with you at Bristol, got whacked around really last first few overs, so I think that's a sensible move. Him and Sonny Baker I could see sort of playing one, missing one throughout this campaign.
And final question, Ben Green, if he wins the toss, Somerset batted first both times, do you keep going with that formula? Do you change it up? What do you think?
Don't change it up. I think you've just got to go with it's dry, it's hard, you've got to bat first, especially here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. I think you've just got to be positive still. 2 poor games, but Durham are really struggling, so I think this is a really, really key game that Somerset should take by the scruff of the neck and go and win.
Well, we'll find out if they do very shortly. Join us on the live stream brought to you courtesy of WPA Health Insurance just before 11 o'clock. Good morning everyone, there we go. That was Harry and I just a few seconds ago. As ever, Harry, when you and I predict Somerset should definitely carry on batting first, what happens?
Well, I guess the previous 2 games have scarred Ben Green's decision making today. I guess he's thought, got to try something different, but it just seemed a bit daft, and it's scorching outfield, scorching hot, and Somerset are making themselves run around in the field.
Definitely going to write that one down. A bit daft is what Harry Everett's called it. See if it's going to come back and bite him a little bit later on. Yes, welcome. Cooper Associates County Ground is bathed in glorious sunshine. Stumpy the mascot, I'm not going to call him a dragon or a wyvern, just to not stoke those particular fires earlier on, is out there in the middle. I wouldn't fancy being him this morning in that suit, although he is he's a real creature, isn't he? So there is no suit whatsoever. Sam Dalling, Harry Everett here. Pete Trigo will be with us a little bit later on. Somerset versus Durham in the Royal London Cup. Both sides have started with 2 defeats. They'll be looking to put points on the board today. I can't see it being a point each unless it's a tie, Harry. I don't think rain's going to come into play.
Mind you, we did have one the other day.
Well,
we
did.
In the cup has seen a tie.
We did indeed. Right, well, let's have a look at the teams, shall we? Somerset team first and foremost. Ben Green, the skipper in Matt Renshaw, Steve Davies behind the stumps. Lewis Goldsworthy looks like he's been batting at free. He's started batting at free the last couple of games. James Hildeth, George Bartlett, James Root, called into the England Lions squad, was up there in Canterbury, wasn't named in the final 12, so they've kindly released him back into the West Country, and it's brilliant to have him. Ben Green, the skipper. Casey Aldridge, now a debutant. Peter Siddle misses out with a niggle, so young left-arm seamer has come through the academy, plays his club cricket at Bridgewater. Alfie Ogborn comes in. Jack Brooks down there at 10. Sonny Baker comes in for Max Waller. Sonny played the first game here against Notts. Max was into the side at Bristol on Sunday, but Sonny's back. Harry, nice to see a debutant in there.
Yeah, really excited to see Alfie Ogborn here. Made me look a little bit silly a few weeks ago playing for Bridgewater. Lovely left-arm seam bowler. Does nibble it, jag it off a bit of a length. Bowls good areas. I mean, Harding's potentially a little bit quicker. We look at the two left-armers who've been in the recent 50-over squads for Somerset with the Devon, the Cornwall, the Notts, the Gloucestershire, and this is what, the fifth game of this last couple of weeks, 50-over format. But really excited to see Alfie Ogborn come in, and different option. You've got the in-swing of Sonny Baker, you've got the left arm of Ogborn, you've got the back of a length of Casey Aldridge, you've got Ben Green as well in the Goldsworthy spin and potential Renshaw spin. So plenty of options for Ben Green and Jack Brooks as well. So the bowling options and the batting looks very strong. Loads of options. It's just not quite fired yet this campaign.
Potential Renshaw spin. I wouldn't let him hear you say that. As we had Steve Kirby on the County Cricket Natters podcast, and he said there's a bowlers WhatsApp group, so they're all in it.
Yes.
And Steve was saying to the rest of the bowlers, look, Reynolds is taking wickets here. We probably need to get him into this group. And a player who will remain unnamed spoke up and said, if Renshaw comes into the bowling group, I'm off. No, thank you very much. But yeah, Renshaw's off spin has been doing the job. Durham, the visitors, they line up as follows. Graham Clark will open the batting. Alex Lees is back with the Test squad now, so he drops out. Sean Dixon comes back in though. They're skippered by Scott Borthwick. Nick Maddinson. Michael Jones misses out. He's on Scotland duty. I'm just having a look at the scorecard here. Luke Donefi as well also comes out. So instead of them, Paul Coughlin comes back in. Liam Travascus, he did play in the last game. Young Jonathan Bushnell plays in place of Donefi. Thomas McIntosh behind the stumps. I've not seen him before. Young Scottish wicket keeper. Stanley McCallendon down to coming at 9. Ollie Gibson and Chris Rushworth. So a mixture of experience. They've got internationals in the likes of Scott Borthwick and Nick Maddinson. We know Graham Clark is so destructive in white ball cricket in the domestic scene. I mean, Rushworth, we'll talk about him a lot, but we don't need to really because we all know his quality. But also a mixture of youngsters in that Durham side.
Yeah, great to see the different options. Durham have got some names that we're not familiar with down here. Have not played at the Cooper Stations County Ground before, so great to see these other options. But really excited to see Nick Maddinson. He's sort of an odd one. I didn't really expect him to come over to the Royal London Cup, to be honest. If you remember, so many times I've woken up on a winter's morning in England and tuned into the Big Bash and watched him whack it around for Sydney Sixers and now the Melbourne Stars. And that amazing moustache he's got. The way he swings so hard at the ball. I'm interested to see how he plays with 50-over cricket today, but I reckon he might love batting on this pitch. Him and Renshaw, the battle of the two left-handers, could be an interesting sort of one-to-one battle.
Yeah, well, it'll be Maddinson we see first. Well, from a Somerset perspective, they hope they see Maddinson, because if Nick Maddinson doesn't get a bat in 50 overs, it will have been a long old spell in the field. So the players are on their way out to the middle, led by skipper Ben Green, who called correctly about half an hour or so ago. They actually got out into the middle, right? And the umpires went, right, we're going to do the toss. Patted the pockets, no one had a coin. Looked at the skippers, and both skippers just went, wow, we haven't got coins either. Spencer Bishop was out there, he didn't have a coin, but luckily the young mascot said, oh, I've got £1. So they used the mascot's coin, and he was delighted to see Ben Green use it, win the toss, and elect to field. So a decent crowd in so far. I mean, it's glorious. It's going to get very hot today. Quite glad that I'm up here in the aircon. I know you like to be out in the sunshine. I would be. This is exactly where I want to be on a day like today.
I think I got a bit sunburn at Insta yesterday, to be fair. I think it's probably good that I'm inside today.
It's that sea breeze, though. It was not quite the sea, is it? It's an estuary down
well,
Insta,
yeah,
but
sea and
I always
estuary
call it as a beach down by the sea.
Yeah.
Lovely place to play cricket. Hang around with anyone down there yesterday, H?
Yeah. I said Jamie Overton was there watching the whole game. I thought it was great to see his love for cricket. He was there for 12 hours of watching cricket yesterday and had a few drinks with his old mates afterwards. It was great to see. Jamie sadly's got a boot on his foot, so he's out of action for a few weeks, but hopefully he'll be back in action for Surrey in September. But no, his brother Craig doing well for England Lions. So great to see him get his 4 for yesterday. We'll be keep giving you updates from the other Royal London Cup games and the England Lions at Canterbury throughout the day.
Jack Brooks to start then. Jordan Clark is going to face the first ball, and young Mr. Bushnell is at the non-striker's end. Just a one slip in, H. Fan of that, or would you rather see? I'd personally rather see a couple in at this stage.
Yeah, I guess Jack Brooks doesn't move it massively, but you thought he'd move it enough to have at least 2 from the start. I agree. I mean, the third man and fine leg is probably sensible. I've seen so many runs in recent weeks go behind the wicket, and it just seems sensible to stop that, especially in a one-day game.
Yeah, I think on this ground in white ball cricket, because there's such short boundaries, that actually, you know, the Notts game, I mean, Notts very much had their foot on Somerset's neck and didn't let it go from very early. But as they had this really attacking field, they had a couple of slips, 3 slips at one point, but they also had third and fine leg in, which meant that there was no escape shot. There wasn't those easy boundaries. It was just 1 rather than 4. And so I like that. Ben Green's gone that way. Bit of early shape for Jack Brooks.
Maybe another point is Renshaw dropped quite an easy catch at Bristol on Sunday, so maybe he's been demoted. That's why he's a short extra cover, not a slip.
I wonder if it's a plan to Graham Clark. Matt Renshaw very much full of those kind of master plans. He had that one, Sam Hain, wasn't it, caught at almost a leg slip in the county championship.
Almost, yeah.
And early on, first 3 balls before that one, Jack Brooks were just pushing it up there and inviting Graham Clark to drive. And he's in there at this kind of short cover position as the second catcher. Not an ideal kit for a day like today, all black. No. Holds the heat. What else have we got then? Yorkshire playing Glamorgan up at Cardiff. In action at Bristol again. Notts down in the southwest. Lancashire playing Worcestershire up at Old Trafford. Think about a single, but don't take it. George Bartlett doing the fielding at mid-on. George Bartlett, who signed another contract, Harry, a 1-year deal, which is an interesting one, isn't it? Because it basically suggests we believe in you, but you need to have a good year. You know, we're not going to give you a 3 or 4 year deal because you probably haven't warranted it yet.
I don't mind that though. I think it almost spurs you on to, you know, you can't be complacent if you've got a 3 or 4 year deal. You've got to work hard and ensure you get another year added on.
Left alone then, Jack Brooks starts with Maiden.
And I'll wax lyrical about that knock against Sri Lanka development. I loved the way George Bartlett struck 82 off 38 deliveries when he wasn't in the T20 Blast side for much of the campaign, but that almost pre-season, pre-Blast game, he whacked it and he was in and out, you know, depending on availability. When Craig Overton was in and out, Renshaw was away, with injuries, whatever it was. But George Bartlett, talented player, and I think this is the competition that he's really going to get a chance. I'd love to see him get some runs. He was unfortunate to be run out on Sunday with Bartlett and Goldsworthy both said it wasn't their fault. The bowler shouted no run, apparently trying to motivate the fielder. So slightly controversial appeals. It could have been down for fake fielding, 5 penalty runs, but it wasn't given. We'll delve into that.
Was it?
Yeah.
Did you and Dan Whiting on the live stream get into a bit of an argument over that one? You come to blows?
I think at the time we couldn't hear. We didn't know the no. It wasn't until the interview after the game when Goldsworthy said that, you know, it was the Gloucestershire man who shouted no run that we didn't realise at the time. Anyway, excited to see Torquay fast bowler, Sonny Baker. Or was it Casey Aldridge? Just going to see who's going to take the first over from the river. I think it's going to be Casey Aldridge, the Western Supermare fast bowler, with his white sleeve on his arm. So Sonny Baker's not taking the new ball. Interesting, it is going to be Aldridge.
The senior
heavy
player.
length. I suppose, yeah, bowls at heavy length. I thought Sonny Baker would get more swing with the new ball. I'd have probably gone to. Was
a tad expensive against Notts. I mean, they all were. It was a bit of a hiding to nothing. Notts that came out and really played with good intent.
I don't think you can read too much into that 1.5 overs, but down the leg side from Casey Aldridge. I feel like Casey Aldridge is almost your Liam Plunkett, your middle overs specialist in this format. I'd probably have him bashing that back of a length between the 30 and 40 over mark. But interesting, Ben Green's gone with him from the top.
Well, I don't think it precludes him doing that, does it?
No.
He plays 5 up top.
Maybe just bowl a couple. Maybe see how we go with this. 7 overs, 2 for 43 on Sunday. Ooh,
Is that getting under edge?
would that have been a wide if he left it? Pretty close to the blue wide line.
I wonder if there's a little bit of a thought in let's try and prevent Graham Clark going off to a flyer, because we all know how
Yeah.
quickly he can score, so with pace on. So actually, they've gone with a bit of control with Aldridge and Jack Brooks early on.
He did get 2 crucial wickets on Sunday. Marcus Harris, who was going really well, Casey Aldridge. And also got the Gloucestershire opening, Ben Wells and Chris Dent opening up. Harris and Brace, that's a decent top 4 for Gloucestershire, and Aldridge getting 2 of the top 4 was a good start for him, really. Just Harris had got to 59 and got near enough to the Somerset total to make it a bit of a stroll to victory in the end for Jack Taylor's men. Yeah, good start here from Somerset so far. Just the 1 run off the first 9 deliveries, and that was a wide, so no run off the bat yet. Yeah, 1 slip both ends. I find it funny seeing James Rue out on the boundary. He was I don't think he was copping stick. I think he was getting a lot of praise and support from his Taunton St Andrew mates at the
On Sunday.
Yeah, I should call it the unique stadium.
Call it what you like, mate. It's not unique, is it? There's about 5 of them.
I don't think it's. I don't know if it's Sayat. I should be calling it the seat. Casey Aldridge getting a bit of movement into the right hander and uncomfortable sort of that thigh pad area. I got hit by the Bradnich overseas a couple of Saturdays in between the thigh pad and the pad, and still got the bruise now. I feel like that's what Casey Aldridge is doing to Bushnell here. Great to see you joining us on the YouTube live stream. Plenty watching, and I'm sure we'll get more throughout the day. When people have realised it's far too hot to be outside today, they'll be watching the stream on the aircon. That's a full delivery on leg stump that Aldridge is whipping away. Is it going to be 2? Yeah. A little bit of escorting away to the mid-wicket fence. Alfie Ogborn there doing the chase.
Got away with that one, Aldridge, a little bit.
Yeah. So he's bottle wide, and well, that leg stump delivery's gone for 2, but still a decent start for Casey Aldridge. Only 3 off the first 2 overs. Somerset stifling Durham so far, but still early days. 8 overs left in the power play.
Yeah, decent start from Somerset. Durham just got the 3 runs on the board. Plenty in. I can see the very sensible people opposite us just cramming into the back of the Lordy, and both of them stand for a bit of shade. A little bit of shade around in various spots here at Taunton. There's not much at Bristol, is there, from recollection? It's very exposed.
I must say it's a good crowd here today. I didn't expect on a weekday in this heat there'd be quite so many people here, but plenty of love for the Royal London Cup.
Brooks then. Turned away by Clark, who still can't get off the mark. It is Ladies' Day today, which will boost the crowd. Family's fun day on Sunday, isn't it? Is that right?
Yeah, was it the side? When's
I think it's Sunday, and then the Cider
That's the
Fest is the
Middlesex,
day-night
yes.
game on Sussex next Friday.
yes, the
Plenty
Cider
of
and Ale
fun
Festival.
down here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Shame to be working that one, really. Under edge there, and still can't get away. Graham Clark. James Hildreth in at first slip. Matt Renshaw, who would probably be next to him if there was a second. He's in the covers, just fielding on that strip, protecting a pitch for future use by the looks of it. Skipper Ben Green at mid-off. And again, Clark can't get away. Big shot coming, do you think, H?
I don't know, it's hard to judge how Durham are going to play this. You've got Borthwick and Madison, 2 left-handers to come in at probably 3 and 4, we reckon. Madison will be aggressive, you think. Borthwick sort of steady play. I don't know whether these 2 will try and just bat the overs, or they're going to make the most of the power play. Not quite sure how they're going to play it.
Driven, lovely looking shot. That is a really nice shot. It was just Jack Brooks, he won't mind it too much because it looks like that's his plan. He's trying to push it up, just get that little bit of movement with the new white ball. But that was a half volley. And Graham Clark drove a couple to Ben Green a bit in the previous over. That one was put away. Lovely way to get off the mark, Graham Clark. 44 list A games for him now, best of 141. Good conversion rate, 400s and only 350s. So once he gets 50, and he goes on. Durham, beaten finalists last year in this competition. They had a really good season. I'm a bit disappointed, I'll be honest. Their kit last year, the retro one, was absolutely superb. Derbyshire have got a retro kit, haven't they? That's gorgeous.
Reminds you of that New Zealand when they went back to the grey and black. Beautiful retro kit of the 90s, I suppose it was.
Durham back in blue this year. It's a lovely blue. Another nice looking drive, but straight at George Bartlett, who I think has managed to avoid it crunching into his knee. Got his hands to it. So end of the over, just that one boundary off it. Lovely looking shot from Graham Clark. Durham have 7 without loss, having been put in. Neil Mallender and Anthony Harris are the umpires out there. The cashless umpires. They only do contactless payments.
When's it going to become that people start doing the toss with a credit card?
What do you do if you haven't got a coin? Do you have to? Does it have to be a coin? Do you have to run back off and get one, or do you just do a behind
I do grass.
Hand?
Yeah, a bit of grass.
Well, no, but at this level, do you think there's a? Do you think you can do that?
Probably have to. I'll tell you a story about a toss done at a game the other day, actually. But Casey Aldridge is going to continue from the River Tone end. Lovely line length there, just driven back to mid-off. Yeah, it's been a Devon Dumplings friendly the other day, and one captain wanted to bowl, one captain wanted to bat. So didn't really need to do a toss. But the umpires were adamant they had to go out and toss. So I think the home skipper tossed the coin up in the air. The away skipper waited until it landed, saw it was head, so called it his tail, so we lost the toss. Because it made no difference. I like the little stories of that in club cricket, but Phil from Casey Aldridge, and nice to see the white floppy hat mid-on. Most fielders using the black caps. Jack Brooks is a man of acquired taste, isn't he? Different kind of fashion, Jack Brooks, and he pulls off the Stuart Broad-esque floppy. So Hildreth and Davies, the 2 most experienced players in the team today, are slip and wicketkeeper, rightly so. So Jack Brooks isn't far off in the experience stakes. That's what's great about this Somerset side. This is why it's so surprising how poorly they're doing in the first 2 games, because there's such a great balance between the, well, if you bring Pete Sidlin as well, there's 4 really experienced players.
Well, I think, yeah,
And
Renshaw
youngsters
has
as
to
well.
go into that. So
Yeah.
you've got 4 out there, really. I think you've got Brooks, Renshaw, Davies and Hildreth.
And some of the younger lads have still been around for a couple of years now. Scoring runs and taking wicket. And Lewis Goldsworthy can't quite get that. Unfortunately, he's a good fielder at backward point. Diving away, and it has gone for 4.
Yeah, he'll be a little bit disappointed with that one, actually. It looked like he got a hand to it. And it's just the high bar that he sets himself. He's so good, particularly diving away to his left. It wasn't travelling. I mean, it wasn't slow, but it also wasn't travelling at lightning speed, was it? It was just an open-faced shot.
Shows you how fast the outfield is, though. Dry weather, I suppose. Not rapid from Casey Aldridge, and not a full-blooded shot, a bit edgy, but... Driven, lovely cricket shot, that. Wide of mid-off for 1 man. It's a shame we don't get to see Durham here very often, actually. I was looking back.
They had that record chase, didn't they?
Yeah, was that with Mustard? And
Stoneman got 100, didn't he?
yes, Mustard got 98.
I reckon.
Borthwick got 66. The 3 left-handers got all the runs.
I reckon Triggs got runs in that, but I also think that Tom Cooper got 100.
Yes, Trigger got 53. He'll have to talk to us about that a bit later on.
Bit later on.
We're not sure what time we're going to have the dulcet tones of Pete Trigo, but he will be at some point. It'd be nice to hear him commentate on Casey Aldridge.
Let's have another look at the shot that got Graham Clark off the mark, shall we?
Sounds good, doesn't it? Clark off the mark.
Slow motion replay. Love the slow-mo camera. You were missing your slow-mo camera, weren't you, on Sunday? You were pining for it.
Yeah, there were a couple of controversial caught behind chances, appeals off Renshaw. Gloucestershire reckon they had him 3 times. Jack Taylor was dropped by Renshaw, and then there's another chance Somerset thought they had on Jack Taylor, and really fancied the slow-mo to try and work it out. It makes you realise how lucky we are here to have all the technology to help us out.
We are. Got a good team. Full team. I think Andrew's on the slow-mo today. He was doing football, wasn't he? Premier League football. Bournemouth versus Aston Villa. Brooks to continue then. Ooh, just back of a length, and he went to pull that Bushnell, and it maybe just jumped on him. It's a good start, this, from Jack Brooks. been excellent so far. I mean, so much experience. Jack Brooks.
He came in
Another man signed a new contract.
Yeah, well, he came in and bowled well in the T20 Blast, didn't he? When Craig Overton was away, we didn't expect him to play too many T20 Blast games, and came and hit that sort of just back of a length. Awkward to face.
Bushnell just batting outside his crease there. It's on the back foot, cuts it to Lewis Goldsworthy at point, who's sharp. It's interesting this tournament, isn't it? Because you've talked about the Somerset side, but if you look at a lot of the scorecards, most sides have got you've got 4 or 5 players. You think, well, they're real quality, and then it gives some of the youngsters a chance to play alongside us. But it also gives, and with respect, some of the older players who might well think if it was a first choice competition, they might not get a game. Take a single there, easy one really to George Bartlett, who just sweeps around from mid-on. It does bring, someone like Michael Hogan hadn't played one-day cricket for ages. Played last year, did really well, and he ended up with a gig in the 100, I think.
It's one of those like Chris Rushworth, you think, wouldn't really be a white ball bowler, but he's bowled really well in the Royal London Cup over the years. Not always bowling 10 straight through, but sometimes he has, and just get enough wobble and enough line and length to make it irritating for the batters.
Playing a miss there. That's what Jack Brooks has been trying to get out of. I keep wanting to call him Jordan Clark. I've got to really stop that. You know what I'm like with names. Is the brother of Jordan Clark. Playing a miss from Graham Clark, who's on 4. We saw that shot, that lovely drive. We'll see a replay of that playing a miss. Then just a little bit of a shape away there from Jack Brooks. Has Steve Davies and James Hildreth on their toes. Open face, and there's that fielder at third, just making sure it's only a single rather than a boundary. So Clark moves on to 5. Well, solid enough start for Durham, but Somerset will be happy. 1 ball remaining in the 5th over. Ben Green having won the toss and elected to field. Field or bowl, that was causing some controversy up here, wasn't it? Can't get away from the controversy. What would you say? You'd say bowl.
Wow, no, I don't know if I might say field. Not sure if it makes too much difference, really.
Jag's back. I don't think it does. It's the same thing.
But if you're an opening bat, I guess, lovely bit of skill by Matt Renshaw. Just going to break away. He's done an awesome bit of skill. Thrown at the umpire who's missed the catch, and Renshaw was having a proper giggle. He's got a hat trick from in goal in the warm-up this morning. Matt Renshaw's skill.
There's the match sponsors. Marsh Kia Taunton on the big screen. There today's match day sponsors. WPA Health Insurance, our principal partner for this Royal London Cup. They're responsible for ensuring that we've got ball-by-ball commentary of all home Royal London Cup games on the stream.
Looks like the same field is going to be employed for Casey Aldridge's 3rd over. Soft hands guiding that down to 3rd, where George Bartlett is, for 1 run. Bit of a discussion at mid-wicket, trying to work out what they might possibly be talking at. So, in depth, Jack Brooks having a bit of a chat. But Casey Aldridge is continuing with no field changing. So Alfie Ogborn, it'll be interesting to see when he's given the ball. Him and Sonny Baker, you'd like to think would both want a bowl before the ball's too old. And then you think Lewis Goldsworthy, the main spinner, will probably wait till after Ben Green's had a bowl too. So all the options for extras Ben Green today, and that's a nice shot into leg side. Casey Aldridge is a little bit excited, but that's 2 leg side. They come back for 2, bit of a cheeky second run. Good work by Alfie Ogborn, really, but not quite quick enough to stop the 2. Yeah, so Durham last plenary back in 2015. It's ridiculous how
There was a championship game, wasn't there, where didn't they lose 5 wickets very quickly at the back end of a championship game here?
Oh, that's a little bit of lift from Casey Aldridge, back of a length, and that's really squared Bushnell up. He's got away with it because the short extra cover, Matt Renshaw, isn't quite short enough. He's not a helmet wearing catcher in there. But yeah, it's that north-south combination, isn't it? Don't get to play each other too often. Look at that. Feisty from Casey Aldridge.
It's a long way to come for a one-day game, isn't it?
I hope they're having a couple of days by the seaside, holiday either side of it. Again, he's gone short, Casey Aldridge, and this time easier for Bushnell to play. He could probably have lifted that over the head of Steve Davies and James Hilder for 4. Couldn't quite make contact.
He thought about it, and I wonder if he just pulled out at the last, I think, second. He goes for it, and I think he just withdraws the bat.
I think he's gone for it and just it's sort of come into him a little bit more than he realised. There is a deep third in place, but the periscope over the top would have been safe enough. That's a lovely cut shot straight to Lewis Goldsworthy. He does enough.
Either side of the fielder, it's 4, isn't it? It's a nice shot off the bat. Maintains that good start for Somerset. Durham 17 without loss after 6 overs. Alfie Ogborn's a alumni of our sixth form college, isn't he?
British Jewish College?
Yeah, I think he went there. I think he was kind of not Spaxton.
Come through.
Where is it? Not Sparkford. I think he's a Sparkford boy originally, cricket-wise, and maybe had a couple of clubs and ended up at Bridgewater because of the level of it. Jack Brooks to continue to then. Still got the headband, not those long flowing locks anymore, Jack Brooks. Still got the red headband on, flanked by skipper Ben Green and George Bartlett. Still people making their way in to the Cooper Associates County Ground, driven by Clark. Renshaw leaves it for Rue. I've got a lot of time for Rue's outfit there. I think the black trainers look very smart. Also helps, I mean, he maybe have to just, during the interval, just jump behind the bar and serve a few drinks. He's got the kind of, just needs a white top. Keep him working. Amazing to see him called into the England Lions. I mean, they've always rated him down here, but that just shows that he's already being noticed. Really, I mean, he was the standout. He was probably the one bright spot of that Nottinghamshire defeat.
Yes.
His 40-odd, he batted beautifully.
Unlucky he's not get his 50, really.
Yeah, he was. Young player. You wouldn't, you know, he doesn't have he has the temperament of a player that's been playing the game for a long, long time. Doesn't seem fazed by anything. Driven again.
Equally, we should say, though, he did struggle, actually, for the few balls he did face at Bristol on Sunday. He was dropped, caught and bowled chance, chopped straight back off Tom Smith, and he reverse swept for 4, and then was out soon after that. Caught Bracey, bowled Taylor for 4 off 9 balls, so man of much talent, but surprising struggle.
Can't do it every time.
No.
Do you have him batting a bit higher?
Tricky one.
Clark picks up a single. Ogborn doing fine leg. It's a fine leg, bless him.
So much batting in the Somerset side, I don't think you would really. I mean, him and Ben Green 6 and 7 could be either way round, but I think the top 5 is fairly locked in.
It looks like they're going to give Bartlett a go at 3 for the entire, not Bartlett, sorry, Goldsworthy a go at 3 for the entire tournament, which I quite like. He kind of oscillated between 5 and 3 last year, made runs in both of positions. Cut away, this will be a boundary. A little bit loose from Jack Brooks, it's about the first loose ball he's bowled this morning, and Joe Bushnell will feel a little bit better. Just cut that one away, helped it really. Gap between 2 fielders. Durham go to 22. Yeah, I like Goldsworthy at 3 actually. We talked about it a little bit in the game last week. I know he's not a power hitter. He's not going to come out and be, you wouldn't have thought, 70 or 30. In. Sorry, I'm just looking at Harry's screen. Charlie Taylor, he's not here today. He's still managing to send some abuse to myself and Harry. I think that's largely aimed at Harry and his choice of hat wear for the pre-game video. Charlie Taylor, he's working on different tournaments.
I must explain, if you're watching the pre-match video, I do have 3 cricket caps in my car down below that fit my head and quite comfortable. But as we went through the pre-match video, I didn't have a hat on me, and we were told not sunglasses for that.
And say you tried to get sunglasses on here. I thought, hello, who's this?
Man in black.
Blocking out.
But no, so I suddenly borrowed very nice cameraman glasses last minute. Not his glasses, his hat, sorry. Now I'm getting a bit of stick for it.
Ball, Casey Aldridge. Oh, Tractor's here. I just heard that's the first chant I've heard of him.
James Drew in it. Cover alongside. Well, more of a cover point, really, alongside Goldsworthy at backward point. Quite a key area. The length of Casey Aldridge's bowling. There we go, and as I say that, it smashed through the two of them. I didn't expect it to be that exact ball, but what a 5-yard gap. Perfectly found. I'm not sure if it was maybe necessarily aimed there, maybe more fortunate you just sort of slapped that through the covers as a batter, and lucky that the placement was in the gap enough to go for 4. Durham accelerating a little bit towards the back end of this power play. Got themselves in now, and mind you, as I say, that Casey Aldridge bowl's an absolute beauty. He has bowled some good balls. Casey Aldridge troubling both right-handed batters. So yeah, we reckon 2 right-handers and 2 left-handers for Durham. Interesting. I think they could maybe have thought about a right-left, but then Somerset the same. Davies and Renshaw, we reckon, will open the 2 lefties, and then Bartlett and Goldsworthy 3 and 4.
I don't know. I wonder if Sean Dixon might come in at 3. I was a bit surprised not to see him open, actually.
Yeah,
he's coming to the side.
That's a bit leg side-ish from Casey Aldridge. He's excited, but George Bartlett this time at a fine leg is going to sprint round to keep it to 2. Yeah, Dixon opening bat normally the red ball stuff. It's hard to judge in 50 overs whether you think of the opener as the platform set to see off the new ball, or if you want a more aggressive player to score runs off the power play.
I think these days it's all quite fluid, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't think the power play is as important in 50 over cricket as in T20 cricket. Last ball of Aldridge's over here. Driven, that's a lovely shot. That's probably one of the best from Clark. Almost a Yorker length. Fuller than a normal half volley. Perfectly placed, just wide of Matt Renshaw. And mid-off, can't stop that either. Green himself, the skipper, is going over to the Trade Nation stand in between there and the Colin Atkinson pavilion, and he's trying to get the ball back. Lovely elderly gentleman who's gone and underarmed it from the car park for him. Not quite like the COVID lockdown games of players tramping through the car park with their spikes, looking under cars.
Kicking it to the umpire.
Oh yeah, gonna wipe it off first as well.
Looks like we're going to see Jack Brooks continues making his way slowly. No need to rush because the ball's still not. Oh, there's a different ball at this end. Ben Green has grabbed that ball and then just given it to the square leg umpire Anthony Harris. Jack Brooks, ball in hand. And why wouldn't he continue? 32 without loss, Durham. Brooks has bowled 4 overs for just the 11 so far. Joe Bushnell on 14 on strike. Just bowling that back of a length. Jack Brooks. Looks like he's bowling back of a length to Bushnell. He's just pushed it up when he's bowling at Graham Clark just to try and get him driving. Clark's got 17 off 27 balls. Joe Bushnell's got 14 off 21. Yes, the NV Play scorecard has Borthwick to come in at 3. Nick Madison, Sean Dixon, Liam Travaskis, driven by Clark, and they take a single to Ben Green, who's comfortable in the end, really. No fault to Green there. As you often see in white ball cricket, the fielders aren't necessarily saving one in the power play.
Yeah.
So Harry's just desperately typing out an apology to his Twitter followers for his hat. I think you just own that hat wear, H. I like it. It's some protection factor 50 in it.
I don't want
think it was safety.
The poor cameraman whose hat I've borrowed to be upset that I'm getting stick for his hat. But
Well, you shouldn't.
he's wearing it.
Shouldn't be apologising. It's functional, Harry.
No, I'm going to get some stick.
Cut away. Just jagged back that a little bit from Brooks. You started beautifully. Yeah, Liam Travaskis down to come in at 6. Paul Coughlin making his first appearance in this competition of the season. He's been out injured but played club cricket at the weekend. Tom McIntosh, Stanley McAllinden, Ollie Gibson and Chris Rushworth Couple of young seamers in there, McAllendon and Gibson. Lovely, lovely straight drive that from Graham Clark. Ben Green will be doing the chasing again, but literally to retrieve the ball from the boundary. That was beautiful. Shot past the umpire, no chance.
Yeah, a couple of lovely unfurled drives in recent overs. Both looking good, these two right-handers. And when does Ben Green go to Bacon or Osborne? I think sooner rather than later. I'd like to see them both have the next 2 overs, well, a bit late for the power play, but while the ball's newish, I'd like to see the left arm option and the in-swing of Sonny Baker just to see something different.
Slip comes out. James Hildreth is going to move across to mid-wicket. I did see Ben Green was just signalling at Alfie Ogborn just before this ball. Pulled away. James Hildreth is at mid-wicket, but it's gone to his right. It's 4 more from Graham Clark. It just shows, doesn't it, as you were saying, first 5 overs, it's a power play, but really, as long as you're still there, it doesn't really matter. And that was just back of a length. Sat up nicely. Graham Clark put it away. He moves on to 25. Wrap of the pads. Matt Renshaw at cover is convinced. Jack Brooks, the bowler, wasn't interested in the slightest.
Honest bloke, Jack Brooks. Aussie Renshaw can get a little bit carried away, can he?
I think he had a big grin on his face, which was appealing.
Bit tongue-in-cheek, I think. Just keeping the guys going. Gonna buzz around in this heat. 250 overs of chasing leather on a belting Taunton wicket. Got to keep going, but Ben Green is going to bring himself on. Interesting that he's going to bowl before Baker or Ogborn. He did bowl very well at Bristol, I must say.
Yeah, so I wonder if he was signalling at Ogborn before that previous ball, and he waved him, but then he was going like that, and so I couldn't work out. He had 2 hands out, so I don't know if he was telling him he was coming on after the 10 overs, but he wasn't waving it up there. He just had it down there. So maybe that was to avoid Durham seeing it, perhaps. But we'll find out after this over.
Ben Green, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 29 runs. Very economical. He's got less than 3 and over. Yes, he didn't take a wicket, but he was a standout bowler economy-wise at Bristol in the last game on Sunday. And here he's not the best of start. Very good fielding by James Root. That should have been 4, to be frank. Cracking stop at cover point.
Economy of run-up too, isn't he? From the Jack Brooks school of that. Why steam in from 30, 40 yards, but actually it's about getting into his stride. It's what, 8 or 9 paces perhaps by the time he actually gets going. Brooks is the same. He walks in a couple of steps, doesn't he?
Again, that's great bit of fielding by James Root, diving the other way this time to his right, saving 3 runs. Moves well for a wicketkeeper.
It does. Well,
not to say for a wicketkeeper, but you know what I mean.
You know, you got 2 keepers in the side. Really, this is the only way round you can have it in terms of who's keeping, who's in the field.
I want to see Steve Davies charging around at cover point.
Steve Davies is a brilliant wicketkeeper too.
That is a little bit leg side-ish. Lovely shot. He's not nailed it, but it's going to go for at least 2. Potentially 3. George Bartlett is throwing it. Oh, they called it. Now Ben Green could pick up and throw the other end. No, he didn't quickly enough. Now the non-striker's end was safe, but they've been a pick up and throw quickly. There could have been danger for Graham Clark running back to the striker's end, but no, they got 3 for 3, which is a good effort to run 3 at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Not the biggest of ovals. Boundary's in a little bit on the Somerset stand side as well, so great running by Durham. And poor old Clark's trying to get his breath back, trying to stall a little bit. He's grateful for Green changing the field. Gives him an extra 10 seconds to inhale a few big breaths. Mid-wicket is going to come straighter in Sonny Baker. No slip now. And there, that square leg fielder deep is going to pick up for 1 is George Bartlett. Karen Amos has said, please wish Jack a happy 11th birthday for today. Jack playing for Clumpton and Sanford Peveril, young lad who loves his Somerset cricket, up here watching. Happy birthday. Straight drive for no run. Yeah, nice to have these messages from fans across not just Somerset, but Devon, Cornwall, Dorset, fans all over the country really. We know we have these regulars on the YouTube comments and Twitter as well. Of course, nice to have some Durham fans joining us also. Very sociable live stream, and you can, if you log in with a YouTube account, you can enjoy the live chat function. Have a chat about anything, cricket, or often there's food chat, anything really, isn't there? Anything goes. We're going to see a glove change. It's a very early glove change.
Indeed. And a change of bowling. It's not going to be Alfie Ogborn, so he was just signalling to him to go back on the boundary. It's going to be Sonny Baker. Let's have a look. A slow-mo replay. This was Graham Clark. Over before, Jack Brooks went straight, troubling the umpire almost. A beautiful shot. Just checked it. That whistled to the boundary. George Bartlett and Ben Green had absolutely no chance at mid-on and mid-off, respectively. So we're going to see Sonny Baker into the attack. Exciting young, quick bowler, really. A little bit expensive against Notts, but everyone came to everyone's attention on that in-swinging Yorker in the twos game, that YouTube. I don't know what it's called. It's a sensation to go viral, something like that in the languages.
Clip, yeah.
Little clip. 16 on his back, no slips in. 10 over power play is done. Starts with a short one that Clark actually doesn't get hold of, and Matt Ranshaw scrambles across to his left and manages to prevent a run, which is an excellent bit of work from Matt Renshaw. So there's a third, there's a fine leg, there's a deep square leg. Casey Aldridge is out there at deep square. Alfie Ogborn is at fine. James Rue is at deep extra cover, I think I'm going to call it.
Yeah,
I think
it
it
might
might
be
be
square, isn't it, though?
Yeah, it's almost, I was going to call it a deep, it's in front of point, isn't it? But
Deep cover, I'd probably call it.
yeah, you're right, it's squarer.
Just there.
Right where he is there. He's moved across and keeps it to a single. I think that's James Hildreth down at third, isn't it? In front of the Lawley and Botham stand. Yeah, he's just turned around. Can't tell him as easily in white ball cricket as you can. In the county championship cricket, you just look at his hat.
I knew where you were going to go with that.
You made the signal, didn't you? Wouldn't you have loved a hat like that this morning, Harry? But Andrew, I tell you what, the cameraman Andrew, he had a hat clipped on his shorts. Refused to lend it to you, I'm going to say. We begged him. Begged
Could have
him
had
for
the
that
Somerset
hat.
hat. That was a little bit more stylish.
Playing a miss by Bushnell, who just starts with that left leg. Almost. Oh, it's almost adjacent to mid-on. Opens himself up. That just didn't have the width there. Baker pushes that one through, beats the bat. Back from injury, Sonny Baker missed the start of the season. Missed the Under-19 World Cup, didn't he?
He did. Real shame, actually, because big tournament, guys did really well. George Thomas, James Rue, of course, in these parts. But yeah, Sonny Baker did miss out.
James Rue had an excellent tournament in particular. Again, back of a length. Bushnell does well. And we'll pick up a couple. Hildreth comes around. Had to make up decent ground there. Just dropped and runs. So they pick up a couple, and that's the 50 up for Durham. So 10.4 overs. Durham having been put in by the skipper, Somerset skipper Ben Green, a little bit earlier on. Durham skipper has got a ball, he could be quite happy. Sat there with his pads on, watching Graham Clark and Joe Bushnell go about their work. Both played a couple of nice shots. Clark is just starting to look in good touch. A little bit worrying signs from Somerset. Durham fans will be happy. There's Bushnell with that wide open stance. Trigger movement back into his crease, cuts it away to James Rue, who does the fielding out at deep cover.
I sort of just have worries of list day partnership, opening partnerships for Durham here after that Mustard Stamen partnership. We're going to.
Did Mustard get 90 odd? He didn't quite get 100. God,
Yeah.
what a cricketer Phil Mustard was.
Just 327 for 8 Somerset scored, and Durham won by 7 wickets with 21 balls remaining. Absolutely cruised to victory. 211 the openers put on that day.
Opens the face there, Clark. Oh, Durham would love to put on 211 without losing a wicket here. Wouldn't please Ben Green too much, that, I don't think. Sonny Baker into his 10th game then of list A cricket, made his debut last season. He finishes his first over, 5 off it. Durham 51 without loss. What we got going out? Not many wickets, to be honest. Today is very much a batter's day early on. Notts have reached 50 without loss up at Bristol. They're 53 without loss off 9. There's the scorecard here. Graham Clark 30, Johnny Bushnell 21. He's moved on to Ben Slater and Sol Boddinger have reached 53 off 54 balls. They were the opening partnership that helped Notts to canter to victory here a couple of weeks ago.
So Ben Green is going to continue bowling from the Lord Ian Botham stand end. Defended straight back. Or the river end. Or the Connaxton Pavilion end. We like to vary it up.
Middlesex have lost a wicket now. It's that man we were just talking about. Mark Stoneman has fallen at Radlett against Surrey. He's made 23. Stevie Eskenazi, who made a big 100.
Yeah.
Big. I can't believe, it's not a tournament I advocate for, but it's amazing that Stevie Eskenazi hasn't been picked up by the 100.
Career best 146 against Durham, didn't he?
Yeah, won by 9 wickets up there. Well, they're chasing 260 odd, I think, weren't they? Super player, Stevie Eskenazi. Mark Stoneman playing against his former side. He left Durham, went to Surrey. Now at Middlesex. Yorkshire at Sophia Gardens, they're 48 without loss. Will Frane's got 31 and Harry Duke 14. Johnny Tattersall, skipper of Yorkshire, eh? That's really nice to see, isn't it?
Yeah, actually, I'm a big fan of Johnny Tattersall. Scored that big 100 at Scarborough. Oh, Lewis Goldsworthy, unlucky. Diving at point. Just lets it through his legs in the end. Looks like a poor misfield, but only 3 for 1 run as a deep cover comes round in Casey Aldridge to save 3. Lewis Goldsworthy, a good fielder at point. Just had a couple tricky ones. Sort of spinning at backward point. Off the square and into the outfield.
It's not easy there, is it? I wouldn't do any good fielding there.
Low centre of gravity means he's good to have your short man at point normally, so Max Waller's fielded for years. Oh, that's an interesting pull shot. Almost slow, almost like he was there too early and they had to wait and then sort of almost try and paddle it around the corner. It does get 1 run for it.
How did Max Waller bowl on Sunday? Can't be easy for him to come in and play his first pro game of the season.
To be honest with you, all 3 spinners bowled 3 overs for teen figures pretty well, and it was all right, you know, going at 18, 13. This is Goldsworthy, Waller and Renshaw. There's a cheeky run, taken straight to mid-on. Good running there. They're safely through. All 3 of them bowled well until Renshaw got whacked in the last over of the game by Jack Taylor to seal it. That ruined his figures, but yeah, Goldsworthy 3 overs, 1 for 18. Waller 3 overs for 13. They all bowled adequately fine, just didn't get quite as much turn as Jack Taylor and Tom Smith. And Jack Taylor's a canny bowler with his offies and his leggies. He's a bit like Liam Livingston.
Tom Smith's a beautiful bowler as well, isn't he?
Yeah. And the Gloucestershire fielded particularly well and sort of strangled the Somerset batters. Yeah, I wouldn't criticise Goldsworthy or Waller. I feel like they could have bowled more, to be honest with you. Green went with himself, Brooks, Norwich, and Pete Siddle had a poor day by his standards. 8 overs, 141 doesn't sound too bad, but on a few floaty half volleys at Harrison, Bracey and Dent at the start that were cover driven quite comfortably.
Sonny Baker then cap off. Could almost be Todd Lindley down there from here, couldn't it?
Our director in our ear.
Obviously, he goes to the same hairdresser. Clark then is on strike. He's got 31. Joe Bushnell on 22. The hairbandless Baker. Quick single, well run there. Just dropped and run. It was to Matt Renshaw's left. In the end, it was Sonny Baker who did the fielding off his own bowling. Still got a deep square out, fine leg. George Bartlett in a mid-wicket. Jack Brooks with his white floppy cap on at mid-on, offering his experience to Sonny Baker.
Makes me laugh. Gordon Avery says, "Come on, Sonny. It's a sunny day," and Sonny Baker. No, it is Sonny Baker, but he's a sunny personality, a very enthusiastic, positive chap. He's been doing his coaching badges back in Devon over the winter and getting involved with a lot of local clubs. He played in the Devon League a couple of times as a batter, even when he couldn't bowl. Fair play to him.
Driven, but there is a fielder out there, James Rue.
I do like that one.
A single.
The sort of tail end bowler comes in, played for Torquay Kilmanton the other day, batted 9 and didn't do a lot with it. He said he wasn't 100% fit and just held up one end and let his club make the other end have a little go. And real friendly character, Sonny Baker. Got time for kids who want autographs and coaching people and helping them out. Just feel from his injury worries and
you never know.
A few games together.
Quick bowlers, just fractures in the back. It just seems that it's very hard to avoid these days. Almost everyone, isn't it? At some point. But open face, a little bit edgy, but open face picked up a single. Happy just to take the runs on offer, Durham.
Yeah, I like reading about Graham Clark and his brother Jordan, and also got another brother called Darren, who's probably
the golfer.
Or the Cumberland player, the least heard of the three brothers. Not got many runs for Cumberland in recent games, but talented family.
His most recent game is 2010, mind.
Exactly. That's why it's his most recent game.
Pulled for a single. Casey Aldridge does the fielding, swoops and fires it in to Steve Davis.
Well, when you only get 7 in your last 3 innings, you can understand why your last game was 2010, sadly.
Those last 5 games are spread across 4 summers, aren't they?
Yeah.
5 summers.
I'd love to play at Barrow Furnace. Is a wacky place. I bet it's wet up there. I was playing Shrewsbury Saracens yesterday, North Devon.
They're the equivalent of the kind of dumplings, that kind of side.
Yeah, well, it's a Shrewsbury school team, actually.
Oh, is it?
Played against Ed Pollock's brother and Ed Barnard's brother were both playing. Got them out, actually. They
pick up a single. Ed Pollock back at Worcestershire. Ed Barnard leaving Worcestershire.
Yeah, there's the 2 moving county Eds. And their brothers they're all Shrewsbury schools. Joe Leach was Shrewsbury
You
school.
see, Worcestershire signed Matthew Waite, didn't they? He was down here playing in the Championship. Yorkshire struggling to keep hold of players at the moment. But Matthew Waite, I guess, is probably their replacement for Ed Barnard. Bats and bowls,
Yeah.
That's probably their like for like. I mean, Barnard, every time you see the score, every game, basically, he seems to get runs at the moment.
Yeah, big fan of Ed Barnard. I watched him for the Lions years ago, and you could tell he was going to be a real talent.
Oh, it's flicked up in the air. Steadies himself. Good catch by Alfie Ogborn on debut. Got caught in 2 minds there, did Graham Clark. He started off, looked like he was going for the pull shot. In the end, he tried to flick it leg side. I don't think it is Clark, it's Bushnell, in fact. It's number 20 wandering off, apologies. Got caught in 2 minds. Alfie Ogborn on debut, a few nerves, went up, takes the catch safely enough. So Sonny Baker has his first wicket, Somerset have their first wicket, and Durham have lost their first wicket. Score is 60 for 1.
I trusted you there, Sam. 2 right-handers batting, and I went with you, and I wrote my scorecard, and I put it in the Bushnell row. The Clark and Bushnell row is wrong now, and I haven't got a rubber.
I saw him half time. Well, you do things in pencil, so you do plan ahead usually, but yeah, no rubber. It just half turned around. I saw a flash, and I thought it was a single number. I thought I saw a 7, but it wasn't. It was a 2 I'd seen. So yeah, apologies. Mainly to you, Harry, to be honest. You're the one that matters to me.
If no one else is listening and filling the scorecard incorrectly. But great to see Sonny Baker with an early wicket in his spell, having been whacked around by 2 left-handers, Slater and Buddinger for knots. It's great to see him bounce back with an early wicket here, with confidence. Get him going.
So the skipper comes out to the crease for Durham, left-hander Scott Borthwick. The band is back together. They had that tough period, Durham, where, well, we won't go on about it too much, but the ECB didn't exactly help them. Yeah, lost a lot of players. That Sam Stoneman and Borthwick both went. Paul Coughlin, another one who left and is back there. Scott Borthwick's been back there 2 seasons now. Yeah, joined before the start of last season. Left-handed skipper. He won't be on strike though. That was the end of the over, so 13 overs gone.
Interesting you bring that up. I was listening to an interview with Scott Borthwick this morning while I was eating my breakfast, and I thought Paul Coughlin might come in as a batter. He was saying he's not fully fit to bowl, but thought he might get in, the all-rounder, could just be a batter.
You never quite know how much of that is a little bit of gamesmanship, is that what you call it? Oh yeah, he won't bowl, just in as a batter. You don't know. I know he is back from injury.
Ben Stokes did it a few times for England, didn't he? When he wasn't fully fit to bowl, he'd come and play just a batter. to green with a short ball field is dabbed and good running there. George Bartlett can't do a lot about that single.
Well,
Quick
yeah,
single.
and it might explain why Bushnell's playing as well. He bowls a bit of left, not left arm, sorry. He's come in for Danifi, who bowls right on medium. So it's still like for like, isn't it? You're not really changing it.
I'm looking forward to seeing Borthwick bowl. I love watching
Him
Borthwick
and his
bowl.
leggies. Yeah, so it's not really bolstering an extra seamer. And Coughlin has come in for Michael Jones, who wouldn't have bowled.
Mind you, Somerset thought at the start of the season Matt Renshaw probably wouldn't have bowled, and he having got that 3 for at Southport, he seems to bowl most games now. So that's a debut catch for Ogbourne off Baker, and hopefully we'll see Ogbourne with the ball fairly soon. As Ben Green is now round the wicket to the left-hander. Well played, defending that late pass backward point for 1 run. Is that Andy Mead on the field, I reckon? Yeah, no. So, but here's the catch. Well watched, Alfie Ogbourne. That good technique, little fingers up to the sky, watching it right into the bread basket, bringing it in, and big old celebration. I like that too.
Yeah, didn't bowl a weekend playing club cricket. Played for Appleton, Paul Coughlin. Batted at 4, didn't get many runs.
Matt Renshaw at mid-off is saving one.
But yeah, you're right, didn't bowl, so might not be fit to play as a bowler yet. Sean Dixon played in the same game.
There's Andy Amee, the recent signing, opening bat, just having a chat with the umpire. More of a red ball opening bat, really.
Yeah, he played a couple of the warm-up. Did he get 50 at Devon?
Devon,
Was it the
Bobby
second one he
Tracy,
got one?
yep.
Yeah. Not at any real pace.
No, I'd like to see him save the red ball, to be honest with you. You don't want to ruin his, well, affect his red ball technique by trying to whack a white ball around. If it's not his game, it's not his format. Let him stick to red ball cricket, and he can have a bit of a field and get involved with the lads here today, no worries. But
Chance he comes straight into the side?
yeah, potentially so. Well, it depends with Renshaw leaving, Imam or Hack coming in for the September games. Renshaw preparing for the Sheffield Shield.
So Tom Abel's fitness might also
Yeah.
come into play. Fingers crossed.
Hopefully he'll be fit by the end of August and September, but to be confirmed. Good fielding by Mead at backward point. There you go, very keen, throwing it at the non-strikers' stumps. Decent battle this so far from both sides. 6-2 for 1 after 14. I wouldn't say either team's ahead here. Somerset with that 1 wicket, but Durham not flying along, but set up for a very good 50 over game here. People have got on flat watch today. We've done flat watch for a while, Sam. Not masses. You thought in the shade there'd be more people out on the balcony at this time of day.
And a couple on the top deck. It's very, you see a lot of curtains closed. It is just so hot.
Are they more County Championship fans as well, do you reckon, up in the flat?
You think they're protesting against the Royal London Cup?
Are they more?
They're all up watching the 100 probably. County Championship 100 only for them.
I don't reckon so.
No, I think you're right there. Sonny Baker then around the wicket is going to come to the left-handed Scott Borthwick. No slip in. Third and fine leg, deep square leg. And there is that deep cover. It's almost a deep point. Lewis Goldslow is at backward point. George Bartlett's at extra cover. Ben Green, the skipper, mid-off. Jack Brooks mid-on. Matt Renshaw is in at mid-wicket. Is it short? I have to call it short mid-wicket.
Yeah, I'm happy with that. Not really short catching, but short enough.
Off the mark with a single, just to the right of George Bartlett. Drop and run there from Scott Borthwick. Baker will come back over the wicket. There he is. Tractor on screen.
What's his
What's
white
he got?
t-shirt
What's he got?
saying? Yeah.
What's his
Wide load,
tipple?
do you reckon? That's normally his favourite.
Sensible man, wearing white on a day like today. Not a day for a black t-shirt particularly. Cider in hand. Driven, but straight into the ground. Renshaw leaps, takes it above his head, tries to get the crowd fooled. No one was really buying it. Harry Everett was doing the same thing up here, claiming the crowd catch.
Yeah, not even a crowd catch. Not really much of a cheer on the effects mic, but Renshaw loving life with a obvious bump ball nailed into the ground.
Driven. Oh, and it's smashed. Sonny Baker has saved a boundary but much to Harry Everett's amusement, they've
Oh,
taken one
pain.
right on the toe. Yeah, that's
I'm
really
feeling
going to
pain
hurt.
for him.
He's chuntering away there, Sonny Baker. It was a full ball driven. He comes really wide of the crease. Let's have a look there. Bang. Straight onto Sonny Baker's left foot. Just, it was a perfect pass to Matt Renshaw. Just guided it, opened the feet.
They're taking the football so seriously.
I hope he hasn't got holes in his boots and he's not got that big toe sticking out. Can you imagine? Seems all right there, Sonny Baker. Hasn't rubbed it. Open face. Hildreth will keep that to a single.
And the other game in the West Country, Hamid has just gone. Not to cream their way to a 10-wicket victory here last week. They're 84 for 2 after 11.4 overs. Great to see Paul van Meekeren get another wicket. He got his career best last week. I was watching that Sussex game.
Did he get 5 for?
Yeah, really well bowled.
Lovely chap, Paul van Meekeren.
Finished with 5 for 48. Yeah, career best.
Around the wicket then, Baker to Borthwick. Rattles his pads up, pick up a leg by there. Renshaw turns and throws. Good thing Jack Brooks is backing up. Durham, if you're just joining us, we'll put into bat by Ben Green. They'd reached 60 without loss. Joe Bushnell, the previous Sonny Baker over, just got caught in two minds. Went to Paul, ended up trying to flick it into the leg side. Top edge up now for Ogbourne, who's making his Somerset debut in place of Peter Siddle today. Took a catch. Haven't seen him with the ball yet. Young left arm seamer, but I'm sure we will. Jack Brooks and Casey Aldridge opening up. Ben Green, the skipper, bringing himself on first change. Sonny Baker, second change. Alfie Ogbourne as well to bowl a bit of left arm seam. There's the left arm spin of Lewis Goldsworthy. The right arm off spin of Matt Renshaw, who's quickly becoming Somerset's premier all-rounder. Durham, Graham Clark is unbeaten on 36, the opener. Joe Bushnell brought into the side. He's the man to fall, so that means Clark's out there with skipper Scott Borthwick. There's Nick Maddinson carded to come in at 4, exciting Australian. Sean Dixon in at 5, we would imagine. Liam Travaskis, Paul Coughlin, Thomas McIntosh, Stanley McAllendon, Oliver Gibson and Chris Rushworth complete their side.
Yeah, they're going to miss two fairly key players, Alex Lees and Michael Jones. Alex Lees with the England Test squad for the South Africa series, and Michael Jones on international duty. Scotland taking on the UAE and America in that series up in Aberdeen. I've never been to watch cricket in Aberdeen. Sam and I had a great trip up to Edinburgh for the two T20s and the ODI between New Zealand and Scotland 2 weeks ago now. But you know, watch cricket in Aberdeen. That's one to tick off the bucket list. It's quite as warm up north that far. Plenty of cricket going on today though. England Lions playing South Africa. We'll try and give you some Craig Overton updates. He's got his 5 for 55. Great to see. I said at North Devon yesterday. It's pretty cool to be sat at North Devon Cricket Club Insto yesterday with Mark Overton and Jamie Overton, Craig's brother and dad, really enjoying Craig's performances for the Lions. James, of course, was with that squad, but he's back on the field here today, been given leave, not too much duties of drink carrying, which is nice of England to allow him to get some action here. Ben Green just dotting up Borthwick early in his innings here. You can, if you want a double screen, you can go on the Kent feed and watch the England Lions stream. That's a guide down to third man. Good work by Jack Brooks running around to keep it to 2. So the left-hander of Borthwick just changing the line and length. But that's a short ball. Ben Green not renowned for his rapid bowling, but short enough for Borthwick. Carries through well to Steve Davies. Great to see Sophie Luff winning the PCA Player of the Month award. She's having a great time playing cricket all over the place at the moment, but great to see her get the recognition. The Western Storm skipper, who we have on commentary here quite a lot. As that's a cover drive off Ben Green. That's an elegant shot by Scott Borthwick, just punching that. Beautiful shot. Beats deep cover fielder, and that's 4 runs. Yeah. Sophie, the 3rd winner of the award this year. She's got the Player of the Month for her 4 fixtures in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy. Beating Sunrisers Grace Scriven, Summer Vipers George Elwes, and Central Sparks Eve Jones to it. Sam North East, after his incredible 701 run July and that massive score he got in the county championship, he wins the men's award. Yeah, we'll have Sophie back on comms in a couple of weeks. And did not out her high score, an average of 84, so great work from her. So Borthwick's on to 8, Clark 36, and Sonny Baker's going to continue from the Marshall's Gothic Pavilion end. And that's leg side-ish and back foot flick to deep square leg for just 1 run. Do keep joining us on the comments. Send in any. Feel free to tweet Harry Everett _14 Twitter or at Sam J Dallin, and you can ask us questions or any topics of conversation or thoughts, maybe from the crowd or maybe from home. Where you're watching, we love hearing where you're watching. I've had text from friends in Budapest and New Zealand and Australia. It's great to hear people from all around the world watching the Royal London Cup. Baker this time round the wicket to the left-hander. Scott Borthwick defending comfortably. Oh, John Wallace is getting a start on the flag being the wrong way around in the flats. That's a Charlie Taylor thing. I think that's not my area of expertise, the Wyvern Dragon flag issue. That's leg side-ish from Sonny Baker. Is he going to get away with it? No, he's not. Outstretched arms, and it's going to be a wide. James Rew's getting some stick on the YouTube comments as he got his school shoes on, his black trainers, black spikes. Carl Verheyen and Marco Janssen back for South Africa. 319 for 8. Struggling, lost a couple of wickets this morning. England Lions doing quite well there. Great to see Craig Overton and Ollie Robinson bowling. 2 test bowlers of top pedigree, performing well for the Lions.
When's that test start? A week today? 17th, I think, the first
Yep,
one at
17th,
Lords?
bang on, yep.
Interesting series that's going to be. I wonder if Ryan Rickleton will be in the side in the start.
Done well for Northants, hasn't he?
Really well. He just one that now knows English conditions.
Yeah, I was chatting to a couple of South Africans I was playing with yesterday who played club cricket against Ryan Rickleton, who's a really exciting prospect.
Could get a first ball duck. It doesn't help him
Yeah,
does it, in the
we're not
Lions
gonna-
game, but I don't know if that will necessarily change.
They won't hold that against him.
Came in at 6.
Because Carl Verheyen sort of, I don't know, he's had a lot of chances without scoring big runs. And rather than it being a keeper bat, I think Rickleton could go potentially ahead of Verheyen in the keeping stakes. Quinton de Kock, of course, more of a
just
white ball
think
keeper.
the ease with which he scored runs in the county
Yeah.
championship as well. He spent this whole summer over here.
That's an attempted pull shot off Baker and nothing on it. Yeah, Carl Verheyen keeping currently, but big decision to make for the South African staff, whether they go with Rickleton or Verheyen for the gloves. Probably won't play both. I like Dean Elgar a lot. Big fan of the South African skipper who played here, of course. He was in that partnership, that ridiculous Roloff van der Merwe innings against Surrey. We'll never forget. Dean Elgar was the man that allowed him to play that sublime knock. Short ball from Sonny Baker. You don't really think of Sonny Baker as a bang into the pitch short ball bowler, but
He's got enough pace to do it,
Yeah.
hasn't he, when he wants to. But yeah, he does. He's odd, isn't he? Because he's pretty quick, but he swings it around a bit, so he tends to push it out. Right, we are going to see a left arm bowler. It's not going to be the debutant Alfie Ogborn. It's going to be Lewis Goldsworthy, as we see the Somerset flag. It's flying at full mast, but you can just see how still it is here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Not much wind, if any at all. Beautiful sunshine. Contour Hills looking absolutely glorious.
Interesting to see Lewis Goldsworthy coming to bowl before Alfie Ogborn. I do feel for him though. I feel like it's I don't know if it's not an insult, but it just seems a bit odd to bring in a seamer, a new ball bowler who opens bowling for Bridgewater, and has done well doing so. Bowled well in the seconds. But Lewis Goldsworthy spin after 17 overs. Bowled cool as well.
Yeah, I think try something a little bit different. Graham Clark batting nicely now on 37. A little bit of cover for Goldsworthy. He can have mid on, mid off, back at long on, long off, deep square leg. I don't mind it.
So he's going to come
around the wicket to Clark, who just defends that first ball. Got quite a round arm action, Lewis Goldsworthy, hasn't he?
Yeah, some of the Gloucestershire guys were surprised they'd not seen Goldsworthy bowl before.
A little bit like Ambaldinia, isn't it?
Yeah. Ambaldinia a lot taller, I suppose. Got a lot of wickets in that. That was the same series where Don Best got. I think he said his worst five of his career. Yeah.
Yes. It wasn't a great bit of bowling, but he bowled many spells as Graham Clark comes down the wicket, pushes it to Renshaw. Who, no, it's not. It's Ben Green, the skipper, in there. He does well actually, because it just bounced in front of him awkwardly. Yes, but Don Best will have bowled many 30-over spells that have been beautiful, and he's taken no wickets. You've got to take them both ways. Really wide of the crease there. Goldsworthy comes, but it's another dot. So he started with 4 dot balls. Change in the field. James Rue goes in there, that cover position. Ben Green moves to backward point. Clark dances, flicks it into the leg side. They'll think about a couple, but it's a really good bit of fielding out there to keep it to just the one. Is Sonny Baker out there?
Just having a chat with Greg Kennis on the boundary, the batting coach.
I think he might have been brought the sleeve on his arm as well.
Yeah, normally there's a white sleeve, gone for the black sleeve today.
I suppose it's because of the kit, isn't it? But then some of that, I suppose for bowlers, well, Green's got a white one
Casey
on there.
Aldridge had a white one as well.
Yeah, Aldridge has a white one. Left armour to left hander then. Ball foot goes onto the back foot, finishes a tidy first over that from Lewis Goldsworthy, just 1 run off it. Durham 74 for 1.
Tickets are still available. If you want to come in late this afternoon, feel free. You can buy online or come and buy on the gate.
Well, all being well, what, be 3.5 hours you get to bowl, so about 2:30 the interval, half an hour break, so you come down from 3 o'clock, you'll still see the entire Somerset chase, however that may look. Here you go, H, you happy now?
Yeah, I just think Alfie Ogborn deserves it, and here we go. He's going to bowl from the Marshall Scottish Pavilion end. Debut bowl for the left arm seamer.
What a lovely moment for him as well. Taking the catch, which might have taken a few of the nerves away, but there'll still be some. He'll be down, heart will be ticking a little bit down there. Jack Brooks right next to him.
Yeah, good to have Jack Brooks to lean on at mid-on and give you some advice and tips. That's a cracking off-drive first ball. That's been smashed at Ben Green. Reminds me of Ben Green smashing at me at mid-on. It's the speed, the bat speed, the white ball does travel, the pitches are hard, but certain batters swing harder than others, and that's a very good bat speed by Clark. Good stop by Green, the skipper, who's just wringing his hand a little bit, trying to show no pain. Hopes he doesn't get the next ball out in with his strapped finger as well in his left hand. This one is not timed. Now that sums up cricket. You absolutely nail a drive, get no runs, then you completely scuff one, scuff it between bowl and mid-off and get 1 run. It's not all about being pretty. Sometimes the ugliest shots get the most runs and the prettiest get the least. Velvet H. Ogborn again, this time to left-handed Borthwick, who can play that to square leg for an easy run. It bobbles off a little bit. Oh, Sonny Baker's thrown it well over Steve Davis's head. Great backing up from Goldsworthy. Just to see Will Jacks came into the England Lions squad as well. He's got 81 off 45. Cardiff, and no one else got 40 the day. Whacked that 150 against Essex. He's got to 100, then he got to 50 and 16 balls.
Serious player, Will Jacks. He will play for England. Maybe in more than one format.
Yeah, interesting. Whether he doesn't have a Red Bull stuff. We'll keep updating you on the Lions game at Canterbury. Still 8 down. Spitfire County Ground. No longer got a tree on the edge of the outfield, sadly.
I know. They've got Sainsbury's, which is
I'm not sure they're in the
like
same.
for like. It's not particularly attractive, that Sainsbury's.
Ogborn short ball, and that's a pull shot played away. 2 bounce 4. Not nailed by Clark, but clean enough. Well over through at mid-wicket. And that's 4 runs. Ogborn just a little bit short there. Might get away with that length at club cricket, but not a particularly flat one here against a pro player.
Yeah, Graham Clark not going to miss out on that. Just way too short, really, for Ogborn on the replay.
Like that. Just outside off stump, almost 4 stump line, trying to Kane Williamson it, to have the third man get that sort of soft hands down there. Couldn't quite get it past point.
Ogborn then through his first over in this day cricket. For Somerset. I think I'm right in saying they weren't list A games, the ones down at Devon and Cornwall. I know there was some confusion, but I don't think they were list A games in the end.
No, because they were able to maybe bring players in and out, I guess. The shame at the England Lions game, I don't think that's list A. I don't think that's first class, it's because they might play more than the 11.
Lewis Goldsworthy then to continue. Left arm over to the left-handed Scott Borthwick. Steve Davies up to the stumps. Jack Rose just trotting away to deep backward square leg. Casey Aldridge is a deep mid-wicket. Long on, but long off is up. Uses his feet. Borthwick, it's a lovely shot. There was a hand on it by George Bartlett at cover, diving away to his right. It was a beautiful shot from Borthwick. Just used his feet to get to the pitch of the ball, pushing against the spin. Lovely looking shot.
That's a book, isn't it? Batting against the spin. I think my former colleague wrote a book. Ben Jones wrote a book, Batting Against the Spin.
Oh, was that the one with the England analyst as well?
Yeah, Nathan Levy.
Onto the back foot.
The one who put the signs up to her Morgan in the white ball game for England.
It's amazing the level of depth the analysis goes to these days. Flicked on the back foot this time, Borthwick, but there is a fielder out there. Casey Aldridge picks it up at mid-wicket and throws it in, so they keep it. So just a single. Must be a couple of thousand in here at the Cooper Associate County Ground. Good to see Gimlet's Hill in operation again. Now an accessible part of the ground, which is great to see. Some people hugging the back wall to stay in the shade there. Clark drives down the ground. A few sensible individuals with rain umbrellas redeployed. There we go. Lovely place to sit and watch cricket. Yeah, I think I quite fancy. I'd be in early for one of those seats at the back wall as Borthwick comes down the track and goes over, inside out this time, and it's landed over the boundary. First 6 of the game. Now Scott Borthwick has seen Lewis Goldsworthy and said, right, I fancy going after this young bowler.
This might seem a bit daft. He's just hit a 6, but I thought that was a little bit edgy, which shows how good the bats are and how small the boundaries are. I think he was trying to hit that over long off.
I don't think he got middle. I think he might have been bottom
Outside
bottom
edge
of
half, yeah. I mean, he did it for 6, he did it well enough, but I don't think he intended to hit that towards the river stand. He's trying to go straight over the top, I think.
Gets onto the back foot and flicks that one. I don't know if that's a bit harsh on Scott Borthwick, but you might be right.
I just feel like he was trying to hit it straight back over the bowler's head, or maybe over long off, and it's ended up going very wide long off,
Yeah,
almost deep
I
extra
think
cover.
it's probably fair to say long off, but I don't think he was trying to go that straight. End of the over, then there were 2 boundaries off at that 4, and then the 6. 20 overs gone, drinks come out. Is that Ollie Sale coming out with drinks? Good Durham 93 for 1 after 20 overs here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Scorecard is up on screen now. Graham Clark, who started relatively sedately, he's moved on to 44 from 65 balls. Now he's passed 57 times in this day cricket and gone on to make 100 in 4 of those. Somerset will be looking to take his wicket pretty quickly. Johnny Bushnell came into the side. He opened the batting quite nicely for 24, but Sonny Baker picked up his first wicket at the competition this summer. Alfie Ogborn, the debutant that we've just seen bowl 1 over of his left arm seam, making the catch. And Scott Borthwick on 21 off 21 balls there, batting quite nicely. Accelerated in that last over. Lovely drive off Lewis Goldsworthy and then hit him inside out over cover for 6. So Jack Brooks bowled beautifully up top. Just to 20 runs from his 5 overs. Casey Ulrich took that new ball. Ben Green brought himself on first change, bowled nicely. Sonny Baker, probably the pick of the bowlers so far. He's the only man with a wicket, 4 overs, 1 for 14. Lewis Goldsworthy went for 12 off that last over. Alfie Ogborn just the 1 over for 6 runs. We're here today, of course, thanks to our friends at WPA Health Insurance, sponsoring Somerset County Cricket Club's coverage of the Royal London Cup this season. Very grateful to them. You've got myself, Sam Dalling. Harry Everett will be back alongside me very shortly. Pete Trigo will be joining us later on, fashionably late, as ever, Mr. Trigo. I'm a bit upset that we haven't got a celebrity footballer coming up in the commentary box, a la Harry Kane. Maybe Taunton Town centre forward Daniel Sims-Burgess might pop up or something a bit later on. We'll get that arranged. Plenty of cricket going on elsewhere. Notts 117 for free against Gloucestershire after 17 overs as Alfie Ogborn continues left armour to left armour, and Borthwick just tries to cut it but didn't really have the width. Gets a bottom edge and there'll be no run. Middlesex having been put in at Radlett, they're playing that London derby. Middlesex 108 for 2. Stevie Eskenazi made a career best 140 odd against Durham in the last game. He's got 55 off 53 balls. He's going along quite nicely. Yorkshire have lost a wicket there, 93 for 1. Harry Duke has 32. Will Luxton has 18. They're playing Glamorgan at Sophia Gardens. This time pushed forward there by Scott Borthwick. George Bartlett swoops. It's not, it's James Ruin. Those all black shoes. School shoes, as some people have called them. They're kind of plimsolls. Do you have daps, Harry, or are you too old for that?
It was always controversial whether they were called plimsolls or daps or pumps.
They weren't very comfortable, were they? They weren't ideal sporting shoes, really.
They're all right for gymnastics in the assembly hall, but not great for proper sport outside.
Cut away. It was uppish. Backward point. Lewis Goldsworthy thought he was interested for half a second, but actually went way over him. And Matt Renshaw, who's down at third, doing the fielding.
I feel like they've gone out of fashion now, having taught in PE in schools the last 3 years. I've not seen anyone wearing.
I remember we used to have
call them.
primary school, those old climbing frames in the assembly hall that would then get pulled out, those metal frames. Daps are probably quite good for those. I never really got above the first rung. I wasn't.
But in a class of 30, you only allowed about 2 people on them, so it wasn't great for participation. The rest of them played dodgeball down the other end, I suppose.
Quick single. There's a no ball overstepping there, Alfie Ogborn. I was just waiting to see. I saw the umpire's arm go up. I wasn't sure if he was signalling for balls left to his colleague, but overstepping. Alfie Ogborn said, points at himself and goes, me?
Me?
Just say me. He's like, well, probably is you, Alfie. You've been in the game long enough. I know it's your debut, but yeah.
Nice try.
So that'll be a free hit. The next ball then just overstepping. Alfie Ogborn. Durham 95 for 1 now then. We're 4 balls into the 21st over. Just had some refreshments. And Scott Borthwick, who's batting nicely actually on 22. Came in when Joe Bushnell fell. He's got 22 off 24 balls. Scott Borthwick, this partnership's up to 37. So
You're like this. Sorry, I'll chat about pumps. My sister's just texted me saying star bench ball. She's quite right. It wouldn't have been dodgeball. Would have been playing in the Stamford Pebble Assembly Hall. It would have been bench ball,
those
not
old
dodgeball.
wooden benches that had the little flaps that hang off the end of them.
Yes, dead right.
Yeah, I've remembered those. It's good to know things don't change because there's probably an 8 or 9 year gap between you and I in doing that. Free hit then. Left-handed Borthwick on strike. Gives himself some room and does what he was trying to do. He was trying to hit a boundary. Probably wasn't where he was hoping, but outside edge, no risk. Flies away for 4 past Steve Davies. It would have gone over and he kind of slips head. So a little bit expensive then for Alfie Ogborn. That ball has cost him 7 runs. And the 100 comes up for Durham. 101 for 1. 20.4. 5 overs in it should now be. It was 20.4 the previous ball. Unless they hadn't wound the balls back from the no ball. That's what they had. So 2 balls left in the over. I'm just talking to myself there, really.
Just let you carry on.
Stream of consciousness. Single, there's 1 ball left in the over. Borthwick tickles it in to the leg side.
I like the optimism of some of the Somerset fans. We've seen too much criticism lately, but Bingo Wing says exciting time to see Ogborn, Aldridge and Baker in the first 11. And Rue, of course, as well. Get the youngsters in.
It's difficult, isn't it? Of course you want to be competitive and win the competition, but the way it's been positioned now means it is this opportunity to get youngsters into the side. So of course you want to win it. But actually, just as a little bit of the gloss has been taken off it, and actually if you can use it to get someone like Alfie Ogborn game time, where he probably wouldn't if it was a first team competition, with the best will in the world, it's unlikely he'd be getting a game. Bowling to, there's still enough first team players around, so bowling to Graham Clark and Scott Borthwick, a big test for him.
Yeah, I mean, Borthwick's a fine player from the county circuit, scored a lot of runs, taken a lot of wickets over the years. Played Test cricket, hasn't he?
But in the Ashes, it was that series, wasn't it?
Yeah, that series when a few things were tried.
Didn't go so well.
No, it was chuck him in last minute. But anyway, Lewis Goldsworthy is going to continue from the river end, and down the ground goes Clark for 1 run. He's closing on a 50 here. Jamming them says Ogborn needs a belt or more elastic in his trousers. Matt Renshaw is in the same category there. A lot of builders bum when Matt Renshaw's bowling. And he's got his holy arm, but hasn't he? He's got a few wardrobe malfunctions. Goldsworthy and slog swept. I wasn't expecting that from Borthwick so early in the over. Perhaps he's gone over extra cover for 6 or mid off for 6, and now he's slog swept behind square for 4. Good cricket shot. Aggressive start from Borthwick.
Yeah, he's going to go after Lewis Goldsworthy by the looks of things. He's not going to let him settle. He's going to give Ben Green something to think about. And that's perfect, perfect platform as well. 28 overs left after this one. Only lost to 1 wicket. Pitch is true.
And this time he tries to go back. That's fired in a bit quicker from Goldsworthy. Speared in a bit fuller and flatter, and probably not the right shot to go back and try and pull. Borthwick's got away with that one.
Sorting himself out. Looks like the towel that he has tucked into his back to remove the sweat between overs just came loose, so sorting his gloves and bat out again. Taking a second.
Lovely drive through the offside from Scott Borthwick. That is a cracking shot. That's potentially Scott's shot of the day. Shot Scott.
Yeah.
To find the gap there is perfect placement.
Might be the shot. Well, Graham Clark's straight drive actually down the ground, but one of the best shots of the innings. It was just punt. It was all timing, that wasn't it? Look, he just holds the bat punches it. Goldsworthy's got some thinking to do.
Well, it is good batting. I don't think it's particularly poor bowling from Goldsworthy.
Yeah.
If Borthwick keeps playing with such ease, I think we just might need a change of bowling. That punch down the ground.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. It's not like it's just a true pitch. Borthwick backs himself. Shortish boundaries. It's not like Goldsworthy's fired in 5 long hops and been pulled away.
But he's nearly going at 10s and over. He's up to 9 and over now. He's not been helped there by James Rue. But he's gone one way, then tried to go the other. He slipped and tried to run back and ended up giving him one. But a bit odd, really. Renshaw will be chuckling about that. Yeah, you look at Lewis Goldsworthy. He's going at nearly 9s and over. Ogborn is 2, but Ogborn's only bowled 2. Maybe now do you go back to one of the other seamers? Do you try Matt Renshaw just for spinning it the other way?
And Green in conversation with Jack Brooks. Sounds like a good evening out, doesn't it?
It does.
Get yourself over to the brew house. In conversation with Jack Brooks would be excellent. He's got plenty of stories to tell. I'm sure plenty of them he can't tell. They're just having probably the same chat. What do we do at that other end? They're going to continue with Alfie Ogborn here in the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. Well populated, particularly down the bottom in the shade, as Clark has one back of the length, just tried to lift that really into the Trade Nation stand, but fires into his pads. So he stays on 48, leg by.
We forgot to say we were talking about whether Sean Dixon might come in. He's got Borthwick coming at 3. Do you think Dixon will be 4 then?
5, I think. I don't think you can have Madison at 5 if you bring an overseas player to having done that.
Well, I agree, yeah. I just think if they keep going so well, though, Sean Dixon's not the most aggressive of players. Might they promote someone else to come in and whack it? Might Dixon be
Coughlin come up the order.
pushed down a bit?
Vasquez made 50, I think, in the Surrey game. Left-hander to left-hander. Just push and run there. James Rue, Scott Borthwick knew he was in at cover and knew he was a left-handed fielder, so we'd had to swoop around the ball rather than move directly towards it. Pick up a single. Borthwick is fast catching. Graham Clark up. Every time I say his name, I have to stop myself saying Jordan. Pace off. Slower one might have been back of the hand, driven. Clark waited for it, but drove it. Bartlett in at cover. Jack Brooks is having a word with Alfie Ogborn. To his 3rd over now. Number 3 on his back. Vacant squad number, it must have been. Done well to nip in there. A bolt just tucks him up for room. Turned it to James Rue at mid-wicket.
Ben Green could come in. I think that could be a good option here.
To bowl?
Yeah. Just trying to think where I would go if I was a Somerset skipper.
So you've got to think, in this kind of innings, you have got to think about the depth, because it's not like the Notts one where you're going to have to, you want your depth bowlers to be bowling overs 40 to 50 or 42 to 50. Again, tries the Yorker, slower one off the toe of Graham Clark's bat, so Ben Green does the fielding. So Green's got 6 left. Baker's got 6, Aldridge has 6, Brooks has 5. So you think, do you get a couple of overs out of Aldridge maybe now, give him 3 overs and then save him for the last 3?
I was just thinking I'd probably go Green and Aldridge now for a little middle over spell. I think if Sonny Baker's at his best, you back into bowling swinging Yorkers at the death. But it depends how his fitness, how his form and confidence is after that Notts thrashing.
Driven hard down the ground, but Jack Brooks is there at mid-on. You can see Graham Clark's frustration there, because that's one of those, what Harry was saying a couple of overs ago. You just strike it so well, but can't get the ball away. So ended the over with a dot ball, even chucks his bat down in disgust. Remains on 48, 160 for 1. Then Durham. Well, yeah, I think Brooks has got 5 left. Now, I don't know, maybe I'm doing him a disservice. I think Brooks probably, you try and bowl him in 2 spells rather than 3, rather than getting him loose a couple of times. It's going to be a change.
But then in the heat, you think about more spells.
I wonder if the plan can deviate. I wonder if the plan is to bowl Brooks the 5 overs at the death, so whatever it is, 5 of those are 40 to 50, depending on which end.
Do you think Brooks is the best death bowler?
Yeah, I do actually. He's often trusted in T20s to bowl them as well. An experienced senior player without Siddle here as well. So I think you have to have one of those at the death. You need one of the senior bowlers at the death because there's no Siddle.
Yeah, fair comment. Either way, we are going to see Casey Aldridge return.
Yeah, so I wonder if the plan is to get 2 or 3 out of him here, and then to him to come back at the death.
Casey Aldridge round the wicket to the left-hander. Borthwick inside edging that straight drive down the ground. Good pick up and throw, but good running also. 1 run.
Good intent from Scott Borthwick actually, right the way since he's come out. He's just dropped and run. He's known who the fielders are. Been no hesitation. There is that hat that Harry borrowed and the hat that Harry didn't borrow as well. Andrew and Henry on screen there. Henry in the middle. Andrew's on the slow-mo. He's got it on backwards, showing how cool he is. He'll be on the chocolate cake a little bit later on.
Aldridge over the wicket to the right-hander. Gliding down it again. Superb running from Scott Borthwick. Scott Borthwick, you're right, that intent he's shown. Clark and Bushnell not quite as quick between the wickets as Borthwick has got them going.
There we go. The hat of John Crocker that Harry was borrowing earlier on. Some protection factor 50. Safety first on days like today, Harry.
Absolutely.
Bring your own hat next time, mate.
Slip, slap and slop, don't they say? At every cricket ground in New Zealand and Australia, they shout that around the tannoy all the time.
That would go down well with the players here. Matchday Mark started.
Yeah.
Just screaming that
bizarre.
out.
Yeah, it was literally every oval. I mean, it's great that the SPF protection is very important out there, the ozone layer being thinner, etc. But just the phrases they have down under in the antipodes, the lines they have, slip, slap and slop. Anyway, more good running, brilliant singles taken. In case Aldridge can't do a lot about it because he's not bowling badly. These good balls are going for 1s. He doesn't want to get frustrated here and then go searching and bowl a really bad ball that gets hit for 4. I think he just, if Durham were going to push for 6 and over, let them have it. I think they probably will be more likely to get 4 or 5 singles and over rather than single every single ball. But generally, if you ignore the last 2 games, you think Somerset could chase anything below 350. You'd probably back Somerset to chase on a flat deck with this ridiculous batting lineup. But then if you take the form of the last 2 games, it's a completely different story, yes. But short boundaries, quick outfield, flat deck, and we might see a wicket. No, Lewis Goldsworthy can't quite get there outside edge of Clark. He does get to 50, probably one of the worst shots he's played. He's batted beautifully, played some absolutely gorgeous shots, but as cricket is a funny old game, he gets to 50 with an outside edge.
Yeah, 50 off 77 balls, 6 boundaries. So there's a bit of an onus on. He's not under pressure, but having taken up 77 balls to make 50, there's a bit of an onus on him to go on and get a big score here, really, bat through the innings. Set up nicely, though, here, Durham. Plenty of wickets in hand, that's the key.
Ooh, that hit him on the glove, the left glove. He's wringing his hand. Chopped the bat straight away. Not a mic drop, bat drop like Joe Root does when he scores 100. It was out of pain on the fingers.
It was a good short ball there from Casey Aldridge. I think we'll just see it on the replay here. It just pops up, cramps him. He couldn't really do anything. He couldn't duck out of the way of it because it was directed straight at him. Just wraps him on his fingers. Umpire Scott Borthwick will take a second with the umpires. Then physio will come out. Just have a look. Check he's all okay. They'll take the chance to have a drink there. I wonder if, yes, Treek said it, didn't he? That I said in the last game, Sonny Baker's probably the quicker of the Somerset bowlers, and he said, no, it's probably Aldridge, and you're just seeing that little bit of extra pace.
I think it's the heavy length that is bowled by Aldridge that is quite distressing for a batter that lifts up.
Tall man, isn't he? So he gets that extra bit of lift. It's going to be a very, very fine cricketer indeed. So don't forget, still get yourselves in to the Cooper Associates County Ground here this afternoon. Fancy an afternoon in the sunshine. Plenty of cricket left We're just 1 over shy of halfway through the first innings, so still in theory up to 76 overs left. Beautiful sunshine gets on the gates. Sunday, Somerset hosts Middlesex. Family Day, Sunday the 14th. There he is. There's Tom Abel. Injured. Picked up that hamstring injury against Essex, but he's out there running the drinks. And it's good to see him actually moving into a little bit of a jog. I haven't got that on the camera, but we can see from our vantage point up here that Tom Abel, just a leisurely jog, which I think is, don't want to read too much into it, but promising signs indeed. He's hopeful of being back for the county championship run, and that is the one advantage. Is, you know, he misses the 100 tournament. Jamie Overton likewise actually had a 6-week break, and he picked up an injury. Actually, he's got a 6-week break to be back for Surrey's run-in. Somerset will be desperate. Tom Abel himself will be desperate to be back for that county championship run-in. He said in the interview with the club's website this week he was happy he'd be around Taunton, chipping in. Anyway, there's that short ball that just strikes the ball on the glove, lifts on him. Pretty painful.
Yeah, great to see Tom Abel back here. Shows the man he is. That, I mean, he could be doing whatever he likes, could have his feet up. He's here. He's not the captain. He's not even involved in this Royal London Cup squad. He wouldn't be if he was fully fit. He wouldn't be here. But because he's injured, he's come back here and he's supporting the lads. And he is just a real top man. He's a club captain who wants the best for the young lads coming through. He wants to help out where he can. He'll run out drinks. He'll give advice to young Alfie Ogborn, to James Rue, Lewis Goldsworthy, some of the younger lads. And just great to have him here. It's almost like a mentor he'll be for the next few games.
Alfie Ogborn then is going to continue after that slightly longer break than we would have had between overs. Casey Aldridge just getting onto the lift and wrap Durham skipper Scott Borthwick on the finger. Graham Clark, who's just reached 50. He's going to be on strike. Durham 120 for 1, so set up nicely here. Drives and runs on the shot. Ben Green at mid-off is right back on the edge of that circle. Picks up another single. Borthwick looks okay again now. Ready to resume his innings. Left-hander. Left-hander. Turned into the leg side. No run. George Bartlett does the fielding. End of the over. Outside the Ondarche, if you're in the ground, get yourself down there. There's some t-shirt throwing going on. Is that in the Commonwealth Games last week?
Oh, yeah. Sounds like the caber tossing up in Scotland.
It's a Somerset equivalent, is it?
They're not. Are they throwing, or do they have those guns where they shoot them miles up?
I've been told throwing.
Okay.
Don't shoot the messenger.
Good arm, I hope, to reach the back row.
Fuller and Driven. New cover, picks up a single. You're going to scramble down there, try and get yourself a t-shirt. You'll have a free t-shirt, won't you? You'll be down there.
Well, mine fits me fine, Sam. It's you that complains about your fitting.
Ill-fitting t-shirt, yes.
Here we are.
Need a slightly bigger one if WPA are listening.
Every time Sam puts his WPA one just for the first 2 minutes, and then it's too uncomfortable and too tight. I think it looks great on you, Sam.
You're kind, Harry.
Better than my hat fits, anyway.
Turned into the leg side. You could get WPA hats as well.
That would be
nice.
cool.
Yeah.
Sure, Mark's listening, isn't he?
Exactly. Never misses a beat, Mark. Lovely blue hat to wear for those videos. Oh, bucket hats would be nice. We've already got Todd in our ears suggesting what kind of bucket, what kind of hat we want.
That's the
I'm
fashion,
all over a bucket hat, Todd, actually. If you can make that happen. Was that a promise, Todd? Ogborn then, left arm seamer. Driven down the ground, they pick up a single. Good running, Borthwick. He's been doing that for his entire innings. Put pressure on the fielder. I did just hear, I overheard, I don't know if it was on the audio mic or if it was via Todd, but Crocker has refused to lend Harry Everett his hat again. So he's absolutely fuming down there in the sunshine. Says, bring your own hat.
Oh,
Rightly so.
I've got 3 with me. I just didn't have at my exact moment. I always have loads of hats in my car. I do love a good sun
Your
hat.
car is a treasure trove, isn't it? Probably a Gloucestershire one, wasn't it? Driven. Hit it too well there, Graham Clark. Played a few of those. Straight to Ben Green at the edge of the ring. So halfway stage then, Durham 124 for 1, having been put in by Somerset skipper Ben Green. Just the 1 wicket to fall. Joe Bushnell going to Sonny Baker. Here's the T-shirt throwing. It looks like throwing to me, Harry.
They are. What's their arm like? Is that back row in the game, or is it just going to the net? I always want to know when this happens, where do you want to sit? What's a good spot? We just wave politely and smile and say, please can I have one? Not much fighting over it, is it? I thought there'd be a bit of argy-bargy, but no, very polite.
Not like back in the day when we used to stand outside the old Colin Atkinson pavilion, the players would chuck shirts down, that would get very, plenty of argy-bargy.
Under the Andy Caddick as well. I remember at the end of the season, I got Ben Cox's gloves.
Did you?
Years and years ago. Moan Ali's jumper, Ben Cox's gloves.
I'm too old for that. I've got things like, I've got Richard Johnson's shirt, I've got Mike Burns County Championship shirt. I was in tears once someone pulled a Matt Bulbeck shirt out of my hands. I was a kid, and it was a proper wrestling going on.
Aldridge into Borthwick, flicking that off his legs. Can he get to? No, Jack Brooks is quick enough. He's got a good arm.
They looked all right, those T-shirts, the high goss T-shirts, a bit of purple, a little bit of colour. I'm very much, I always just wear dull colours, grey, black, very blue.
We're talking far too much about fashion up here today. My sister's texted me straight away saying, I don't suit a bucket hat.
You don't?
No, apparently I do not suit a bucket hat.
You struggle with hats, do you?
Well, I don't know, I've got no issue with a bucket hat, but
I think we do good bucket hats, Harry.
I do, but that's a nice off drive for no run. Casey Aldridge. Now, the part-time off-spin of Matt Renshaw has been a bit of a talking point in recent weeks. Now, I didn't realise Kieran Carlson bowls a bit of part-time off-spin.
Does, yeah. Bowled quite a bit in the tournament last year.
He's just got a key wicket. Yorkshire, 112 for 2. George Hill, pretty plum LBW. They're playing in Glamorgan currently. Gone back to one he really shouldn't have gone back to. That's a lovely one off Casey Aldridge, just ticking the strike over. I do love how you just tune into any county stream at any time and just see what's going on. Scout teams at Somerset playing in a couple of weeks' time and have a look how they're going on. And makes easy analysis, doesn't it? Not that I'm saying being an analyst is an easy job, but it's quite handy having all the streams. Aldridge, he's over the wicket and he's around the wicket. The right left-handers keep changing strike, and that is a lofted on drive. Just carried the rope for 6, I reckon. Yep. Bounced, I reckon, a foot over the rope before the ball under the signs. Front of the sights, and that is a lovely shot. Scott Borthwick is on one here. So Scott Borthwick is playing some sumptuous, glorious shots here. So we talked about that game back in 2015 when Mustard and Stoneman had that ridiculously good partnership, 200, 211, and then Borthwick came in and whacked a few after that and steered them to victory. So he does like batting on this ground, this Scott Borthwick. And there with a swivel pull, umpire moves out the way just in time. Alfie Ogborn picks up comfortably, and
yeah, nice to see him finding some touch. I mean, he only scored 11 runs in the first 2 games for Durham, 10 and 1. Didn't really make an impact here in the Vitality Blast either. 79 runs in his 6 innings. He bats a bit further down the order. But he's looked in good touch from the outset, really, here.
Casey Aldridge in again, this time attempted pull from Clark, doesn't get any bat on that. Is that the one for the over? Well, that's the last ball, yep, over, cool. And Gloucestershire got Knots in a bit of trouble, 161 for 5. The top order, the key batters all gone. Top 5, we talk about Hamid, we talk about Buddinger. That's good going from Gloucestershire. Taylor, another 2 for 24. Jack Taylor, he bludgeoned it. 4 for 31 he took, and the 77 not out, finishing the game with 3 consecutive 6s on Sunday. And he's the captain, and he's in the runs Sunday and wickets, and already with wickets today.
Yeah, Buddinger looked like he smashed it in the 89 off 56 balls. Change of bowling then, and looks like Jack Brooks is going to come out a little bit earlier than I'd anticipated. I don't think Harry was convinced with what I was saying either.
It could go multiple ways, to be honest.
Jack Brooks comes back into the attack. Maybe it's a case of needing a wicket, needing to break this partnership. So Ben Green has turned to Jack Brooks. Well, 5 overs with the new ball. From this end, the Marcus Trescothic Pavilion end. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 20. First up, Alfie Ogborn, 4 over spell for him on his debut so far. 0 for 21. Brooks around the wicket to Borthwick. No wide. I think it must have tickled the pad on the way by. Scott Borthwick got away with one there a little bit.
Or was it because
Jack Brooks.
did it pitch on the stumps and then seam away the next line just a tiny bit?
I think he went down there. Borthwick was trying to tickle it down to final leg,
Yeah.
and there was half an appeal for a catch, almost just to make the point that it did catch something as opposed to being bat. And that's 50 for Scott Borthwick. He's pulled that away. Oh, and it's a poor bit of field. You could hear the groan. Sonny Baker had done all the hard work. He got down. He was right down in the long barrier, and he just let it right through his legs.
Long barrier.
You could hear the groan from the Somerset fans. As Scott Borthwick raises his bat first to his teammates in the Andy Caddick Pavilion, and also to the all round, of course. There'll be some Durham fans as well that have made the trip down here. 53 for Scott Borthwick, 42 balls, 6 fours, and a couple of sixes, batting nicely. Caught Graham Clark up.
Yeah, serious injection this from Scott Borthwick. Really good knock.
Yeah, just gave themselves the platform, Durham. So enabled Borthwick to come in and score pretty freely. His first 50 of the tournament. First white ball 50 of the summer. Didn't make one in the Vitality Blast either. Pulled again, and this time Baker won't get there. So another boundary in the over for Scott Borthwick, who is racing along nicely, actually. Really looks in good touch. The only real trouble he had was with that Casey Aldridge ball a couple of overs ago that just leapt off a length, struck him on the gloves. But since then he's settled back into his business as well.
Yeah, Jack Brooks struggling to find the right length to bowl at Borthwick here.
This one's cut away, and I think that'll be the third boundary of the over. It's really fine. There is a third down there. Jack Brooks, hands on hips. Nice shot that from Scott Borthwick. He knew there was a third there, but Matt Renshaw is very wide. And that one tickled fine, so 3 boundaries in the over.
Yeah, Borthwick blind but not good so far. I know it's only 61 so far, but the pace he's gone at, the intent, the running hard between the wickets. Great cricket shots all around the ground.
Well bowled from Jack Brooks. Good comeback, just tucks in for room. James Rew swoops at cover, but an expensive over that. A good one from a Durham perspective. The 3 boundaries off it, 12, all of them coming to Borthwick, which allowed him to pass 50. And ease through the 50s, really. Moved on to 61 from 46 balls.
So we're going to see Casey Aldridge continue. Hard to work out what's best for Ben Green juggling his bowlers here. Brooks and Aldridge have bowled the most so far. See Ben Green bowled a little bit in the middle overs. There could be 3 spells on a day like today. You could do a 4, a 3 and a 3. Hot day, changing things up.
Green often bowled at the death in T20 as well, actually, when he was playing.
5 against Morgan, didn't he bowl particularly well. Aldridge in and a bit of fielding. Hamid on again with number 1 on his back. He's at short extra cover.
Done well, haven't they, Hamid and Ogborn to come in with squad numbers 1 and 3.
Yeah, it's a bit odd on the squad number thing, isn't it?
The 2's now retired, isn't it? Am I right in saying that? The Scoffic number?
It makes sense. But it's not something I particularly keep up with in cricket. That's a lovely pull shot from Clark. Baker dives, and I don't think he needs to dive, and he's never going to get there. I think he feels bad about the one he let through his legs in the last over, so he feels he should make a token gesture, but frankly, he could have just left that. He was never going to get it. Nailed from Clark, and Clark's upping his scoring rate here as he's got his eye in now, and Borthwick's going to one at the other end. It's making it easier for his opening partner. Clark, of course, opening up, batter number 1, and Bushnell at 2, and Borthwick at 3, so only 1 down. Durham, 149 for 1 is very good going for the northern side. For the north, and that's a cut shot to Matt Renshaw at 1. I do like the hashtag for the north. And the way the Bladen races and all the songs they do.
Well, it's a big Sunderland dressing room at the moment. They mix between Newcastle and Sunderland over the years, but right now it's very Mackham heavy.
Well, it made me chuckle. I was looking up Neil Killian, the former Durham cricketer who's coaching this Royal London Cup side, the man in charge of this Durham lot, as Aldridge comes into Borthwick. And if you look at his Wikipedia page, it says he's a supporter of Sunderland of the Northern Football League, which is, that's got to be Wikipedia
Must
playing
be,
tricks.
well, I
A
think
Newcastle fan winds
isn't
him up,
it?
yeah.
Really going in and changing that one up. Well, it's changed over the years. You know, it used to be Harmison was a big Newcastle fan, season ticket holder still is. Collingwood was very much Sunderland. I think this way, Rushworth's a season ticket holder. Borthwick's a big Sunderland fan.
Big football country up there, but cricket. What a shot that is from Scott Borthwick. That has gone over the family stand, bounced off the Ondarchi Pavilion and bounced into the other section of the family stand, and Matt Brenter eventually gets the ball back. But you know, we're talking about whether the T-shirts would reach the top row of the family stand. Well, that 6 did. Scott Borthwick so quick onto the short ball. And it's great to see Scott Borthwick back like this. Very good knock, but not great for Somerset fans. A little bit quiet out there. Another good shot this time. It's a bump ball that Rue stops easily. And a no ball is given. So Casey Aldridge, the short ball pulled for 6. Now he's given away a free hit. A no ball and the free hit. This could be a very costly over. Potentially the most costly of the match. That over a minute ago where Borthwick hit 3 fours in succession. Just need to get out the over, and the no ball really doesn't help. And where's Borthwick going to go? Long on and long off are both in the ring, mid on, mid off. So he could go straight. No, well bowled, Casey Aldridge, but good running again for Borthwick. Dug out Yorker and he runs one to Ben Green, who's on the edge of the ring.
Michael Jones not playing for Scotland today. They are in action against the UAE. 110 for free up at Aberdeen. Carl Kotzer, formerly of Durham, in or out for 23. Craig Wallace, a name I haven't heard before. Callum MacLeod, 26 not out. Matthew Cross has got 16. Scotland up there. That's the ICC Men's Cricket World Cup, second division.
I wonder what the temperature in Aberdeen is today. Anyone's listening from Aberdeen, do let us know.
Glorious shots of the countryside here in Taunton and its surrounds. Beautiful day. I'm very glad I'm in the aircon. I'm going to be honest. I'll be sat in the shade. I would not be out in the sun for a single minute. Very much. Michael Lease playing for Scotland, formerly of Somerset. He had a good game against New Zealand and ultimately a losing cause. Outside edge, leading edge. Scott Borthwick just trying to turn that into the leg side. Goldsworthy does the fielding at point. Mark Watt back up there. Great to see him sign for Derbyshire on a short-term deal for this tournament. Maybe even a bit of championship cricket.
Yeah, well, she was here in the quarter-final playing for Derbyshire in that record-breaking game.
This time it is turned into the leg side. Hildreth will try and keep it down to 1, and he does so. Yeah. A fine leg. Warm round of applause from the Cooper Associates County Ground because they're marking the 100 partnership between Scott Borthwick and Graham Clark, coming off 94 balls. So just starting to get going a little bit here. Scott Borthwick got 69 of those. He's provided the impetus. Graham Clark, 58, he's got a strike rate of just a 67. Tractor. Plenty of encouragement from the sidelines. Need a wicket, Somerset. Playing a miss. Jack Brooks just stands there as a little look. No outside edge, just hurried him through a little bit there. Graham Clark. Let's have another look at that one from Jack Brooks. I think Clark was playing for a bit of width that wasn't there.
Not far away from the off stump there.
No, it moved back in, didn't it, quite late. Steve Davies ended up taking it to his left. That's what he was trying to do the previous ball, swatted down the ground for 4. Only danger there was to the umpire, who had to jump out of the way quite quickly, but hit hard down the ground. Graham Clark moves the score on to 164. Look at that again, yeah, Bash. Umpire took evasive action, he was fine. You never quite know. Clark moves on to 62. That's another one. Back-to-back boundaries. This one straight still on the offside, along the floor, races away. End of the over then. Jack Brooks has been a little bit expensive since he's come back on. A couple of boundaries in that over, 3 overs in the previous one. I wonder if that might be the end of him for a little bit. Durham 168 for one here after 29 overs. Myself, Sam Dowling, Harry Everett alongside me. Pete Trigo, fashionably late. He'll be in to give us his views. I'm sure we won't mention the fact he's late at all.
He's doing a one-man show for them.
He's got a 50 over stint
Yeah.
for the second innings. Bit of park life booming around the ground. Matchday mark on music. There we go. In the commentary box today, lovely and aircon, surrounded by those WPA health insurance. I like the blue. I'd much favour being against the blue with that backdrop. Quite like it.
So it's going to be Ben Green, the skipper, bring himself back on.
Look.
And he's got, what's he got? He's got a deep cover, a deep third, and a deep square, and a deep fine leg, I think.
You're right there.
Just crane round, just trying to crane round and see if it is a fine leg. I presume, surely there'll be 5 back on the boundary at this stage. 1, 2, no, there's 6. 1, 2, God, I can't count very well today, can I? 5 in the ring, only 4 out. Interesting. Yeah, of course, because it's the middle overs. Thank you. Sorry, that will help me from tripping over my chair as I try and...
You just got that slight blind spot here, haven't you?
Yeah. Crane round, can we see? There's the fine leg coming into play. Nearly there. Thank you very much for that. So Ben Green round the wicket to Borthwick. Borthwick going to run 1. He's just going to hit and run pretty much in the field. Mid off, mid on. He's going to not really chance his arm. He knows he's fairly safe. Steve Davies with the long sleeves down below. Bit of an isolated figure in white ball cricket sometimes, the keeper. There's no slips. Nearest fielder's at point, a long way away. Green, that's a better line of length. Good fielding from Case Shoulders running across from cover. Give a few updates from other scores. Still 9 down in the England Lions game at Canterbury. Marco Janssen on 26, not out. Who's that having a bowl? If we just see a player miss, that's a big old swing off Ben Green. Looks like Will Jacks is having a bowl. He was just talking him up in his Surrey performances. Great to see. This swing and miss. That's lucky he's not at the stumps, really, just bounce over the top. What else is going on? Not still struggling a little bit. 179 for 5 after 30 overs. Middlesex, Peter Milan just got 50 not out. 194 for 2.
Eskenazi 100.
Yeah, he's a superb player in Eskenazi. In real form, and that has gone big into the Somerset stand. Sonny Baker cannot stop that. A 6 over leg side, and wow, that's a good shot. Said Graham Clark was potentially going a bit slowly when he was 50 off 77 balls, but now he's getting going, and Somerset need an answer to this fair onslaught from the Durham pair. This partnership on to 109 together now. This time over the leg side, more in the straight direction. It's going to be 2. Mid-on will run round. Borthwick and Clark nearly run into each other. So 20 overs to go. You think of a T20 from here. The most Durham you think we'll get would be 200 off 20 overs. Don't expect them to get that many. They'll probably take 150 off the last 20 overs. They get 150 Plus 177, that's 327. That's probably about par, you think, on the short boundary with hard outfields. I reckon, yeah, you'd be aiming for 327 would be my rough guess what Durham would have liked.
Exactly 327.
Yeah. Yeah, 150 off the last 20 overs in a 50 over game, I think is about right. ODIs, they talked about getting 100 off the last 10. That's a little bit ambitious. But
Well, wickets in hand though, straight boundaries. Lewis Goldsworthy's going to come back into the attack. Bowled his overs previously from the river end. He's back into the attack. Marcus Skovic for the end. Scott Borthwick would just look to get after Lewis Goldsworthy. So change of ends does give him a bit of cover in terms of the long boundary for the slog sweep, although Borthwick did hit him inside out over extra cover. Remarkably, this is the highest this day partnership for the second wicket for Durham against Somerset. I don't think there's a massive sample size, perhaps, but 104. Blenkiron and Longley back in 1995.
no, they bat very well.
Bat beautifully, and they're still going. Somerset will need to take a wicket here. Borthwick just turns that into the leg side. Picks up an easy single out to Alfie Ogborn. Mark Stoneman and Phil Mustard, that's the highest partnership for Durham against Somerset. 211 back in 2015 here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Some good names. I like looking back at the partnership records largely for the names. Floated up and slog swept by Graham Clark and put down in the crowd. Hopefully that young lad is all right. I think it was an attempted catch put down. Yes, dove forward. Might not even be that young lad. Lovely shot from Graham Clark, just a slog sweep. There we go, we got it. It's a drop catch. Dives forward there over the
chair.
I think it was momentum. I think put it down and momentum took him over the chair. 6 more for Clark. He's moved on to 80. 81 now because he comes dancing down the track.
Good striking from Clark.
Yeah, going on really nicely here. Durham pushing up towards 200. Goldsworthy, left-hander to left-hander. Well bowled, Lewis Goldsworthy. Borthwick was dancing down the track, I think looking to open up the leg side. Goldsworthy just pushed it a bit straighter. Borthwick could only push it to Ben Green at cover. Single on the shot there. James Rue was very sharp in the field. He's been excellent today, James Rue. Dives, picks up, throws it in. Luckily, Graham Clark was alert at the non-striker's end. Came through for the single. Goldsworthy to Clark then. Slog swept 6. Still on, no fielder on that boundary. Tucks it into the leg side. And it's largely really because is there any point in covering that boundary? It's so short that if Clark goes to that shot and gets anything on it, even a miss hit, we're going to go for 6. End of the over. 186 for 1. Durham 31 overs gone.
Bit of a sorry story for Somerset so far. Trying to think what else can they do. Matt Renshaw has not bowled yet, which normally wouldn't be an issue, wouldn't be a surprise, but he's bowled quite a lot in recent weeks. And with a no Max Waller today, I thought there would be a few overs for Matt Renshaw. Didn't really want him bowling the last 10, you would have thought, so if he doesn't bowl the next 5 or 6, he probably won't bowl.
Yeah, Ben Green's still got 5. 3 each left for Brooks and Aldridge. Sonny Baker's still got 6. Goldsworthy, it's been expensive really. 4 overs for 35 now. And Alfie Ogborn still got 6 overs left. So options, lots of seam options, including a left armour.
So Green into Clark, he really exacerbates that chin onto his left shoulder. Good technique to try and help him have that left arm, front elbow come into the ball to try not open up too much. Bit of Rory Burns trait where he sticks his chin to his shoulder. Not got the weird Rory Burns back lift, mind.
Brilliant start last season, wasn't he? That 141 down at Beckenham in that really high-scoring game.
Yeah, that's we call that an uppercut, an over-the-top cut. Didn't really need to run that. That was always going to be 4. Ben Green, I don't think short is the way to go for Ben Green here. Not really quick enough to trouble 2 set batters.
No, he's been happy to play the ball shot, hasn't he? A couple of bowlers tried it at him from this Marcus Skovic brilliant end. He just pulled them away quite easily, Graham Clark.
This time it's a bit wider from Green, but I think it's not going to be wide because Clark tried to give himself room. He went a little bit leg side to try and slap it over extra cover. There's no long off back and there's no extra cover back, so all he's got to do is get it over the ring and he's going to get forward towards Colin Atkinson. But well bowled from Ben Green. T20 bowling.
Yeah, agreed. I think
Reactionary.
he couldn't reach it, but only from his own making that. So the umpire was right to keep the hands in pockets.
This time he's bowled. Ben Green has the breakthrough. I think frustrated by that wide. Clark didn't need to make it. Clark was batting so well. If you're a Durham fan or coach, you'd be frustrated with that. He didn't need to do anything different. He was batting really well, scoring quickly enough. Tried to make room for himself, missed out. Then next ball he's got frustrated and had a real swish at a full and straight delivery from Ben Green and gives it the big celebration. Well bowled by the skipper, and that changes things slightly.
Yeah, much needed, much stem, a bit of momentum. Clark had just started to pick up his scoring rate. He had a bit of a free licence, didn't he? It doesn't look pretty, but I think at this stage of the game, into the last 20 overs of the innings, he's got a bit of licence to play those shots. It looks to me like that's Nick Madison on his way out.
Yeah, very sensible. Good to see Madison out to bat. I'm excited to watch him bat.
Yeah, played those few tests, didn't he, for Australia? Didn't go so well, and then took a little bit of time out of the game to look after his mental health. Remember him talking about being down at the MCG on the morning of the game or the day before, and just saying this doesn't feel right. Took some time out and came back and scored runs heavily. Played some. I don't think he's played ODI cricket, but he's played T20 international cricket.
Yeah, I don't think he's a test player. I was surprised by that, to be honest with you. I think he is. He's a white ball specialist. He does whack. I love the way he whacks over extra cover.
He averages nearly 40 in first-class cricket, mind.
Yeah,
1500s.
I just feel like he's not going to get in. He's not going to get in. Who's going to come in forward? He's not going to get in ahead of Travis Head or Smith. He's not going to open the batting. It was
this was 6 years ago, so it was a time I think Australia were struggling to find top-order batters potentially. I mean, it's all relative struggle with Nick Madison to find a player.
Because he doesn't bat the top, his average is going to be slightly boosted, but a few more not-outs when he's batting 5 or 6 than you would have. Yeah, your opener's not going to have as many not-outs to boost the averages, but
got good list A record, averages just over 33.6 from 92 games now, 600s.
not past 30 for Durham yet, though.
No, he played those couple of Red Bull games, didn't he? Came over.
He was disappointed, really.
He was on the A tour, wasn't he, with Renshaw?
Yeah, didn't
in
get
Sri Lanka.
So he's had a lean couple of months, to be fair. He'd be desperate to come back with runs on one of the easier places to bat around. You can hear Ben Green's grunt from up here. Frustrated with that ball that's been flicked down to fine leg for 4. The two left-handers now is obviously a challenge for Somerset, but slightly changes things. A lot of left hands on show in the two sides today, actually. Davies and Renshaw for Somerset. James Rue, of course, as well. And we've already seen Borthwick and now Madison. So yeah, Ben Green got the breakthrough, but doesn't really want to be going for 4 to ruin what was otherwise a pretty good over.
Goldsworthy then going to continue to Nick Madison. Two left-handers, as Harry was saying. Madison is the new one. He's just got the single. Borthwick on the non-striker's end has 76. So a chance for Goldsworthy. He's been expensive so far. 4 overs for 35 before this one. Chance to bowl at the new bowler. Just improve those figures a little bit, but most importantly, stem the flow of Durham runs. If Somerset can just keep Durham quiet for 4 or 5 overs here, perhaps pick up a couple of wickets. They'd love to get Borthwick now as Madison drives to Renshaw, who bowls it in overarm. Borthwick, who is not been shy of going after young Lewis Goldsworthy so far, and he pulls a short one, but there is cover out there. Oh, that just popped. Sonny Baker did really well there. He was in position early, and there's a couple of practice pitches out there, and I don't know if it just popped off a length from one of the practice pitches, but shot up at Sonny Baker, who took it cleanly enough in the chest. Good footwork from Madison, but drives it hard at Brooks, who ensures there is no run, almost struck too well. So that 131 partnership, the mainstay of this Durham innings so far, as Maddington just helps that one on its way. It was a short ball, there was a short fine leg, and he just in the end just lofted it up, was happy to chip it up.
Yeah, very clever batting. You know that deep mid wicket's there, deep square legs there, so you want to hit the short ball for 4. And you know if you go too far in front of the square, you're not going to get the reward for it. Oh, we've got a special visitor in the box. Tom Abel's just come to join us.
I wonder if he's bringing us drinks. He was running drinks down there a little bit earlier on, and he's bringing us some drinks. Driven straight hard, and put down by Jack Brooks. It was hit really hard by Nick Maddinson, who used his feet. It was just a step to Jack Brooks' left. But really, he will know, head on hands. There was a groan around the Cooper Associates county ground. He'll be disappointed. That should be another wicket there. They happen. He kind of went, it was about shoulder height, wasn't it? And he went with his fingers pointing up. He just put it down. Just unfortunate.
Yeah, be very frustrated with that. We need 2 hands to it. Could have been a key wicket. Came a nice sort of height, I thought. Probably blame the floppy hat wearing him down.
Yeah, indeed. See, when Pete Trigo can't be on time, you can always count on Tom Abel to step up. Tardy Trigo.
So Ben Green, skipper for the Royal London Cup, is going to continue from the river end. And that's an ambitious shot over the top. 4 runs. Great shot from Nick Maddinson, but James Reed was in the game there, I thought, short extra cover. Couldn't quite jump up, maybe a little bit close, catching short extra cover, couldn't quite get his hands up to it. That's another lovely shot, 4 runs, and Durham 207 for 2 now. And Tom Abel's going to join us on commentary. How are you, Tom?
I'm all good, thank you. I can't promise I'll offer as much as Trigo, but I'll do my best.
Most importantly, how's the hamstring?
Yeah, not too bad, thank you. Obviously, it's never a good time to get injured, but it's pretty frustrating. But yeah, still early days, just getting stuck into my rehab and obviously trying to target the last month of the season, trying to get fit for that.
Brilliant, yeah, it will be great to see you back in action here. How is it carrying the drinks? Is that a job you enjoy?
To be here, I haven't done too much. The other boys, obviously, to be fair, have stepped up and done most of it. So yeah, just trying to help out where I can really, but we've obviously got a decent squad and there's not really been that much need for me, so just, yeah, if I can help out in any way, obviously I'll try and do that, but the boys are looking after themselves and yeah, it's all good.
Have you been saying much to them sort of around the group at the moment?
Not a huge amount, to be honest. Obviously, Green has taken the reins through the comp, and I think it's important, you know, to let him lead, and he's a fantastic leader himself, so no, I try not to sort of have too much influence. Obviously, if there's any way I can help or support any of the players, you know, I'll always be there for them. You know, we're all there for each other, to be honest. But yeah, I certainly don't want to tread on anyone's toes, and I think it's important that Green is allowed to sort of assume responsibility.
Yeah. No, it must be nice though to be back around home and be around the guys. And
oh, it's great. You know, sort of. This is my home. Like. We're a very close group, so yeah, it's great to sort of spend a bit of time with the group, and you know, outside of the cricket as well, we spend a lot of time together, and you know, we're all very close friends off the field. And yeah, obviously, just offers a slightly different perspective when you're not involved and not playing. So I sat in the Somerset stand last week watching with my little brother, which was good.
I bet that was cool. Yeah.
Yeah, it just sort of took me back really to when you come as a youngster, and
yeah,
as I say, you get a very different perspective watching from the stands, and it's been great, to be honest. And yeah, beautiful day for it today, isn't it? So hopefully we can sort of turn the results around.
Cool, that's a beautiful ball from Ben Green. Play and a miss from Borthwick. It's gone all the way through Steve Davies. It's going to go for 4. Not a lot really Steve Davies could have done about that, but a bit of a lucky break. Yeah, but the umpire's getting runs, isn't he? Yeah, I don't think you can say that's much of a chance. Or down, diving low to his right. Will Steve Davies be kicking himself for that, Tom, or am I being a bit harsh?
I think, yeah, there's not a huge amount he could do. I don't know if he got a hand to it, but obviously they're sort of pretty instant reaction catches that, you know, if you get a hand to, they either stick, but I don't think he quite got a hand to it. Those inside edges, they're tough, aren't they?
Yeah, low to his right.
You can't anticipate that.
You don't know where it's going to go, yeah, exactly. So Lewis Goldsworthy is going to continue from the Triscothic Pavilion end. He's got long on, deep square, deep mid-wicket, and a deep cover. A reverse sweep first ball. It's going to go for 4, but if it left that, I reckon it might have been a leg side wide. Not the, you think of all the balls to pick to do it, Lewis Goldsworthy has actually aimed that in at leg stump, but good shot.
I think the reverse sweep's probably a premeditated shot.
Yeah.
When you have to have 5 fielders in the ring, there's always a boundary opportunity, I guess, as a batter, and particularly only being 2 down at this stage, you know, they're able to play with a lot of freedom.
Madison now showing the orthodox sweep out to Ogborn just for the 1 run. Have you played against Madison much over the years?
Played against him a few times. He obviously had a stint at Surrey. Seriously dangerous player. You know, he can take down any attack on his day, so you know, it would have been nice to get him early, but hopefully we can create another chance on him.
That is nailed towards mid-wicket. Little fingertip, and Matt Renshaw along and will mop up. They're going to come back for 2 tight. Oof, there's a direct hit. It might have been close, but good work by Matt Renshaw charging.
As I say, yeah, he can obviously score both sides of the wicket, which makes it particularly difficult because sometimes you probably try and cut off one side of the ground. You know, if you bowl to the field, obviously a leg side dominant field here. But if you've got someone that can sweep and reverse sweep, it can be hard to defend. So
Borthwick got 87. He goes back and tucks that away for probably 1. They're going to think about 2, but no, good work from Alfie Ogborn. Great to have Alfie Ogborn in the squad, another young lad coming through.
Yeah, brilliant. He's had a fantastic summer. You know, he's played a fair bit of second-team cricket and done really well. Great lad as well, and he was very excited this morning, and I think everyone was absolutely buzzing for him.
That is a massive shot from Nick Madison. Comes down the wicket and whacks that into the Somerset stand. As we said, it's quite a short boundary over towards the leg side with 2 left-handers. Tough ask for Lewis Goldsworthy bowling at 2 left-handers with the spin to the short boundary, and you know what Madison can do. And great shot for 6. The umpire's just going to check the ball's not too damaged from whacking into the green seats.
Yeah, that's a good shot. His boundaries probably aren't big enough for him.
No, is that? Do you think it's a bit of a harsh matchup for Goldsworthy?
It is. I mean, it's a really tough balance to strike. You know, obviously we've had a chance in the last over, and
you take the 1s, flick down to square leg, but he's done the damage this over already, really, hasn't he, Madison?
Yeah, but as I say, obviously it's a tough situation for Golders to come in and bowl when they're only 2 down, and you know, really putting their foot down, looking to be very aggressive. It's obviously a very good wicket, quick scoring ground as well. So it's all, you know, obviously it does feel like they're going really well at the moment, but you've got to try and keep it in perspective. And I think it should be quite a high scoring day. So it's just still important, you know, to try and execute the plans and restrict them as far as we can.
So of course, we've seen you bowl Matt Renshaw a couple of times. He bowled well at Southport. He bowled well until that last over when Jack Taylor took him for consecutive 6s to win the game. But would you be thinking about bowling him in this situation? Just the right off-spinner away from the 2 left-handers, I'm thinking? Yeah,
possibly. Obviously, Renners, as much as he'll be in your ear telling you that he's a frontline spinner, you know, he probably is still a little bit part-time at the moment. But as you say, potentially turning it away from the bat might be a good option.
So they're going to go to Sonny Baker.
So, I mean, obviously there's not really any spin, and it's probably a pretty tough ask for any sort of spinner coming on in this situation, to be honest. But yeah, I guess it's something to consider.
So Sonny Baker's going to bowl from the river end. The 2 left-handers makes it a little bit easier for Ben Green to work out his field. Got deep third, deep cover, deep square, deep fine leg. We've got a long one. No, Ben Green's going to leave mid-on and mid-off up in the ring. I guess Sonny Baker go for his in-swinging Yorkers. Is that what we think about here? Yeah,
I mean, I doubt there'll sort of be much swing at this stage.
No.
I guess it's trying to be as unpredictable as you can be. You know, yeah, the Yorker will probably be a pretty effective delivery if he can get it in there.
Starts with a wicket. There we go. We called it. Middle stump out the ground. Brilliant, brilliant comeback for Sonny Baker. And that's
big wicket.
Madison gone for 24.
Massive wicket, yeah. He can really hurt you and sort of take the game away from you. So it's a great start for Sonny. Big wicket.
Great.
It's obviously going to be the best way to try and sort of slow down that run rate. Is, you know, if we can keep picking up wickets. We've seen obviously when you establish a partnership, you can score pretty freely, and so that's a big wicket.
We know Madison's got these shots. He's a very aggressive player and he swings through hard and clean. But if you're Scott Borthwick, are you cursing that shot selection first ball of a bowler who's not faced yet?
Oh, I don't think so, to be honest. You know, players will have roles within the team, and I'm sure, especially given the start they've had, his role would have been to come in and be very aggressive. Obviously, you've got Scott Borthwick at the other end, 88 not out, scoring pretty freely. I guess his role would probably be to try and bat through. You know, he's scoring at a decent rate himself, and then if guys can come in around him and take the aggressive route, I guess that'll probably be what they're looking to do to get to a really good score.
So Nick Madison's still yet to pass 30 for his Durham side. He's the overseas player from Australia for this summer. But new batter is going to be Dixon. So we've seen Dixon opening bat in the Red Bull. Interesting seeing him coming in at 5. Thought they might potentially promote one of the lower order, a bit more destructive players, but they're going to stick with Sean Dixon. What are your thoughts on Sean Dixon as a player?
Yeah, very good player in all formats. Obviously, white ball cricket, red ball cricket, very different skill set, and yeah, I mean, from what I've seen, he's a pretty adaptable player, and he's done really well at the top of the order, isn't he, in red ball cricket?
Yeah, twin hundreds against Worcestershire.
Played him when he was playing for Kent in 2020 cricket, and equally sort of came in at the back end and struck the ball pretty well. So obviously got a pretty good batting lineup, Durham. But now, yeah, now's the time to, you know, really try and squeeze on the new batter, see if we can get a few dots and create a bit of pressure that way.
Yeah, so Dixon has got a lot of runs this year, as we say in the first class cricket. Squared up first ball by Baker, another beautiful delivery, outside edge down to the third area, which picked up just for 1 run. Yeah, back in April he scored 200s. He scored 200s in 1 match against Worcestershire at Worcester. So in the runs this year.
So getting wickets also might affect sort of how Scott Borthwick plays, you know. If they're just trying to rebuild a partnership, you know, it might just limit how aggressive he can be.
Yeah. He has batted beautifully today. We must credit Scott Borthwick's innings. Does like batting down here when they get the chance, Durham. So Baker in, and this is full and quick, and look at the enthusiasm. Love that from Sonny Baker, his right peg. Side fitting that towards the stumps. How's Sonny in the football warm-up games? Any good?
I think he was playing in goal. He's been playing in goal recently, and I gather he didn't have the best of games.
Well, Renshaw one end and Baker
yeah,
the other end, is it?
So
he doesn't go full kit.
He was copping a bit of stick for his goalkeeping, but yeah, it looks like his first touch could do with a bit of work as well.
It seemed a bit unnecessary there. I don't think Borthwick ever left his ground, but I like the enthusiasm.
I guess it's sort of good intent, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like making sure the batsman knows that you're onto them.
Baker only bowled the 4 overs before this one. Come back with 15 overs left, and that could be another wicket. Top edge from Scott Borthwick. He's fuming. James Rue's done a bit of a spin. Great catch in the end. Might have been easier from mid-off to catch it, you'd have thought, but James Rue spun round and took it well, and Sonny Baker's got 2 in his comeback over. Borthwick also gone in the 80s, and good comeback from Somerset now. 232 for 4.
Yeah, that's massive. Really good catch in the end. I think Rui committed to the catch pretty early on, so I guess when someone calls for it and, you know, takes it upon themselves, but he's got good hands, he's a good athlete, Rui, so yeah, this is a massive over, I guess, in the context of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. So
brilliant for Sonny. He had a long period out with injury, isn't he, so it's great to see him back playing. He's worked so hard to get fit, and it's nice to see him with a couple of wickets getting rewarded.
So 231 for 2 becomes 232 for 4. Yeah, Sonny Baker, James Rue. Yeah, you say, such a good athlete. Normally a wicket keeper who's got good hands, but did a bit of a dizzy dance then, didn't he? It's like that game you play, you have to spin your head around the stump, and he's running around trying to catch it and he's dizzy, but great catch in the end. And Sonny Baker with his tail up, you can tell he's right up for it now, isn't he?
Yeah.
Charging him.
2 new batters, this is sort of ideal for this situation, or this part of the game, you know. Not having a set batter in, I think, means you can really sort of go on the attack.
So Sean Dixon's just got the 1, and Liam Travaskis, who's a spinner batter, he's going to come in, another left-hander. And he's going to have not much of a change of field, no, he's going to stick with the same field. Matt Renshaw's having a lovely dance at mid-wicket. He loves entertaining the crowd, doesn't he? If there's ever a dull passage of play, just watch Matt Renshaw for a couple of minutes. Back foot punch attempted by Travaskis, no run. 23-year-old from Carlisle up in Cumberland.
The less said about Renner's dancing, the better, I think.
I've just been sent a bizarre picture from Liam Holly on Twitter saying, "Show this to Tom." Do you remember taking that picture?
I do, yeah, actually. Yeah, I remember he had one of those filters on it, and
That's you at your best, isn't it?
I don't know about that.
Sonny Baker, and that's nearly another wicket. Inside edge onto the foot. Nearly played on there, Travaskis. What an over from Sonny Baker. In the context of the game, that cannot be understated. He gets a massive round of applause from the crowd and a big high five from Ben Green. Very well bowled, Sonny Baker.
We are lucky getting to play here, aren't we? Like, look at the crowd and the support we get. It was the same the other day against Notts. Probably a few better places to play one-day cricket.
It must really lift you, right? When
just the atmosphere is like amazing, you know. Sort of the love for cricket, all formats here is amazing. Such a great vibe around the ground as well, and just walking through the car park, and you know, such passion for like Somerset. It's awesome. I absolutely love it.
So Travaskis, a former England under-19s, came in sort of 2019, played a bit in all three formats actually. Royal Undercup, he's really done well, but become one of Durham's first choice spinning options in recent years. Really, they've got a lot of seam up there. Doesn't turn that much at Chester Street, so doesn't always bowl loads in the red ball stuff, but done well in the T20 Blast. And here he's got a bit of batting to do. Dixon, the right-hander on strike to Aldridge there. He looks for one, and there's no run. Always remember Travaskis, that Lancashire game in the T20 Blast, wasn't it? Was it 3 wickets he took in the last over?
Yeah.
Durham should never have won that game, and he bowled such an incredible last over and won him that out of nothing.
It's a good memory, that. I do remember that game.
Exciting left-arm spinner. Good to watch him later on. But he's got a bit of work to do with the bat now, with 13.5 overs to bat yet for Durham. And Dixon using his feet to Aldridge seems a brave option. Trying to get him off his length, I suppose.
Yeah, I guess sort of with two new batters, you're probably trying to hit that length, top of the stumps, make it really hard to score. So I guess, yeah, he's probably just tried to manipulate that length a little bit as he gets his innings going.
I said earlier, could Casey Aldridge be the sort of Liam Plunkett middle overs, hitting the seam, back of a length, that sort of bowler?
Yeah, possibly. I think obviously Plunkett really sort of thrived in that role for England. Casey obviously can swing the new ball early. Yeah. So I think he's sort of capable of all the different skills, you know, through a one-day innings. He's good at the top. I think he get his Yorkers in as well. Super talented cricketer, great athlete as well. So
almost a tricky decision for Ben Green today. You look at Brooks, Aldridge, Green himself, Baker and Ogborn. Any of them could really have taken the new ball, could they? The swing and seam they're going to get. That's a lovely straight drive down the line. It has hit the stumps. It's still going to go for 4. He did it so well as Travaskis. He's going to get off the mark with a sumptuous straight drive off the non-striker's end stump. Still
yeah, he's obviously got a few options at his disposal, Greener, which I think is pretty good thing to have. I think if you've only got 5 set bowlers, it can be really difficult sometimes because, you know, in white ball cricket, it might not necessarily be someone's day, and it's good to have that 6th or 7th option that you can maybe get a few overs from as well.
Aldridge is going to continue with this sort of diagonal angled run up from behind the ump, and then he emerges and inside edge flicked over James Root unintentionally. They're going to come back for 2. Alfie Ogborn charges in but can't stop the 2.
But yeah, obviously Casey's height, I guess, gives him sort of that different dynamic from a bowling point of view. Extra bounce sometimes can be a bit of a wicket taker in itself, sort of through the middle overs.
Yeah, Aldridge this time, another inside edge, trying to defend it down the ground. Travaskis, a bit of a punch shot, but decent over that from Aldridge. So Somerset, we're saying, what would you guess? What's the sort of par score? What do they want to keep Durham down to here?
I mean, I'd say generally speaking, 300's probably about par. Obviously they were going really well. We've just dragged them back a little bit. And if you've got wickets in hand like in the last sort of 10 overs, it's really difficult to defend here. So that's something we'll certainly have to think about when we come to bat as well later on. But yeah, as I say, having got those couple of wickets in the last few overs, that'll probably just peg them back a little bit. Otherwise, they would have been able to sort of really put the foot down with, what, 13 overs to go. So if we can try and build a bit of pressure for the next few overs,
So Sonny Baker's going to continue. He's got 3 wickets, bowled beautifully that last over, and looking at it, I love the way he's charging through in his follow through. He's right up for this.
He's got his tail up a bit, hasn't he, at the minute, Sonny, which is good.
Absolutely.
Do wonders for his confidence as well, sort of coming back into the team, you know, having not played for so long. Getting a couple of big wickets like that.
Yeah, come from Torquay, King's College land, a couple of years below Smeed and Banton, coming through King's College. They produced a lot of good cricketers. Quick, full deliveries from Sonny in there. There's no run, good work. Mead's in at short extra cover. How's he fitted into the group? Have you spent much time with Andy Mead?
Yeah, over the last sort of week or so, started to get to know Andy a little bit better. Obviously, he's been playing a fair bit of second team cricket, and yeah, absolutely lovely lad. Fitted in real well. He's been working really hard at his game, which is great. So yeah, I'll obviously be getting to know everyone sort of in the squad, and but yeah, really top guy. So
I guess he's coming as a red ball opening bat. That's the
yeah. I guess that's his strength really. He's done really well at the top of the order in red ball cricket, and
is he a guy you've played against? Can you remember ever playing against
yeah,
him?
played against Warwickshire. This is probably 4 or 5 years ago now when he opened the batting.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think it'd be a really good signing for us, and obviously a bit more competition for us at the top of the order.
Yeah.
Which will be healthy. But yeah, great guy and fitted into the squad seamlessly, which is great.
Brilliant. He's on the field. Currently his 12th man at short mid wicket. That's another bit of a hack really from Travaskis, trying to whack it through mid wicket, and he gets an inside edge to Casey Aldridge at deep square.
I guess if we can get sort of through the next 2.5 overs with, you know, with limited damage, that'll be big, because then you get an extra fielder out in the last 10 overs, and I guess a little bit more protection for the bowlers.
Yeah, remember last 10, so extra man can go out, makes it a bit easier for the fielding and bowling side. But that's an edge. Big swing, massive edge. And it's going to go for 4 runs down below us. Not a lot Sonny Baker can do about that. Streaky, but they'll take every run they can get here, Durham.
Yeah, there's not much you can do about that sometimes. You know, it's executed pretty well, hit a tough length.
Jack
Made
Brooks
it
is
really
down
hard to
there.
score off, and
Yeah. You can't stop that even when there's a 3rd man in place. It's gone so fast. Hildreth down below us at fine leg as well, so I suppose with Sonny Baker bowling full, you know that 3rd man fine leg going to be in the game, aren't there? There's not going to be many going over long on, long off. Oh, as I say that, Hildreth comes up in the ring on 45. Bartlett goes back to long on. See if there's a change in bowling plan for Sonny Baker. It might be a bluff, double bluff. Is that Ben Green's style, do you reckon? Short and wide outside the off stump though. Not really. I don't think that was the plan. Was it, Tom? You'd know better the captaincy plans here, but
no, I'd imagine they were obviously probably trying to get out of the over with that last ball, and just having long on back, looking at the way they were looking to play, just gave them a bit of protection there. But yeah, I guess probably just a little bit too much width was the issue there.
So looking at the overs bowled, Casey Aldridge is going to bowl from the just got the pavilion end. There's overs left. Casey Aldridge has got 2 left. Jack Brooks 3. Green himself 3.
I guess Green will obviously have an idea in his head, sort of who he wants to be bowling at the back end.
Yeah, I guess looking at it, Goldsworthy and Osborne have bowled 10 between them, so I feel like they probably won't bowl again now. You think Brooks, Aldridge, Green and Baker, if they're bowling well, if they can bowl 40, 10 each between them, and then you've got your 50. Tries to make room himself, just fast kiss, but just defends it straight. Deep square, deep fine leg, deep 3rd man.
There is a deep cover. He's just
If I say, where is he?
Nipped
In
off
the
to get a
dugout?
drink, I think.
Who's that having a drink?
Renners, I think.
Ah, yes, that doesn't surprise me. There he is. Back in time before the ball was bowled. That's a mighty swing. Travaskis has come out with some intent, but not quite. He nailed that straight drive, but not quite got everything right so far. Missed a few, but swinging hard, good bat speed. So what you find yourself doing with a bit of time then, back home with plenty of rehab and watching a bit of cricket? Anything else going on in life at the moment? Keep you busy?
Not really, to be honest. Yeah, just really getting stuck into my rehab and obviously, yeah, just a few barbecues, things like that. I can't beat a barbecue in the summer.
No, why not?
See, my family are all local, so spend a bit of time with them.
Yeah.
But yeah, just trying to immerse myself in the rehab at the moment. Obviously in a bit of a race against time, trying to get fit for the last month of the summer.
Must be quite frustrating in that sense, isn't it?
It is, yeah. I mean, look, you sort of really appreciate how good we have it, getting to play when you're not able to.
What a lovely shot that is. Punched straight over Case Aldridge's head. Said Travaskis has played 2 glorious straight drives to 4. They'd have missed a few other balls, but
It's a good job. Good shot that. It certainly wasn't a half volley, but it's on such a good wicket, you're able to just hit through the line, and it's a proper shot.
So you're able to play golf or any other sports gently?
No, not playing golf or anything like that. I'm just not trying to aggravate it.
Yeah.
Do anything to aggravate it at the moment. So yeah, pretty low level things. Just, as I say, trying to see a bit of my friends and family as well when I'm not here at training.
You spend so long of the sunny months of the year travelling around the place.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sort of easily content. I love being around the club and around the group. So hopefully over the next few weeks I'll be able to start doing a little bit more from a training point of view. And we've obviously got a big month with Championship cricket, so I'll be trying to prepare for that as well as I can.
Yeah, going to be a big run in. September's a key month, isn't it? Aldridge looking to close out the 39th over here. Travaskis defends that. Yeah, good from Case Aldridge so far. Looking at his figures, he's bowled 9 overs now, 59 runs. Here we go. There's Craig Overton with the match ball. 5 for, 74 off 29 overs, was it? There's the match ball. Good
so
smile.
Good, Craig. It's great to see him, take fifer for the England Lions. See in the Test squad, isn't he, for South Africa next week? So
Yeah.
hopefully he gets this opportunity. It's great to see him in such good form.
Craig and Ollie Robinson both bowling well for England Lions at the moment. Jamie, of course, got this left foot injury, so he sadly won't be able to play, but there won't be the twin bowling attack. But so that's the innings break. 433 all out South Africa. Zondo got 86, Van der Dusen 75, Carl Vrain 62. Carl Vrain played at North Devon. He was there overseas a few years ago. Got experience of training with Craig Overton back then. Anyway, Sonny Baker is, what's he going to do with? Bring deep cover up, I think. Yep, Renshaw's going to come up a deep cover. And allow long on's going to go back. It's the last over before they can have an extra fielder on the boundary.
They need one more in it.
Yeah, they got something wrong. 1, 2,
Oh
3.
no.
No,
Where
5.
is it?
You made me panic then. Your captaincy head was spinning there, wasn't it?
I don't know what happened to my eyes there. I couldn't see Rue at mid-wicket, but he is there, thank God.
It must be stressful, right? How many times have you suddenly panicked and thought, oh no, have I got an extra man in the ring or not? Right.
That many times, to be honest with you. I talked about sort of the perspective earlier on, and like when you're in the midst of it as captain, there's so many things going on, and when you're on the side and you're watching, everything seems a lot clearer.
That's a big LBW shot, and it's been given. The right-hand Dixon has gone. Vasquez and Dixon both on 11, but Dixon's now gone. LBW and Sonny Baker, his 4th wicket. Superb bowling. And Durham in a little bit of strife now. 5 down, 253 on the board with just over 10 overs to go, and Sonny Baker has been superb.
Just, I think, pressure telling him that I think we've obviously gone for a couple of boundaries, but we've also bowled quite a few dots in the last few overs. So yeah, it's awesome for Sonny. Has he got 4 wickets? Has he?
Yeah. Yeah, he's got Bushell, he's got Borthwick, Madison, and now Dixon. 3 of them in his second spell, so phenomenal stuff from him coming back after injury and played one of the warm-up games. There's Devon, there's been Cornwall, there's been Notts and Gloucestershire, but that Notts game, he struggled a bit. His 1.5 overs were taken by the 2 left-handers whacking it, and tough game for Somerset, but great to see him.
It's a tough scenario to come back
Yeah.
and bowl, isn't it? You know, it was chasing such a low score, and they were probably 60, 70 for none.
So we're going to see new bat is going to be Coughlin. Yeah, Paul Coughlin. So he had his spell at Notts and went back up to his previous club of Durham. Well, probably bowling all-round you'd call him, but he hasn't been bowling lately because of injury. But handy enough bat to come at number 7. What are your thoughts? You must have played against him a few times?
Not actually played against him,
No?
I don't think.
Okay.
Yeah, by all accounts, he's a seriously all-round, seriously good all-round cricketer. A very talented player, as you say. I think he's had a pretty tough run with injuries, but he's been involved with the England Lions setup, I think. So he can obviously play.
So yeah, he's had a few back injuries plaguing him over the years. Shame that he's moved down to Notts, didn't really work out for him. So many seam bowlers have had back issues over the years, but great to see Sonny charging in, and that's dab down to third man. They're looking for 2. Jack Brooks picks up and throws it. Could be a run out. Can Davies get the stumps? I think he's probably made his ground. Good running, slid his bat. I think that's been a real hallmark of this Durham innings. They've run superbly. Scott Borthwick particularly encouraged it. Now the rest of the guys coming in the middle order, running really well between the wickets.
Yeah, it's very noticeable when teams run well, you know. Put you under pressure in the field, it makes everything harder, and you can probably, you know, pick up another 15, 20 runs if you run well.
I think that's one of the hallmarks of your side, sort of encouraging that, isn't it? When you're captain, I see you leading from the front, running so hard between the wickets, isn't it?
I have to run.
Oh, it's infectious,
I can't whack it like the other boys. So.
You whacked enough in recent years. It's going to be another 2. No. Probably a sensible turn down there. Just thinking this heat there, you get a bit knackered when you're still out of breath. It shows how fit the guys are. Sprint at 2, sprint another 2. Composure. Travaskis, the left-hander, will see a slight change in the field. I'll talk you through the next 2 balls and then bring Sam Dallin back into the attack for the final 10 overs of the innings. Great to have Somerset skipper Tom Abel with us. You're happy to stay for the rest of the innings?
Absolutely, yeah.
Top man, brilliant.
If you've not had enough of me already.
No, great to have a current player on to educate us. That's another cheeky single. Case Aldridge picks up well. I think he's probably in, isn't it? Direct hit. Again, great running, Travaskis. One-handed pickup. Awesome fielding from Casey Aldridge.
He's an unbelievable fielder, Case.
Is he up there with you and Max Waller doing your fielding masterclass?
He's much better.
We're going to see another YouTube video where you have a little challenge.
Yeah, I mean, I was disappointed. I felt that one was rigged, to be honest. They looked after Waller in that challenge, but I think Case would certainly have me covered.
Got down well for a big man to stoop low and pick up one hand and throw. Last ball for Sonny Bacon this over. That's another outside edge. Coughlin's almost cursing himself, but he's got the single. Right, I'm going to sub out. I'll leave Tom to talk you through what he thinks going on, and Sam's going to join you. Thanks very much, Tom.
All good, thanks, Harry. Just looking at the scorecard, Graham Clark, 86, played really well up top. Scott Borthwick anchored the innings with 88 off 67, but then a few quick wickets from Sonny has really sort of brought us back into the game here. So hopefully you can finish well, and see anything over 300 is probably always going to be a tough chase, but it's a really good wicket and quick outfield, small boundaries, so I think on paper we got a really good line-up, good batting side, so hopefully we can fire this afternoon.
Aldridge then into Coughlin, and they take a single to Lewis Goldsworthy at backward point. I enjoyed you calling that previous run out from up here. You didn't really have the angle for it, but you were keen,
it's
weren't
always
you?
going to be tough without TV cameras, isn't it? But I don't know, direct hits, they always, see, when they look close, I think often they're out, and got my Somerset head on, so probably slightly biased, but looked good from here.
Somerset head on, Somerset kit on. Talk us a bit about Casey. I mean, he's come in to the side the last couple of years, but looks really strong. Played a lot of England under-19s. Harry was comparing him a little bit to Liam Plunkett in terms of his role in the side. Tucked into the leg side there by Travaskis. Good bit of work there from the debutant Alfie Ogborn. Could be a run out. Yes, it is a run out. Brilliant bit of work there from Ogborn. I think Coughlin is going to have a look back at his partner. There was perhaps 2 on. It was not a fumble, but a juggle from Alfie Ogborn, who did really well. Look at that. He's picked it up, flicked it up to himself, flicked it in.
There was a bit of confusion, wasn't there, in the middle, and that's actually really good skill and composure under pressure from Casey there. He's got great hands, just clawed it in and took the stumps well.
Yeah, lovely bit of work. And Paul Coughlin in and out, 5 off 4 balls. He had a couple of looks back at Liam Travaskis there. They might have a chat about that one a little bit later on. It doesn't matter for the time being because Durham have lost another wicket. And
doesn't look too happy about it, just walking off there.
No, he doesn't at all. Wickets are what Somerset needed. Tom McIntosh is going to come out, young Scotsman, wicketkeeper batter for Durham, who I must confess I don't know an awful lot about. But I mean, from 1 down going really nicely, Clark and Borthwick, you're thinking, oh, could it be a 320, 330 score? But Somerset pulled it back really nicely.
Yeah, obviously those two were going really well, and I think we see it so often here at Taunton, like when you get a partnership going, it's really hard to contain. They both played really well, to be fair to them, really strong shots. We obviously got that breakthrough and created a bit of pressure, and we've managed to keep taking wickets, which is no easy feat. In white ball cricket, obviously the ball doesn't tend to do a huge amount. So to restrict them like we have, so having them 6 down with 10 overs to go, I guess it just means they can't sort of push the button until slightly later on in the innings now.
Travaskis then on strike. He's got 13. He'll have that in the back of his mind as well, the run out of Paul Coughlin. Whether it was his fault or not, it'll be there around the wicket. But if it was in the back of his mind, he's not showed it because he's pulled that one away nicely for 4.
It's a good shot, that.
Yeah, that ball aside then, talk to us a bit about Casey. He's obviously a gun fielder. If you're saying, I know you're very deferential and would always say someone's a better fielder than you, but I mean, if you're saying he's a much better fielder than you, he's obviously very good, but just a brilliant young cricketer.
He is, yeah, phenomenal talent. So lucky to have Case. Great guy as well. Very down to earth, lovely boy. But yeah.
Flicked off his toes again, just gets his radar a little bit wrong there. Travaskis moves up onto 21. It was uppish, but never in any real danger. A little kick of the turf in frustration.
Yeah, super talented. I actually don't think he started bowling. I think he was playing as a batter till he was about 15. So sort of, I guess, a late developer, and his bowling's really come on leaps and bounds. And like with any young bowler, you know, they're never going to be the finished article at 20 years old. But I think how he's progressed in the last 12 to 18 months has been amazing, really.
Ball in hand now, drop and run. Good bit of work there from Travaskis. He got down the other end.
Come into our championship side and been a bit of a wicket taker, really. Bowled really well, pretty economically as well.
He's opened the batting in the 2s and the T20 as well, so there's obviously a bit of a batting talent. He's definitely an all-rounder.
Absolutely. I mean, that's where we're very lucky. You know, the majority of our bowlers can all bat really well as well, and Casey's sort of no exception to that. So.
McIntosh faces his first ball, a swoop there from James Rue, who has been, end of the over, 269 for 6. Paul Coughlin run out superbly, bit of a mix-up, but Alfie Ogborn first on the boundary, tipped it up to himself and threw it in, and then Aldridge gathered cleanly and just from in front of the stumps knocked them off to run Coughlin out by a long way. James Rue, since he's come into the side, I mean, he could be, if you didn't know, you'd say he could be 30-something, having played a couple hundred first-class games. Just the temperament about him.
Unbelievable, sort of how he settled into sort of first-class cricket and first-team cricket. I mean, the talent was always there, but talent is one thing, you know, performance is another thing, and he's come into the side, you know, in a pretty pressure environment, and he's played incredibly well. You know, some big innings for us, and pretty big character already in the dressing room. You know, great guy. Yeah, he's great fun, Rui, and I think he's just loving being part of it at the moment. And you know, we're certainly seeing the best of him with the bat as well. But yeah, seriously good keeper.
I was going to ask you about that. Is he, you know, the modern day, is he a wicket keeper, or a batter who keeps, if you know what I mean?
I think he's a genuine frontline keeper, but I guess that's the beauty of it. You know, you could play as a batter in any team.
Baker around the wicket. Javaskis, who just squirts out to Goldsworthy at point.
But yeah, so exciting. I mean, so you don't want to sort of put too much pressure on him at this stage. But I think he reminds people of, you know, how Joss was at a similar sort of stage in his career, and nothing seems to faze him too much, to be honest. He's got a great head on his shoulders. Another great guy, just lovely lad, lovely family as well. So, no, very lucky to have Rui as part of the team.
Lots of talent on the pitch today, including this man Baker, who's got 4 wickets. He's his career best list A figures already. Javaskis just bunts that one down the ground for a single. I mean, you know, a sign of how highly someone like James Rue is regarded is a couple of games into his career. And I know he's been released and probably wasn't going to play, but to be called into that Lions squad is quite an achievement.
A massive achievement, obviously. They can see what everyone else can see, you know, the talent and the quality that he's got. Look, it's also important to stay realistic. You know, he's human, he's not going to score runs every time he plays, and he's not going to be perfect, but I think it's, yeah, just his quality is certainly there for everyone to see, and it's great sort of seeing him get called up to the Lions.
Push to Casey Aldridge, who's swooping at cover, so there won't be a run. Now, I want to ask you about the Lions, Tom, because Harry and I were very lucky. Charlie Taylor was here. We basically felt like we were watching Somerset when Tom Banton and Will Smead were going absolutely nuts. But for you, to skipper the Lions on your home ground, how did that feel?
Oh, it was so special. You know, I absolutely love playing here at Taunton, and getting the opportunity to captain an England the Lions side is special for anyone. And to do it at home at Taunton was incredible. And obviously, it was great to see Bance and Smeedy play so well. I felt like, you know, their proud father, to be honest. But no, it was a brilliant day, or a brilliant couple of games, really, and great for those two to do so well.
Yeah, lovely to be in and around that side. A strong side. I mean, there was another. Jake Lintott has done so well. I mean, I know was he officially on the academy? I know he played a little bit of age group cricket down here at Somerset, so probably someone you played a bit against.
Yeah, absolutely. Adam Hose as well. So it felt like there was a pretty sort of Somerset feel to the team, I guess.
Baker around the wicket, driven down the ground. It would just be a single. Yeah, it certainly felt it up here. We know what you mean. We kind of felt like, I guess, proud second cousins watching Banton and Smead. It was an absolute.
It was amazing, really, because the game was sort of over. I think I came out to bat with like one to win, which sort of no one really. It's not the ideal situation to come out to, but the reception and the cheer I got, I was a bit taken aback by it, to be honest.
Yeah, we were up. I know you never would, but we were all going, oh, Tom should definitely promote himself. Everyone wants to see Tom bat at 3, but Stevie Eskenazi made 50, and he's got 100 again, back-to-back hundreds. I mean, there's some talent playing white ball cricket over here in England. He's through the pull shot a little bit too early there, McIntosh. Sonny Baker has a quiet word, gives him a little bit of a stare, we'd like to see, and a smile as well at the end of it. So 42 overs gone, Durham 272 for 6. Remember, a few hours ago now, Ben Green won the toss, invited Durham to make first use. And there is that swivel from McIntosh, ends up 360, Sonny Baker.
Like his competitive juices are flowing, Sonny, doesn't it? Looks like he may be having a few words with the batsman, getting stuck in the battle.
Someone like him fun to face when you're kind of in first team nets. He'd have been coming up, and presumably the youngsters are very keen to impress, so don't hold anything back in those nets.
Yeah, I mean, Sonny's got me out his fair share of times in the nets for sure. See, the way he trains is incredible. Sonny sort of does everything at 100%, yeah, he obviously certainly puts you under pressure in nets, that's for sure, and bowls very quickly. So, yeah, super bright talent. Again, we just got to be careful that we're doing right by Sonny, because can't expect him to be bowling 90 miles an hour every game of the season. We just got to make sure we're sort of managing that so we're getting the best out of him as well.
Jack Brooks back into the attack. He's bowled 7 overs for 41 so far. Beats the outside edge of Travaskis. So we've got 8 overs remaining. So there's 4 overs from this end. So Jack Brooks can't bowl all 4, but he may well bowl 3 of them. We've got another year of Jack Brooks, Tom. That must make everyone happy.
It certainly does, yeah. Delighted that Brooksy's sort of signed another year. Unbelievable character and great team man. He's exactly the sort of person that you want in your side, and he's done really well this year. Obviously, Brooksy, the type of player he is, he wants to be playing every game, which is so tough when we've got such a competitive bowling attack. But he's just unbelievable character. Always wears his heart on his sleeve, always puts his body on the line for the team, and yeah, only ever gives 100%, Brooksy, that's for sure.
Right, some serious experience. Peter Siddle not playing today with a niggle, but hopefully he'll be back soon. And between him and Siddle, to have those two leading the bowling attack in this competition, I mean, there's young players, Sonny, Aldridge, even the likes of Ben Green, Alfie Ogborn as well, can all learn so much from these two. Tip and run, push it to Ben Green, who's on the edge of the ring, as they tend to be.
Yeah, absolutely. And, Brooksy's one of those, incredible characters of the game, and he provides those moments, doesn't he, that stick long in the memory. I think of that Warwickshire game where he sort of got on one of his rolls and got the crowd on his side, and it's nothing beats when he goes off and celebrates with the crowd. It's awesome.
Bowls to Travaskis, who I think the umpires just had a word with about where they were running on the pitch, the two Durham batters. I think the umpire's just suggesting the previous ball, they were maybe a little bit too straight. Nothing vicious in it, I don't think. Just a...
I like what Green has done here, bringing sort of, even though it's the last 10 overs, bringing an extra man in the ring, trying to sort of squeeze and bowl a couple of the dots at the new batter.
It's a very different, isn't it, situation to what it would have been if they'd been 1 or 2 down. It's about keeping that pressure on.
Absolutely. I guess we can sort of, with McIntosh only on 2, you can really attack and try and build a bit of pressure on him, because I guess at the start of anyone's innings, it's always nice sort of getting away and getting a few singles to get you going.
Driven, it's a nice looking shot actually from McIntosh. I think there's a fielder down there. I can't quite see it. It's in my blind spot, Tom.
I've just about got it, yeah. Sonny Baker covering well out on the boundary. Just
stepped across his stumps a little bit there, McIntosh. Young Scotsman, plays his club cricket up in the Grange, or did. Harry and I were up. We had a lovely time up in Edinburgh for the Scotland-New Zealand series. It was beautiful. Saw a few Somerset boys. Michael Leask smashed it in the second T20I. Short ball, well bowled from Jack Brooks, so that's going to be a no ball, too high. Thought he might get away with that one. He hasn't. Yeah, lovely place up at the Grange. Have you played any cricket up there in Scotland?
I haven't, although one of the first times I was involved in the Somerset squad, I was doing 12th man. I think it might have been the 40 over competition.
Yeah.
We played against Scotland. And
and pulled, and it's up in the air. Will Ben Green get there? No, he won't. It just dropped in that vacant mid-wicket area. Clothed it really, McIntosh.
Yeah, I guess that they would have played at the Grange. But I was probably 17, 18. Head in the clouds, first experience as part of the Somerset squad.
Who were the players when you first came in then? Who were when you walked in, you looked around and went, oh my word, I'm in a dressing room with these guys?
All of them, to be honest. As a Somerset fan, walking into the change room, with all your heroes, I was just in disbelief and awe, to be honest. But yeah, one of the first memories I have was I was very apprehensive about walking into the change room for the first time, and you obviously want to make the good impression and you don't want to get on the wrong side of anyone. And Craig Keyswetter, obviously a massive player, great big character in the dressing room, and he was the first person to say, come on in, buddy, come and have a seat next to me, which, the impact that had on me and making me feel at ease was amazing. But yeah, everyone, of course, you know, Hildy, Trez, Joss.
Driven straight. James Rue will dive and keep it down to a single. Good bit of fielding. McIntosh moves on to 6. Yeah, quite a high-brow, high-level dressing room to walk into. That, what a size.
Yeah, Compo, Curbs.
Still there, Curbs, isn't he?
Yeah,
Back.
he is. Yeah, we can't get rid of him. No, I'm joking.
I'm enjoying the wicket-keeping pads he's taken up.
On the shins, obviously when the bowlers are bowling, and sometimes, particularly with the red ball, it wobbles.
Flicked up and over long on. One more between long on and deep mid-wicket. He barely seemed to hit that, Liam Travaskis, but it's gone for 6. Just a push, really. Found the gap down towards that scoreboard there. He moves on to 32.
Made that look so easy. See guys trying to absolutely whack it out of the park, and then he's just clipped it for a 6.
That's timing, isn't it? Short boundary, but still, that is some timing. Nice to hear you towing the Steve Kirby line. Oh yeah, the red ball wobbles around a bit. It's not his mitting ability that lets him down.
Yeah, maybe a combination of both. But yeah, he's taken these sort of ice hockey shin pads to try and look after his shins.
Brilliant to have him back the last couple of days. He said to me, I spoke to him just before he came back. It had been announced. It was a very surreal moment because I've walked into my interview and there's Tom Abel and Craig Overton sitting there giving me a grilling.
Yeah, it's funny how things happen, isn't it? And yeah, it's strange being on the other end, you know. But I obviously sort of knew Curbs at the back end of his playing career and what a great guy he was, and so passionate and caring. And he absolutely loves this place and loves everyone here.
He said it felt like coming home. It's a slight change in the field. Thirds come up and there's a deep backward point. Long on, long off still. He's clothed that one out to mid-wicket, so just picks up a single.
See, that field just allows him to go a little bit wider and try and get hit to the slightly bigger boundary.
It feels like the captaincy's been a bit of the making of Ben Green, actually. The extra responsibility, he's really stepped up. In T20, it's kind of permeated into his T20 performances as well. He's become a key part of that side this season.
Yeah, I mean, Green has sort of been incredible the last couple of seasons, really, particularly in sort of white ball cricket.
Pulled up, there's a field underneath it. He's going to have to watch the boundary. He's not going to quite get there. A great effort from Alfie Ogborn. You could see immediately as they went up, it was a bit of a top edge. He didn't get it cleanly, and Ogborn just had a quick look down, glanced to his right. He knew he was right on the edge of the rope. Pulled away.
Just going back to Greener and obviously sort of how he came of age as captain of this competition last year. I think he was brilliant, and then, you know, in 2020 cricket as well, he's been a massive player for us. Obviously very skillful with the ball, and he's executed under pressure really well, and he's probably been a go-to option for us with the ball, and, you know, he clears the boundaries at the end as well, which is invaluable.
Ball in hand, slower ball, pace off, and just run to Jack Brooks. They take a single, but that will be all it is. Well, and someone like him, his role in a T20 side, particularly with the bat, if you just look at the pure numbers, it's never going to tell the story, because someone that comes in at 7 or 8, the average number of balls batting at 6, 7 is something like 3 or 5. So just looking at his average is never going to tell the true picture.
Absolutely, and it's always, I think, important to look at people's numbers in context, you know.
Driven by Travaskis to James Rue, and they take a single.
You know, I think there's always more than meets the eye than just people's numbers, and the game's certainly not played on paper, and I think, you know, when we look at players, you try and see their impact on the game. And Green is certainly someone that impacts games for us.
Or even in that Derbyshire game, that record-breaking quarter-final, after everyone else had been smashing it, he just came out and hit. I think he hit a 6 his first ball, didn't he, to pass the English T20 record, hit a couple of 6s there.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think he's been an invaluable part of our T20 side, to be honest with you.
Brooks then going to continue. 6 overs remaining, 296 for Durham, 296 for 6 here, Durham. I missed out. I was getting ahead of myself. Elsewhere, Notts Outlaws up at 273 for 9 against Gloucestershire. Brett Hutton's got 25. Zach Chappell 32, so a little bit of late order hitting there. Middlesex 294 for 6 against Surrey at Radlett. Stevie Eskenazi is still in. He's 138 now. off 122 balls. What a player he is. Flip down to fine for just a single. Then the Yorkshire Vikings at Sophia Gardens. They are 245 for 6. And your good friend Don Bess is at the crease. It was lovely to see him the other week, wasn't it, down here? He bowled beautifully, I thought, in that first innings for Yorkshire.
Yeah, it was good. You know, he's one of my closest friends, Bessie, and it was obviously tough seeing him move on. And playing against him, he was constantly chirping away in my ear, to be honest. But no, he's been going really well, to be fair. And is he batting at the moment, is he?
He's 1 not out yet in that game. A couple of overs remaining. 5 here remaining as McIntosh just steps towards off stump, and he almost slog swept that. It was an attempted Yorker, kind of a wide outside off stump Yorker, and it's heaved over mid-on for a 1 bounce for. So McIntosh just looks to be getting his eye in a little bit as the 300 comes up for Durham. 301 for 6. Were you batting all right in that Yorkshire game? You got runs in that first innings, but yeah, it must have been a real. Does it a bit of extra pressure when you just don't want to be playing against him, do you?
No, I mean, I just felt like I can't win here. And he did bowl well, to be fair. And I'm not really someone that likes to engage with the opposition, to be honest, but he sort of knows how to push my buttons and make me laugh. So
okay.
I had to make sure I was, you know, concentrating properly.
This time goes leg side, the batter, and he's reached for it, and he's got it over James Hildreth at third. And I can feel this pat on my back. I reckon it's Pete Trigo. He had it down as a day-night game in his calendar. Here he is. Lovely to see. I'm going to make way at the end of this over and let Trigue jump on with Tom. Lovely to see him. I think he's...
Man, the myth, the legend.
Yeah,
nice dressed man in world cricket, I reckon.
It's a pretty standard pair of footwear, but I'm loving those socks. Look at those. Look at those. Around a golf or two this week, I think, from Trigue, as well as Brooks goes for the Yorker. McIntosh digs it out. They just pick up a single. Sonny Baker does the fielding. I think he was playing golf at his home course yesterday. Am I right in saying that? There, he's happy. He can turn the light. He's allowed to leave the lights on overnight, he was saying now. He can celebrate. Get that front room light on. 306 for 6 here. Then Durham, just 5 overs remaining. Big space on the leg side. Fielded all back on the boundary as Travascus just tucks it in to deep square leg for a single. What a treat for Somerset fans. Not only have we got Tom Abel on, we've also got Pete Trigo coming on together. That is what the Somerset live stream is all about. Thank you very much to WPA Health Insurance for making it all possible. 1 ball left of the 45th. As McIntosh just pushes that down to Ben Green at long on. Picks up the single, end of the over, 307 for 6. Tom Abel is here and Pete Trigo is going to come in alongside him.
Somerset royalty, Pete Trigo. How you going, buddy? All good?
Hello, club captain. How are you?
I'm better for seeing you.
How's that hamstring of yours, my friend? Are you
better.
you
My hamstrings
recovering
like
well?
elastic bands at the moment.
Do you know what? I've always say this when we talk about you on the field. You're such a finely tuned athlete, and one of the tough things is you're so finely tuned, you're highly strung. You get the odd niggle here and there. It's kind of par for the course. You're sort of built like Cristiano Ronaldo, and you know, even he picks up the odd injury.
I'm definitely not built like Cristiano Ronaldo, I wish. But yeah, it's just for the last couple of years picked up a few little niggles, which is a bit frustrating, but part and parcel of the job, I guess.
I'm assuming you've been looked after by Thorpe, you've been scanned and all that kind of stuff?
Yeah, getting special treatment from the medical team, so they've been looked after really well.
Right, let's have a little catch up, a little recap on the innings so far. How do you assess the total that Durham are looking to post at the moment? The boys in the field, the bowling. I certainly don't envy all the lads in black polyester on a day like today. That's one thing I don't miss.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sweating up here. I dread to think what they're like out there, but no, it's been. They're obviously going to get a pretty good score, but I think could have been a lot worse. The first, 30 overs they were flying and built a really good partnership.
Well, it looks from here a superb Taunton-esque coloured wicket. As that just flies over cover. Quite a remarkable shot, really. Low full toss just outside off stump. The batter's cleared his leg and still managed to get enough on it to get it over captain for the day, Ben Green. I mean, when the balls fly into all parts like this, do you miss the being out there in the captaincy? This is a bit of a head spinner, isn't it, at Taunton, when the ball starts flying everywhere. There's almost no way you can put a fielder that can save a boundary. And again, we see another boundary. Ben Green goes for an off-cut, a slower ball. And that's been swatted by Travaskis straight down the ground. What a fantastic name that is, Travaskis.
Yeah. No, it can be a pretty tough place to be sometimes. You know, when the batters are playing with freedom, and I guess you're on the sort of back foot and looking to defend. Trying to contain boundaries is almost impossible here.
Ben Green goes full again, and this time it's taken in the deep. I think that's George Bartlett out there at long on, has a little bit of a juggle, but safely makes the catch. Travaskis out for a well-made 44 as we see a replay of this, a length delivery, well-timed shot. And Georgie Bartlett has a nice little juggle. And some would say he's probably made that look a little bit harder than it should have been. But a bit of a crowd pleasing dive at the end.
Yeah, he's put a bit of mayo on that, George, hasn't he?
Hasn't he just?
Straight to him, really, but it's got to be done, isn't it? You know what I mean?
Exactly. We are in the entertainment industry, and I think it's fair to say that I might have put a few extra little leaps and dives in from time to time, Abe, just to make it look a little bit better than it actually was. So while we have this little break, this little wicket, Abe, so you were obviously set to go off to the 100, decided to stay at home and get that hamstring absolutely tip-top for the back end of the season. Any chance of catching any cricket towards the back end of the 100, or is it still pending?
No, so I pulled out the 100. I don't think there was any chance that I was going to be fit for any part of that competition, and equally I'm not going to be sort of available for any part of this competition either. So yeah, my main focus now is trying to get fit for the last month and those championship games. Obviously, 4 massive games for us, and yeah, hopefully get fit for those. So pretty optimistic at this stage. Still sort of pretty early days, but yeah, I'm hoping I'll be fit for that Gloucester game.
A positive season for you runs-wise. You've been playing pretty well. Obviously, the results didn't go exactly to plan those first few championship games, but there's been some nice knocks in between there. The team seemed to be picking up those decent first innings scores that are obviously vital and certainly will be when you start championship cricket again.
Yeah, I mean, the first half of the championship season really was...
What do we have here? Have we had
no ball,
a lapse of concentration? One of the fielders hasn't come back into the ring, and the umpire signals a no ball. Not only is that a bowler's night, but when you're the captain and the bowler, that's a double head scratcher. A double slap on the wrist for Greener there, as he's got to bowl a free hit as well, which is punishment enough, isn't it, Abes?
It's tough for Greener, because I'm sure he's probably trying to focus on, executing his skill with the ball. I guess you've got to hope that sort of, the rest of the boys are switched on and can help you out. But yeah, just one of those things.
Boys certainly haven't. They've thrown him under the bus. That one as Greener bowls the free hit, and he swats it over long off, and George Bartlett can't get there. It costs in total probably 5 runs, that little mistake there. I know I was always a fan, not that I captained a great deal, but whenever I did, I always went to the second in command and said, look, whenever I'm bowling, can you sort of take the reins? Maybe Stevie Davis there would be the man to look after it,
yeah,
but not to be.
I think that's so important, having someone that you can trust and rely on, whether that's at mid-on or mid-off, or whether it's the keeper. Yeah.
I mean, it is difficult this time of the innings, isn't it, when the runs are flowing, and I suppose there is that feeling, even though Durham are 7 down, that they're going to get a pretty sizable total here. And as a captain, you're trying to get those little 1%ers, the right field setting, the right bowler to the right batter. So many different things you've got to think about to get it right. But Durham seem to be.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure Greener's probably got a lot going on. He's thinking about bowlers, fields, everything like that. And I guess, yeah, you just hope that sort of the other guys are sort of watching and looking at the fields as well and making sure that everything's as it needs to be.
Well, that's why the captains are normally the most intelligent in the club, which is why you do the job, Abes. I mean,
that's certainly not the case.
Something that pops up on our feed on the social media is often you're not bowling yourself as much, especially early season. Is that something that you forget yourself almost sometimes when you're in the heat of battle?
Not so much, to be honest with you. Personally, the way I see it is, our attack is a huge strength of ours, and I find it difficult to justify bowling myself ahead of those guys.
Even with that golden arm you've got?
Well, yeah. I mean, it's not as golden these days, to be honest with you, Triggs. I did bowl a bit at the start of the summer, and I probably leaked. And I think, playing first division cricket is so important to keep the pressure on. And, the skill and the consistency of our attack is there for all to see. And, I probably need to be a little bit more consistent. So, yeah, as I say, I find it hard to justify sort of bowling myself ahead of the other boys. But obviously, in a perfect world, if I can bowl sort of 5 or 6 overs here and there, it probably helps everyone out.
Yeah, good to keep your hand in, keep fit as well, isn't it? Keep those bowling loads up. Looks like a few of our boys have taken a little bit of damage today, but nice to see Sonny Baker back in a Somerset shirt. Already got 4 wickets to his name.
Yeah, I think obviously you've got to keep it in perspective and be realistic as a bowler here at Taunton. Sometimes, you're going to go for boundaries and you're not necessarily. So the fact that he's sort of taken those wickets, I think, has been key in sort of clawing them back a little bit.
Yeah, a couple of little wickets here would be pretty handy. I mean, at Taunton, they're looking like they're going to get somewhere around the 350 mark, which is actually 7 and over, but providing you keep wickets in hand, it's quite an achievable total, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess just the danger is sometimes that you try and chase it in the, you go out and you try and be really positive at the start and you try and chase it down in 20 overs, whereas obviously 50 overs is a long time, and it's important that you set the innings up to give yourself a chance at the back end, because it can be tough to defend if you've got wickets in hand.
So Abe, now you have this period of on the sidelines, supporting the boys that are playing and making their debuts for the club. As McIntosh swipes across the line there, gets half a bat on it, but here at Taunton, anything sideways races away, picks up another boundary. Sonny Baker's been pretty good today, picking up those wickets, but even he's taken a little bit of damage towards the back end. You're in the environment, you're training. A lot of these lads are playing their first number of games for Somerset. Anyone that's really impressed you, the young lads that not many of us know about, in particular Alfie Ogborn, Casey Aldridge, who's been around a little bit, but he's come in and bowled some really decent quick spells as McIntosh gets a little bit of "how dare you hit me for 4." I don't think there's much sympathy there for Sonny Baker. They're having a little bit of a giggle. That certainly hit him somewhere towards the middle of his body there, Apes.
Yeah,
there we go.
Not where you want it as a batter, is it? Oh, never nice.
You got a nasty one a few years back, if I remember, in the middle area, didn't you? Kept you out for a few weeks.
I did, yeah. I think he got hit in the nether regions, and I was out for a couple of weeks, and I read it on BBC Sport, and it said I had a sore elbow.
Sore elbow. I was going to say. I'm not sure it goes that far up, does it? No, that is particularly uncomfortable. Must have been a hell of a good shot, Apes. You were unlucky there.
You're not wrong, Triggs.
Sonny Baker, can he pick up that 5? It'd be great to see him get a 5-wicket haul today. As he bowls full into the wicket, and he's picked out the tallest man on the ground, Casey Aldridge, and that is Sonny Baker's 5-wicket haul. Congratulations, young man. 5 for 38 so far. Great performance. Can we just get these last couple of Durham wickets to keep them under 350? Fantastic. Anytime you get 5 wickets in a Somerset shirt, a great day.
You must have done it a few times, Trees. How many did you get over your career?
Not a huge amount. I was a bit of a 2s and 3s bowler, Abe. So I got, I don't know, 5 or 6 in first-class cricket, probably the same in one-day cricket. But yeah, I mean, It's
tough in white ball cricket, isn't it? To get 5 wickets.
yeah, got a few, mate. Probably I suppose 10 or so across me career, and yeah, it's always nice to just get onto a bit of a flow. But yeah, when you played with bowlers like Charles Willoughby, Afonso Thomas, Andy Caddick, when Pete Trigo came on and you got 2 or 3, all of a sudden the big fellas were interested in having the ball back. So 2s and 3s, I was more than happy, and then watch Caddy or someone like that clean up the tail enders.
See what you said. You did the dirty work,
of
didn't they?
course. Well, uphill into the wind.
Yeah.
Sonny Baker, come on, be greedy, lad. 6 and 7. A brilliant Yorker first ball. Well dug out in the end, in fairness. Yeah, he's impressive, Sonny Baker. I haven't seen a huge amount of him. I faced him last year, actually, in the Royal London. Bowled sort of big in-swingers. He's had his little back troubles, as a lot of young seamers do, but certainly got a little bit of pace there.
Yeah, I think it's only his 2nd game since coming back from his stress fracture. I'm sure he'll get quicker as he sort of gets fitter and gets a few more games under his belt. In the nets, he's certainly been sending it down there pretty quickly.
Yeah, I suppose that's the one drawback to being captain. When you're in the nets, everyone's trying to bowl that little bit quicker just to catch the eye of the captain. I know the drill. If you're ever the 12th man or the dropped player, all of a sudden you've got that extra bit of spice when the captain's down the other end.
Yes, you can pick and choose who you face, can't you, as a captain?
I suppose that is one thing. You're not one to shirk a challenge, though, that's for sure. Abe's Green are bowling a slow ball right into the block. Oh, nice piece of bowling there from Ben Green.
Do you miss playing, Treeks? You're obviously pretty busy, and
I do. There are elements of the game I do dearly miss, and I think it's more. It's more the being in the dressing room, getting prepared for a battle with your mates. That's that's what I used to love. You know, those sticky times, those tough situations, just being out there with your mates and getting stuck in. You play professional sport, you win some, you lose some. You obviously hope you win more than you lose, but it's just that whole. And it's probably a bit over dramatic, but that go into war feeling with your mates when you're facing a good team or a fast bowler. I used to really love that side of it, and when you do get over the line, well bowled Ben Green, another brilliant Yorker straight into the block hole, doing a really good job here, trying to keep Durham under that 350. Yeah, when you have those days as a team, and I always found that in four-day cricket they were always the most special wins, where you all had to really graft, and you sit up there in the dressing room wherever you are in the country, you're all hot, sweaty, your whites have turned into greys because you've all put in a lot of hard work, and you get over that line, and I think they're the moments I think I miss the most. And they're long gone, but the body couldn't do it day in day out anymore, that's for sure.
Those were the days that you're always at your best, Treeks, when the boys are struggling a bit and needed a bit of energy, that's where you really came to life, isn't it?
Well, it's very kind of you to say, Abes. Ben Green again, really found that block hole this over, doing a brilliant job as the Durham pair scamper back for 2. Durham move on to 332 for 8. Back end of this innings, 48 overs, 2 to go. Can we take those 10 wickets? That'd be absolutely fantastic if we can keep them under 350. Well, I think at 350, Abe, it's fair to say you can, as a batter, just go through that first 10, 15 overs and really set yourself for a big score, because the one thing lacking from the Durham card is 3 figures, and on a pitch like that, I know as a top order batsman myself in one-day cricket, I'd be looking at that and really trying to stamp my mark on the game and get it a 3-figure score. Is Sonny Baker picking up that 5th wicket? Not the classic way to pick up a 5-wicket haul, but the batsman has picked up the enormous 6'4" frame of Casey Aldridge down on the boundary. Well taken.
Yeah, we obviously saw how difficult it was when Borthwick and Clark were going at the top of the innings. So, as you say, if one of our top 3 or 4 can get in, it's a great opportunity to really kick on and make a make a big score and sort of anchor that innings.
Yeah, it certainly is. You know, if you do get 100, it's almost impossible to score 100 here at Taunton and not go above a run of ball as Sonny Baker picks up his 6th wicket. A brilliant Yorker at the base of the stumps. Gibson's tried to make room and slash it through the offside. No chance of getting under that one. Sonny Baker, what magnificent figures he is registering. Absolutely perfect, on the money. Well done, Sonny Baker. 6 wickets. Can't be many through the. I think there was an 8 for Simon Francis years ago against Kent in a semi-final. I think got an 8 for. Remarkable bowling figures, but you know, if ever you get 5, 6, you know, could he get 7? Not many people. Not 7. One-day game for Somerset, so he's on for something really special. And in the context of the game, Abes, you know, really impressive runs per over as well.
Serious figures those, yeah, 6 for 38.
So what are you doing with yourself, Abes? You're obviously doing your rehab. You have a program throughout the day.
Yeah, so just started back running this morning, which was good. Just did a bit of running around the outfield this morning. Then got a bit of like rehab, gym exercises to do, and then probably get a bit of treatment this afternoon with the fizz as well, and maybe get in the garden, top up the tan this afternoon.
Well,
Trees.
yeah, you want to get, it's a good time to get rid of the cricketers' tan. You know, you've all got the old short sleeves, V-neck tan, haven't you, this time of year? Yeah, I think I might need to go and see Thorpe. I've been playing a few games on Saturday at Western-super-Mare. My knee's a bit sore.
Been going all right, haven't you, for West?
Starting to fall apart, the waves. Yeah, it was going all right. Mid-season, I was doing all right, but then a couple of lean weeks.
Are you playing with your 2 boys playing as well?
Playing with the 2
3
boys.
tree goes in.
Yeah, 2 weeks in a row now.
Wow.
Both boys have outscored me, so I'm copping it at the moment at home. Sonny Baker coming in again. 1 more wicket. 3:33 for 9. Can he get another one? The super experienced Chris Rushworth, the last man for Durham. He's been in this situation many times. He'll just look to bunt it into the offside and over to you, partner.
Serious performer, Rushworth, isn't he? He's played a lot of cricket. He plays every game for them as well, doesn't he?
Yeah, remarkable career actually. His first-class record is absolutely staggering. I mean, he's really up there in the the Murtar, Masters, kind of mould. That seamer that just never gives you anything. Picks up an awful lot of wickets. Probably quite unlucky not to have had an opportunity for England as McClendon thick edges that through gully. No 3rd man in place, so he picks up another 4 runs. Looks like the Durham Academy have been branching out north of the border and picking up a few Scottish fellas, going by the last couple of names. McIntosh and McClendon, they must be Scottish, surely. It's close enough, isn't it?
Yeah, sounds that way.
What do you reckon, lads, in the back? Stop throwing me under the... come on. You're the statisticians while we're on the mic, come on. Yeah. Yeah, I suppose it's not far away from Durham, is it? You might as well go to Scotland if you're going to go to Durham. I remember being called up to play Durham. I was only young. Called up into the squad from a second team game. Drove from North Perrott to Durham. And got told on the morning that I was 12th man. 7-hour drive. Thanks for popping in. I'll have an orange squash, please, mate. Thank you very much. Right, Sonny Baker.
At least you wouldn't have been savage about it.
Oh, well, I'm talking about it 20 years later, so obviously affected me. Sonny Baker steaming in from the Trescothick stand end. Can he pick up this 7th wicket? Beautiful piece of bowling, back and across. In fact, that's quite a compliment to Sonny Baker. It looks like they're trying to play him out even at this stage of the game. 6 for 43 at the moment. 6 for 44. 1 ball to go. Can he pick up that 7th? Chris Rushworth. You wouldn't say he was a complete mug with a bat. He's got a few first-class decent 50s, I believe. But I reckon 1 straight into the base of leg stump would be enough. Come on, Sonny. Oh, he's got a little bit greedy on that one. Oh, Brooksy does a great job down there. Fine leg. I've got to be honest though, Abe's, I'm giving him a yellow card. That studs up. He's gone.
Great touch though.
Brooksy, great job there. He's gone for the two-footed tackle. Decided not to use the hands, but does a great job down there. Well done, Brooksy.
If you see Brooksy play football in warm-ups, it's unbelievable that he's managed to keep that inside the boundary.
Is he a bit of club foot going on?
His first touch is worse than mine.
Really? Cool. Don't do yourself disservice, Abe. So I remember you being pretty steady. Is Brooksy straight onto bowl now? He's had his little warm-up down there. He's going to close out that innings. Last over here. 3:41 for 9. It's going to be a very, very competitive total that Durham are going to post. Certainly not out of the realms of possibility if 2 or 3 players get going. As I said, the most important thing is one of those top 4 goes on and gets a 3-figure score today here at Taunton. No better way or place to do it. Taunton on a brown flat wicket in 25-degree heat. Doesn't get much better than that, Tommy.
No, they're the best days, these beautiful days for cricket at Taunton. Be good if we could take a bit of momentum into the next innings, wouldn't it? Bowl them out would be nice.
Yeah, it certainly would. I think there will be a bit of momentum and a good feel vibe. You know, whenever one of your players has a great day, like Sonny Baker has, I mean, his figures are absolutely fantastic. So that should be a real positive feeling in the dressing room.
He's on the board.
Brooksy drops one in short, swatted out to the leg side. Rushy will want to come back for 2. And he is short of his ground. Rushy's bowled so many overs, he's not making that 2. And Brooksy does a great job there. Collects the throw from, who was that out there, Abe's?
Sonny. From
Sonny Baker, who's been absolute Roy of the Rovers today. He's got 6 wickets. He's just effected a run out. Durham all out for 3:42. Great bit of work there.
Had a bit of a day out there, Sonny, hasn't he?
Hasn't he just?
6 for a run.
You'd almost think, oh, yeah, get him in there, open the batting. Yeah. Proper Roy of the Rovers. No, great job there. Chris Rushworth at his age, after all those bowlers with them great big bowling boots on, he ain't making that. Somerset done a pretty good job in the last 5 or 6 overs to restrict Durham. I say restrict to 3:42. How do you see that, Abe? A little bit above par, would you say?
Yeah, I'd say it's probably a little bit above par. Obviously, you're going to have to bat seriously well to chase down a score like that. But I honestly believe we've got a lot of quality in our batting. We bat pretty deep. So yeah, I've certainly got faith that we've got the ability to chase this down, but of course we're going to have to bat well. And as you say, guys are really going to have to take responsibility at the top of the order. So hopefully they can do that.
Yeah, they certainly are. Well, the players leave the field here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Here's the scorecard. Standout performers in that lineup. Clark, 86. Scotty Borthwick, 88. Well made, 88 of 67 balls. A couple of decent contributions. Travaskis with 44 had a decent lick, and McClintosh, 28 off 20 balls. But the star performer for the day in the context of how this innings has gone, Sonny Baker's 6 wickets. Absolutely leading the way for Somerset. 10 overs, 6 for 46. Congratulations, Sonny Baker. Supported well with some of the other lads, even though I'm sure when they look at the figures, they've probably gone for maybe 10 runs too many in an ideal world here at Taunton. But it is what it is. Somerset will be chasing 342 later on this afternoon. The groundsmen are out on the wicket, making it look even more fantastic. We'll be back shortly for the build-up to the second innings here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. We look forward to joining you. Thank you very much to club captain Tom Abel for joining us. It's been great to see you, mate, looking so fit. Sad to see you not out on the park at the moment, but you'll be back soon.
Hope so. Cheers, Trigg. It's been good fun.
Cheers. We'll see you all soon.
Let's take a look at some other scores from the Royal London Cup taking place today. Let's start off in Group A. Somerset and Durham's group, of course, it's game at Radford. Middlesex made 357 in 50 overs against Surrey. Also in Group A, this one at the Unique Stadium, Nottinghamshire 294 all out after attacking 50 overs with their match against Worcestershire. And in Group B, one match taking Yorkshire, 257 for Noah in their 50 overs against Laurel. One other Group B game for you. This is at Old Trafford. Worcestershire 28 now lost after 8 overs against Lancashire.
Turn around. Nice smiles everywhere. Smile the original people.
Great to see you all. Enjoy the rest of the game. Yeah, good luck. And not a hat.
Well, as you'll see on our screen, join us this Sunday for our family day here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. As part of our World Cup fixture activities at Somerset, we hold a family day for members and ticket holders. Throughout the day, there will be children's entertainment within our safe and secure fan village, which will be tailored to ensure the children are running to their games. So I hope you join us for that. Promises to be a brilliant day this coming Sunday. And then as we move on to Friday, August 19th, it's the biggest beer garden in the southwest, as part of our Royal Cup fixture against Sussex. Somerset is holding special beer inside the festival for members and ticket holders. Tickets for both Sunday and indeed on Friday, August 19th, selling fast. People will be very near a sellout for both occasions, so we look forward to seeing you here for those two matches. We're watching yourself to March 19th. One of our upcoming World Cup fixtures, our ultimate package is hosted in the superb county room and includes match day tickets, sandwiches between scones with coffee creams and jam, assortment of cakes and pastries. Enjoy this superb offering for just £48 per person, and we don't mind whether you put your cream on first or your jam. So just a reminder that if you are a 2022 member and you haven't redeemed your guest passes yet for future games, then go ahead and find this contact for the remaining games of the season. You can log on to your online account, grab the guest passes taken to you and the reception field advantage. Guest passes still need to be until 1.5 hours open. Please welcome back our match umpires, Neil Mullender and Anthony Harris. Just before we get away, it's another horrible figures from our first league judges, 92 overs, 162. AC Aldridge, 10 overs, over for 70. Embry, 10 overs, 2 wickets for 82. Lewis Goldsworthy, 6 overs for 57. Alfie Uphold, 4 overs, a wicket for 21. And of course, Sonny Baker, 10 overs, 6 for 46. welcome the Somerset openers, number 77, Dan Renshaw, and number 11, Steve Davis. Durham 342 in the first innings, led out by captain Scott Orford. And I remind you that in the first 10 overs, the card plays operation allows 2 fielders to be positioned outside of the inner fielding circle.
Nagging around that off stump as he always does, Rushy. So a nice test here, but it will certainly give you some opportunities to score if you're willing to come down the wicket. Always a man that you felt like you could get after. He hasn't got a huge amount of pace anymore, but very, very skillful. What do you think, Sam?
Did he ever have a huge amount of pace? Or has he always relied on skill? I mean, his numbers just are incredible. Given it took him, well, he got released, didn't he, by Durham for a couple of years, went and played club cricket at Sunderland, his home club, for a bit, and came back, and it's just not stopped.
Straight on the money, as you expect. Muddy Renshaw, nice cover drive into the offside, and Somerset's innings is underway.
So he got 600 first-class wickets, 129 in white ball cricket, average of 24, economy rate just over 5.2.
Oh yeah, there's no doubt about his quality, but his not been speed that has got him his wicket.
Wow.
Is a very highly skilled bowler. He has that knack, a little bit like Darren Stevens, of finding a little bit of nip even on the most innocuous wickets. Hopefully today, all he does is search for said nip as he gets one just to straighten a little bit on Steve Davis, who plays up nice soft hands through the gully area, and he's off the mark too. Always a nice feeling that to get your innings underway. Somerset. He's moved on to 2.
Very much the senior bowler in this attack. I mean, he'd be the senior bowler in most attacks, but you've got Paul Coughlin's come back in, but we don't think he's going to bowl. We think he's playing as a batter only. He's been coming back from injury. He played club cricket at the weekend, didn't bowl, and Scott Borthwick suggested he won't bowl today. So you've got Ollie Gibson, McCallendon, Bushnell, who opened the batting. He was better right arm medium.
Bushnell bowls a good yardage. Sorry, golf banter. Golf banter, terrible.
How's the golf going?
Terrible.
Terrible.
My Bushnell was definitely giving me the wrong yardage.
Saw a lovely shot of you just chipping it out the bunker, though. Many bunkers for you last couple of days?
Yeah, unfortunately, I did spend the majority of the last couple of days where I shouldn't be on a golf course, as Muddy Renshaw clips into the leg side, picks up another single. Rushworth, as prescribed, on the money, as he always is.
It is beach weather, I guess. The sand just drew you in. You had a round this morning, didn't you? You had a busy day.
Yeah, I had a PGA Order of Merit, West Region Order of Merit this morning, and managed just about to keep myself my head above water and stop the old temper going, which was pretty difficult because the majority of the golf course looked like that wicket out there, browned off, rapid. As Chris Rushworth bowls a very nice delivery there. Could you have a third slip in at the start of a one-day game? Probably a bit over-attacking, I think, here at Taunton. But
Notts did, didn't they? From the start. I mean, they had Somerset in real trouble. We don't want to really talk about that too much. Was it 17 for 5? They had 3 slips in.
yeah, there's a reason to have 3 slips in, but maybe not at the start there. But that was a beauty of a delivery. Again, just has that knack of just getting a little bit of seam movement. Always a very, very good performer.
They ahead of the game, Durham? Do you think they'll feel? Is that just a little bit above par? I mean, it's a lot of runs, isn't it? Even though you say, 7 over, we play at Taunton, short, straight boundaries, good pitch, but it's still a lot of runs.
Yeah, I think as a batting team, if you can somehow turn your attention away from the number you're chasing in 3.5 hours' time and you don't get bowled out, and a couple of your players get in, you will, I'm pretty confident you would chase that total, but it's very difficult not having an eye on 7 and over from ball 1, which is effectively what it is. You know, as soon as that rate starts to get into double figures, which if you don't get off to a good start could do quite quickly, then you're under a lot of pressure. The important thing is to get yourself in and take responsibility for the innings. It's one of those days where, you know, a 40 just isn't good enough. You know, most days in a one-day game you get a quick 40, a quick 50, you know, everyone pats you on the back and you walk off, yeah, I've had a decent day. Today, if you're one of those top 5 players, a 40 or a 50, you're not doing your job. This is a 100 day. Everything about today is get yourself in and bat for 3 hours. And if one of the top 4, I'm convinced of this, if one of the top 4 gets in and bats into the 40th over and beyond, Somerset will win the game.
Yeah, lots of experience. Steve Davies, Matt Renshaw, James Hildreth are 3 of that top 4. Probably going to be Lewis Goldsworthy. He batted 3 again at Gloucestershire and, well, held the innings together. It was still a pretty, very much below par. George Bartlett probably at 5. This is Ollie Gibson opening the bowling for Durham. Beats the outside edge of Matt Renshaw, who's starting outside his crease, ended up almost going walkabout, just lost his balance slightly there.
Yeah, he's bowling a nice little tight line to off stump, just gets a little bit of movement away from Matty Renshaw. Super delivery to bowl first thing. Sometimes a good sign that you don't nick those. Yeah, like you say, Matt Renshaw is at least sort of 8-12 inches outside of his crease, trying to negate a bit of movement. A massive drive, again, a little bit of movement away from Matthew Renshaw. Gibson bowling a very nice, tight line. Like I said, you weather a storm, every new ball, no matter what surface you play, they'll get a little bit of swing and a little bit of movement. But the Kookaburra ball gets very, very flat. You know, the seam's very flat, the lacquer goes very quickly and it won't do anything. So it's just about, you know, can you get through this first 4 or 5 overs, find your feet, get into your innings. Again, another beautiful shot there from Matthew Renshaw. Nearly cost Somerset a wicket. That's hit him on the wrist and nearly ricocheted onto the stumps, and Steve Davis was about 3 or 4 yards down the wicket.
Well, you know, what you're saying rings true. You look at exactly what Durham did, the 2 openers, Bushnell and Clark. After 8 overs, was it? They had 32 runs after 8 overs, 22 after 7. So 22 after 7. So they're going at 3 and over after 7 overs, and they've ended up almost at 7s, all in after 50. It was about not losing those wickets, just taking that lacquer off the new ball.
Yeah, exactly right. It's a good little period. Like I said, it was always one of my favourite, I think it was actually my favourite format. I used to love Pro 40 and the 50 over cricket because you felt as a top order batter you could actually play and build an innings. T20, you know, you had to do the right thing for the team, which is, you know, you used to go pretty gung-ho in that first power play. Whereas in 50 over cricket, you felt if you're a good striker of the ball, you could just play and again build an innings. Matty Renshaw squirts that one off the thick outside edge to point. A good over from a Durham perspective, a very rare maiden.
Well, once you came back and established, you became a more senior player, and actually you seem to relish opening up in the white ball cricket, or opening up batting at 3. And I guess it is a difference that you don't feel like if you get a good ball, you can leave it alone. You don't feel under pressure because you've wasted a ball. In T20, you see if a batter has to block back 4 or 5, suddenly mentally they're under pressure. Whereas this, you had a bit more freedom to leave those ones alone.
Yeah, I always felt that, you know, from a personal point of view, I always felt that scoring at a 100 to 120 strike rate was quite a natural thing for me to do in most cricket, to be honest. You know, if I got myself in, you know, you'd obviously have the bad days in between, but I think batting at Taunton, if you got yourself in, you get that first 10 overs where there's only 2 fielders out, you just play proper cricket shots, find the gaps, and you pick up the boundaries, and all of a sudden you're away. And at Taunton, you know, if you do get yourself in, it's almost impossible to bowl an in batsman once they go in, especially if you have a bit of power. So it's just important not to be focused on what's going to happen in 3 hours' time and just get through each little segment. You know, it's probably not the worst thing to do, and I'm sure that Somerset players do it. They break down, you know, where they need to be at, you know, each 5 or 10 over increment. You know, 10 overs if we're 50 for no wicket, say, which I think you don't really have to do a great deal at Taunton to be 5 and over. 50 for no wicket would be a great start.
Well, that 100 strike rate you're talking about, that's if you do that for 50 overs, you're up at 300, or just going out and run a ball. So it's still a lot. It's a long time to do it for. Interesting to see Renshaw down the other end now. He's batting so far outside his crease to Rushworth.
Players of the quality of Steve Davies and Matt Renshaw, if they get, I would say once they got past a 60 score, I'd be flabbergasted if they weren't going at above a run a ball. It's almost hard not to at Taunton.
Well, that's it. It's going to be unusual. You know, it'll happen occasionally in their career, but if they're batting for 15 overs, it's not like either of them are going to be stuck on 10, 15 not out in a white ball game. It might happen once in a blue moon, but not often.
I saw a couple of. I remember I used to chat a lot to James Hildreth in the middle, and you know, this might sound quite arrogant, I guess, but myself and James used to. We would often witness an opposition player get 100. They get to 80, playing quite nicely, and then all of a sudden, the anchor would come on and they'd knock it around and probably go at a 70 strike rate for the next 20 runs, and they'd get 100, and you know, the crowd would clap in, all their teammates would clap in, and we'd come together and go, he's just lost them the game doing that. and more often than not, we were right, because
taking the momentum.
Yeah, if you get under a run a ball 100 here at Taunton, I'm not sure you're putting your team in an amazing position, but that all depends on who bats around you. But like I said, you know, tactically, it's just about batting at the moment. You know, see off Chris Rushworth, keep him out the wickets. He's going to be a key performer. You know, identify certain bowlers. You know, I'm sure they've done all their research on the new bowlers they might not have seen. Is there a spinner they could target?
I guess the beauty is these days, well, all the second 11 games are recorded, so someone will be going back and watching these guys bowl. It's not like they'll be completely new to them. They might not have seen them in the flesh, but there's footage available at least. And Gibson and McCallum have started to play a little bit. I mean, Durham, if their track record is anything to go by, Durham is quite a good place. There's something in the water for producing quick bowlers up there.
Yeah, but it's conducive to bowling seam up as well. North of the country, big strong lads, like a bit of graft, working class area. Yeah, it makes perfect sense to me. Rushy, just a salt of the earth bloke, solid performer, loves bowling his overs. I think he had that blip in his middle of his, the start of his career, where I think he was sponsored by Newcastle Brown Ale, but he worked that out, and 700-800 wickets later, he's one of the best performers in the country, and looks super fit now. I know he got into using the road bike, like a lot of bowlers do nowadays, the Watt bike. I think he even messaged me and a few years ago asking me about what I was doing training wise, and I said I bought myself a Watt bike, and I make sure I do 2 or 3 hours every 2 or 3 days on that.
Because it takes the pressure off the joint. It's a way of getting fit without putting more pressure, because bowling does that in and of itself. So you don't want to be pounding the pavement, really, do you?
Yeah, exactly right. It's I think if you look at someone like James Anderson, throughout his whole career, he's just kept himself at a good weight. He hasn't ever carried huge amounts of weight, as Matty Renshaw slashes one through the gully region there and picks up a valuable 4 runs. The first boundary of the afternoon for Somerset. They're off and running.
Yeah, nice shot, wasn't it? Quite safe all along the ground. Looks like he's bowling at a decent pace, Ollie Gibson, but nothing that will cause Matt Renshaw any kind of nightmares at all.
Yeah, he certainly will feed off deliveries like that as a batter here at Taunton. Wide, full.
And he's just dropped back into his crease almost as if to put the bowler off his length, so it hasn't worked, that one. It's a couple he's fended.
Fair play to the bowler. He's dragged his length back and caught Matty Renshaw fly fishing there for that one.
As you said, a couple of starts for Matt Renshaw, but he'll be looking to kind of assert himself on this competition, really.
Yeah, I suppose it would be fair to say that Sonny Baker's 6 was the first personal performance of substance so far in this Royal London, so really important the batters do their bit as Matty Renshaw flicks off of his thigh pad out to deep square leg.
38 up at Gloucestershire on Sunday. Do you know Harry was behind enemy lines on Sunday, taking up employment with the other lot?
Yeah, I did see something regarding Harry, and for some reason I wasn't even there, but someone decided on Twitter to be mean to me, which I took great offence to. But that kind of happens, doesn't it? It was like someone was complimentary of Harry and just decided to have a little pop at me at the same time. It's a bit mean, wasn't it? I was just sat at home eating me. I don't know what I was eating. I was probably having a little, a less stale biscuit, maybe, as opposed to the one that you gave me the other day. You know.
Wow, still bringing that one up, eh? What a wonderful piece of TV that was. But you've always been a successful paper merchant, though, haven't you?
Wasn't it great? I'll tell you what. That was
lovely live TV, that wasn't it?
Oh, brilliant. I'll tell you what, I enjoyed that clip. You know, you have those moments, where we're the first year of us working together as a team, and you have those funny little moments where you think the best clips will be you being informative about cricket, but there's little crazy little moments. You can't have 7 hours in a commentary box without having a little bit of a fun and a bit of a tease. Good over there from Somerset. First boundary, we're away. Matty Renshaw on to 9 and Steve Davies on 5. 14 off the first 4 overs. So, not a bad little building block put in place. That's the important thing. Keep the wickets off the end column. Yeah, the run rate is always going to be manageable. And still, until it hits double figures, we have seen so much cricket here, especially in T20. And that's one thing that I would say for those club cricketers out there, it's something that I suppose you take for granted, that you kind of know as a professional playing a lot of games of cricket and talking to other people about how they go about chasing a total. But my sons were batting the other day, and one of them was really stressing about the chase, and I said, well, after 30 overs, it effectively becomes a 20 over game. We're 3 down and we only need 100. If you played a 20-20 game and you were chasing 100, you'd be pretty comfortable, wouldn't you? He went, yeah, Dad, I would. I was like, well, there you go. That's what it's all about. If you can just get a nice little partnership together, and that's certainly going to help the cause. Matt Renshaw with a beautiful cover drive off Chris Rushworth.
Just let into that one, didn't he? That was about timing. Just caressed it, no chance. Short boundary there in front of the Andy Caddick Pavilion. Relatively few people in the exposed sunshine over there in the Trade Nation stand, but there is a healthy crowd in. Plenty in towards the back of the Somerset stand. They get the shade from the retirement flats. So Nick Maddinson does the fielding at backward point. Well, yeah, T20 has just changed cricket in so many ways. But I remember when I was at school, it's only school cricket. We played 20 overs a side. If you got 60, you'd be thinking, oh, we can defend that. That was a bigger score. It was a completely different game, and that's only what T20 had just come in. That's kind of like 2004, 2005, and it just has flipped it on its head.
Yeah, I know even in the professional game when I started, you played a Sunday league game, when we were the Somerset Wyverns, the Somerset Sabres, way back when. Anything sort of 240 and above, you were like very confident. Now 240, that's a walk in the park these days.
Yeah, pushing 6 and over, run a ball, that's a big old chase. Send out the pinch hitters, get Richard Johnson up the order, let him open the batting.
As we're seeing on our pictures here, a beautiful day here at Taunton, Royal London. Really well supported. A few people over in the Somerset stand taking a little bit of shade for the moment. Watching Chris Rushworth do his thing as Matty Renshaw clubs one over backward point. 2, 3 bounces into the stand. Another boundary. This is proving to be a lovely little over. A little bit of shape away from Chris Rushworth, but a man of his experience will know that full and wide at Taunton is going to disappear.
Yeah, in the air a little bit, but safe enough, wasn't it, in the end? It's how Renshaw got out in that Knox game, didn't he? To Zach Chappell. It was a really good catch from Dane Patterson down there at third. But no real danger of that one.
Superb bit of fielding there at short mid wicket. Dixon, I think
it is 58, it's Dixon. Played at Kent for, 5 or 6 years, South African. Joined, it was on loan initially, he went out to Durham just during the COVID season, or at the start of the COVID season, and they signed him on a 2-year deal, which means his contract is up at the end of the season, unless he has signed a new one. But he's been in terrific form with the white ball
Better start churning
It's,
some more
Red
runs out
Bull,
then
really.
if your contract's up. As we see the scorecard here, Matt Renshaw 17, Steve Davies on 5.
Well, in fairness to him, Treeks, he's batted 11 times in the championship, scored 758 runs at nearly 70s.
Steve Davies, elegant, Gower-esque backward drive through the covers. Beautiful bit of touch there. No better sight in the world of cricket than a Steve Davies cover drive, especially one off the back foot. Nice shot there. Somerset's innings is certainly starting to pick up a nice amount of momentum. 26 without loss.
Yeah, something beautiful about watching Steve Davies bat. It's very calming. If you could take a cricketer as one of those calm and headspace apps that kind of give you the 10 minutes meditation, Steve Davies batting is like the cricketing equivalent of that.
Yeah, he's kind of like, he's just got that nice languid motion as he edges the next ball through to the wicketkeeper, and unfortunately that calming, relaxed style, we're not going to be seeing much more of it for the afternoon. Steve Davies departs. A good delivery from Gibson, just offering a little bit of seam movement away from Stevie D, and he finds the edge. Good piece of bowling. Somerset 26 for 1, and who are we going to see coming in at number 3?
I reckon Lewis Goldsworthy. That'll be where my money is if I were a betting man. Well bowled from Gibson. He's beaten Renshaw a couple of times on the outside, just like that. And Renshaw, perhaps fortunate not to get the nick. And Davies did just get that feather. You saw the deviation. Gives Tom McIntosh his first catch of the day, and that does look very much in stature like Lewis Goldsworthy to me. Not an imposing figure physically, very, very good player, but you can usually tell him from this distance. Looks like he can be given the competition to bat at 3. See what he can do there.
Yeah, it's a good opportunity for him. Actually, he showed some good form in the championship from time to time, and looks like he's got a bit of a grit to him. So yes, I think the way that the world of cricket's going, the Royal London, the 50 over competition, there's a lot of opportunities for young players to stamp their authority on a position. Number 3 is a great position to play if you can nail that down. Away to runs and important now. A partnership is built up here with Maddie Renshaw. Nice to have a right-left hand combination in as well. Just throws the bowler's lines off a little bit, or certainly puts him under pressure to keep adjusting. So hopefully Goldie can get himself in.
Couple of slips in now, then Dixon's gone in at first and Borthwick's at second. Just ducked into that one a little bit, took his eyes off it really, didn't he? Didn't play it that well. I don't know if it was that short. We'll see a replay, but he turned his head away quickly.
Yeah, it was short enough. Yeah, it was not the ideal start to your innings. Copping one on the arm. No, he hasn't played that particularly well, but that will test his character out. He's taken a bit of a blow to the body. Always find out a little bit about a young cricketer after they cop one on the body. See if they can handle what it's all about. Takes a lot of bravery to be a top order batter as well. In sport they talk a lot about hard people and the tough characters of sport. This Goldsworthy certainly shows a little bit of grit there. Gets one short and wide and puts it away, so certainly a sign that he's up for the challenge today.
Yeah, lovely looking shot. Just helps put the ball before to the back of his mind. I'm sure there'll be a bruise there tomorrow. Did look like it hit the seam, then just did jag back in towards. I think Goldsworthy was playing for it to go down a kind of 6th, 7th stump line, the one that hit him, and it actually jagged back in. But that was a lovely shot. Just sat up nicely. He'd have been disappointed if he didn't put it away.
Nicely played. Yeah, sometimes the bowlers when they hurt a batsman early, they get a bit carried away with a short ball. Not often the right tactic for the wicket. So certainly not a wicket that you want to bowl too short on for too long. But bowlers like to intimidate as well, and it's part of the game.
Do you bring the short ball out much? Because you generally pushed it up there and swung it around, but that.
Yeah, I think every seamer, you have to have one in your armoury, and when you don't have the pace of a you know, of a Gibson. He's got a nice bit of pace. When you sort of, you know, I bowled sort of low 80 miles an hour at my peak pace-wise, and you know, at that sort of pace, you had to make sure that your bounce was well directed. It wasn't just a case of banging it in and intimidating. You had to really direct it well. So, and make sure it was a surprise as well. You know, just if you could hit someone on the arm or the helmet or something like that, just to give them a bit of a wake-up call. And for me, it was a way of stopping a batsman lunging at me on the front foot, just to push them back a little bit. So. Yeah, certainly had the old bowler's red mist from time to time as Renshaw plays an absolutely beautiful straight drive to a wide delivery.
Liam Travasky's just doing the fielding at long off. Who had the best short ball of your time at the club? I can't remember if did you play much with Nixon McLean? He used to seem to hit people regularly, but not necessarily on the helmet, but a lot of time he'd get people on the arm and on the chest.
Yeah, I mean, there's a number of quick bowlers. Richard Johnson, who was mentioned earlier,
he was sharp,
he had some serious pace. Stephen Jones had a couple of years where he got the needle around 90 miles an hour and was, you know, it was quite an intimidation factor. Obviously, Caddick used to get length. You know, his length that he bowled to bowl bouncers was very full because he was so tall. So that posed an awful lot of problems for batters.
Yeah, what a bowler he was.
Yeah, I don't think I saw many people as genuinely terrified as when I played early in my career with Andre van Troost in second 11 games. I mean, he genuinely used to terrify people, not because of the ball that bounced. It was the one that you knew he was going to bowl that wasn't going to bounce. That was half the battle with Rooster. You knew he had a flat one in him from time to time.
Change in the slip field. Changing the field, I think second slip goes in. Borthwick's been the only slip in largely torrential, but quite wide with that angle, allowing the keeper to cover the ball that comes across Matt Renshaw, but Sean Dixon has gone in there at first slip now. And Matt Renshaw has pulled one up into the air. It's going to be a steepling catch, and fielder completely misjudged that.
Fielder's had a shocker there.
It was up in the air for ages and ages. Triggs has called it. Yeah, it looked like he had all the time in the world, and maybe it went into the sun. I don't know. I'm trying to be kind.
You know, when you just get a sense that I don't think he ever wanted to really get there.
No.
It didn't look like he was treading water.
Paul Coughlin, it was underneath it. It looked like it was coming over his shoulder, but he didn't really move it felt like a couple of seconds. Matt Renshaw's got away with that one. Chris Rushworth won't be best pleased. He ends up picking up a couple. Renshaw.
It's actually quite a brave move, Rushy, in terms of his field. He's now bowling without a fine leg, which in modern day cricket with the ramp is a brave move. There's only, well, he's bowling to a 7-2, which is very Glenn McGrath-esque, really. No fine leg, deep square leg. And kind of brought that false shot on, I guess. But yeah, that ball went nearly as high as the floodlights here at the Cooper Associates County Ground and didn't even get out, well, only just got outside the 30-metre circle, and old Coggers there he was doing a bit of a Michael Flatley.
Lovely looking shot from Renshaw. Coughlin's got no chance with that. Check straight drive way over Coughlin's head. Straight, 4 runs. Rushworth will be annoyed at that. He'll be annoyed at the ball before, because if you look at or 2 balls previously, look at where Coughlin is. You say how high it went up, and it only just landed outside the 30-yard circle, and Coughlin is only 4 or 5 paces.
Yeah, I think with a high catch, once you turn, you're in a bit of trouble. I think he did a turn and then looked over the other shoulder, and I think you sort of
turn too early. Do you think?
Yeah, you sort of disorientate yourself when you do that. As Renshaw belts it straight to mid-off and again gets a nice start and gives it away. He'll be devastated with that a couple of times now. He's gone for that big shot and it's cost him. Out for 23. Somerset now lose 2 key players, 36 for 2.
Hit it hard anywhere but the fielder. It's 4 runs, but unfortunately he was straight at him. Paul Coughlin, probably the most relieved man out there. And that one, a little fist bump from him. Only cost the 6 runs, that drop in the end. Could have been so much more. And you were talking about the field, that being aggressive. Durham knew that there's still a big score on the board. And if they could pick it, if they could get Renshaw, maybe get another one, they're in real charge of this game, because they'll be having a few words about Somerset's early batting frailties, as Harry Everett just strikes me around the headphones with a cable.
Yeah, I mean it's frustrating because hopefully the viewers and yourself feel like I'm qualified to talk about a run chase of size, and he's got a couple of boundaries. He's got away with one already, that over. He's got the boundary. He's put Chris Rushworth under pressure. I did mention that if you've started this game sort of 50 off the first 10 overs without too many wickets down, you'd be in really good shape, which is where Somerset were heading. That's a real hammer blow to lose your overseas player in that fashion. Like I said, he'd already gotten away with one. He'd got the boundary. It's just time to just consolidate. He's gone a little bit too hard there for me. I get it. It is one-day cricket at the end of the day, but you need big scores from your top four, and Matty Renshaw's got himself in, but again, he's got himself out.
Yeah, some nice shots, but just a 23, which in the context of the game, as Trig said a bit earlier on, someone's got to get 100 in that top four if you're going to chase, really. Ideally, it can happen the other way round. Lower order batters can score runs, but you want a top four player to get 100. Goldsworthy then is on strike to Gibson, who's got his tail up a little bit. James Hildreth is the new batter at the other end, so still plenty of batting out there for Somerset. James Hildreth is a man capable of anchoring this chase, well, doing more than anchoring it, really.
He's had a slow start to his one-day campaign as well, a 0-1, so he'll be hungry to show the Somerset faithful what he can do. We all know that James Hildreth getting in on a Taunton wicket produces a lot of runs, so hopefully that can be the case. Yeah, disappointing dismissal, that last one. Somerset in a strong enough position, didn't really need to press the red button there, but Matty Renshaw felt like he could go after Chrissy Rushworth, and unfortunately he belted it straight to mid-off. Goldsworthy getting a little bit of the short treatment at the moment.
Yeah, his length, I was going to say his natural length is back for length, but actually it wasn't so much to Renshaw. He pushed it up a little bit more, good length. And you might want to see Lewis Goldsworthy taking on the hook shot. Maybe he will in a second. He took on the cut shot.
No man out.
Second ball.
No man out at all. Ooh.
There's a fine leg, but even with a top edge, you're going to be unlucky to get caught down there.
A strong flap at that, Samuel. No, I think actually he's doing the right thing. The wickets that we've lost. I think Goldsworthy and Hildreth just have to consolidate a little bit, and you're going to have to take this innings a little bit deeper. It's not about playing the big shots at the moment. It's about keeping the wickets column as low as possible for a while.
It's that fielder in it. Not quite excellent. Chance of a run out. James Hildreth had called Goldsworthy through. Pete Trigo saying that while at the same time playing the pull shot himself. Going through that. He would quite fancy taking that on. Do you reckon, so George Bartlett coming in next at 5? A 1-year deal for George Bartlett. Is that them saying, do you think, right, well, we really like you, but also you need to go out and have a big season next summer?
Yeah, it's an interesting call, I mean, you have the new kids on the block, Kola Cadmore signing for 3 years, and that seems to be the norm. You back your players, so I would say that there is I don't know the details, whether that's the club wanted to only sign one or George only wanted one. You don't know these days. I mean, it could be the player saying that they aren't so sure of what they want to do in terms of their commitment. So I'm purely speculating, but yeah, it's a limp in from both, I would say. Goldsworthy flicks that ball, leg side delivery over the vacant square leg. He runs away for 4. Really nice couple of shots that Goldsworthy scored from. A couple of boundaries to his name. Somerset move on to 42 for 2.
Yeah, vast expanse out there. Only a couple of fielders out in the first 10 overs. What are we through? Through 9 now. It's just the 8. 8 overs gone. 42 for for 2. What have we got going on elsewhere? Surrey 33 for 2 down at Radlett. They're chasing huge total, 351 for 7. Middlesex made, and that was largely thanks to Stevie Eskenazi. 182 he made off 136 balls. Highest list A score for Middlesex there, off the back of 140 not out against Durham up at, what's it called now? Emirates? They're seat unique, isn't it? It's one of about 3 seat unique stadiums up at
He's in
Durham
a bit
now.
of form then, is Steve Eskenazi.
Yeah, he's a serious cricketer. Glamorgan 32 for 2 in response to Yorkshire's 257. Sam North East is in a bit of form too. He's on 16. As Rushworth continues to James Hildreth. Did you follow any of that? Sam North East 400?
410 was it? Or
400 is enough, something like that.
yeah,
plenty.
That's
The concentration involved
that's
in
a
that
season's
must be-
worth for a lot of players, there, isn't it? You know, there's some club cricketers out there will be very happy getting to September with 400 to their name.
Some club cricketers, any in this box or?
Well, I would say a lot. You know, it's a tough game. Tough game, this cricket lark.
400 though, that's a serious show of mental strength, isn't it? The concentration to do that, to not make a mistake really.
Well, you know, the three of us, we're out there for a good time, not a long time, aren't we, fellas?
Yeah, very much so. If it lasts for 400 runs, that's fine, but I just know I'm not out there for much time.
Rushy still getting a little bit of movement here. Hildy yet to get off the mark. They'd have done battle an awful lot, these two, as Hildy pokes one through mid-wicket. A little bit of a deflection from Sean Dixon to Travaskis. Hildy completes a run, and the old-timers have a little bit of chat. And it'll be something like, oh, I'm after your front pad, Hildy. And Hildy would say something like, yeah, you've hit it a few times as well, mate. Keep going. It's amazing, those relationships you have built up over years. The amount of times Rushy would have got Hildy out, and the amount of times Rushy would have seen Hildy get 100, and I'm sure the banter's flowing between them. As Goldsworthy clips one off of his leg. Well, it actually does clip off of his leg and goes for 4-leg byes. Rushy just getting a little bit greedy there on his line. Another 4 to the total, 46 now. Somerset moving along nicely. 47, sorry, for 2.
Yeah, you take him. Do you have a bowler that got you out more times than you care to remember?
Sorry?
Bowler who got you out? You don't need to apologise.
A bowler that got me out an awful lot.
Is there anyone like that for
Probably
you?
quite a few. Well, we had that period, didn't we, where we played, you know, we seemed to always just play Sussex in big T20 games. Yeah. I remember getting out a number of times in one-day games to Visa, who was star of the show last night in the 100.
Ah, yeah,
I always used to, because I think there was a bit of method in that madness, because you go down to Sussex and you face Jofra Archer, Tamal Mills, and Visa comes on with his medium paces, and you kind of feel like he's the one to take a chance to. So, yeah, he'd have got me out a few times. James Fuller, Middlesex, Hampshire, Gloucester. He always had the knack
people
of,
think as well, isn't he?
Of picking up me wicket. I'm sure there'll be a cricketer out there listening, going, "I got him out. I've got him out." Well, I always say this: if you're a bowler that plays in the Southwest or in any form of cricket that hasn't got me out, you're actually removing yourself from the minority. It's less special if you've got me out.
9 overs gone, 47 for 2 here. Zandalling and Petrigo. Harry Everett's going to jump back in, surely, hopefully.
Yeah, I've got to do the double shift, haven't I? Now, you know, after missing a bit of the first innings.
We were going to leave you, let you do the.
I'm just going to get absolutely
overs.
flogged all afternoon. Hopefully, my water will be topped up, and Sam will drop me in a Percy pig from time to time.
A nice stale biscuit, I think. Stale biscuits is all you deserve today, I think.
I'm obviously just trying to get some sort of endorsement from M&S
I did think
at the
that.
moment, aren't I? Because the old Percy pigs, they are my favourite. Just imagine that, getting a free bag of Percy pigs. I think that'd be a career highlight for me.
So we should get that clipped up and out on social media just so Catrice can circulate a bit later on.
100%.
At M&S again.
A Percy pig and a Colin the Caterpillar. Not that fake Colin, or
No.
yeah, whatever he was called.
Yes, that was a big old legal battle, that. Change of bowling then.
It was very interesting looking action there at first glance. A bit of a pause at the top of his gather.
McAllendon. Who used to do that in the test bowler? He used to stop up like that. Well, Harmy did it a little bit, I guess, didn't he? He had the hands up. He'd be up there. You'd see photos of Harmison up like that.
Yeah, and then a thunderbolt used to come down afterwards.
Yeah,
Don't think this fella's got quite the same pace, but yeah, it's always a bit different when you have someone with a unique style. Yeah, there's a pause there, definitely, as James Hildreth misses out on the signature cut shot.
It just shows, I don't know if there's any kind of link at all, but what's McAllen's going to be, 19, 20, so he might have grown up watching a little bit of Harmy. That's probably could be the first person he tried to emulate.
Yeah, I think everyone's got their own, from my understanding of coaching and people, I think as a youngster you watch people and then you mimic, and then you'll have a relationship with a coach who will tinker with certain things that you do. But yeah, I'm sure he's picked up from someone that little pause. Like I said, a lot of bowling, batting, a lot of all sport is about a feel thing, really. Whatever produces the end result is the important thing, and that's why we love watching sport, because everyone kind of does their own sport in a different way. No one hits a tennis ball, golf ball, football in the same way.
You had quite a wide run up, didn't you? You come from very wide because
extra cover.
You did, you really did. But Dan Worrell had that shot from Hildreth, but for no run. Dan Worrell at Surrey, and he grew up. It's because he had a tree in his back garden, so he had to run around the tree, and that's where it emanated from. I don't know if there was anyone that you watched that did that. Or was that just a natural?
No, I always felt like, because I had a number of bowling coaches try and bowl me, make me run up straighter. But I always felt that I got my pace from bowling around my front leg, and I used to be able to. I think one of the things that sort of slightly rotational style does give you is the ability to swing the ball quite big away. I think I would have found out very soon, early on, that I wasn't ever going to be a fast bowler. So I used to get more sort of turned on by how much the ball swung. So for me, running in sideways and bowling around myself, I could generate lots of swing, and that's kind of how it went. And every time I tried to straighten up, it just felt terrible. I mean, I had a numerous sort of rows with bowling coaches about biomechanics, this, that, and the other, and most of them just ended up giving up and going, well, actually, you're bowling all right, so just crack on.
There we are on commentary cameras. Where's Harry Everett? He's disappeared just at his key moment. He's gone. Hang around for a little bit longer.
Hasn't he? As Somerset get to the 10th over, 47 for 2. A nice start. A shame about the couple of wickets, but we've got Somerset legend, stalwart James Hildreth at the crease, off the mark on 1, and Lewis Goldsworthy on 8. He's scored all of his runs through 2. Rather nice, easy on the eye boundaries, but we need a lot more if we're going to get anywhere near this 342. Lots of batting, lots of hard work to be done. I think Sam is going to take a bit of a break, and if we can ever find Harry, well, you might as well stay for another over, mate.
Did one more over. Do you reckon? Well, speaking of another over, Rushworth's going to get one. Argument for him bowling 8, 9, maybe even 10, or do you keep him for a couple?
Yeah, I think if Rushy's getting wickets, I think they will probably look to bowl him quite deep into his spell. He is someone who will get movement with the new ball. That movement is pretty negligible now, it's fair to say, but Rushy, I think will. I don't think he's massively renowned to be an unbelievable death bowler or anything like that. So, yeah, a lot of his work will be sort of front heavy as Harry makes his way back into the commentary box. He's going to take over from Sam. It's been a pleasure, Sam. I'll catch you later on. I'd love a little top up of the water, mate. That's very kind. See, we're looking after each other here in the WPA Health Insurance backed commentary box. Topping up with hydration. It's absolutely roasting in here. I know all in the news it's about gas and energy bills and heating your house at the moment. I could do with quite the opposite in here. The commentary box is a little bit warm, isn't it, Harry?
Well,
welcome,
I tell you what,
welcome to the crease, sir.
Sam's ears are a bit warm. This headset's absolutely roasting cheeks.
Yeah, well, he's got a very big brain. There's like a combustion engine in there, isn't it? It's going to be very, very hot on the ears. Rushy bowls another immaculate line length delivery James Hildreth equal to it, but unable to get it for a run. Somerset kind of stalling here a little bit in the 40s. A couple of boundaries is kind of needed just to get a bit of momentum into this run chase. Still a lot of runs to get. 295 off the remaining 40 overs.
I nearly missed the start of my next stint because I got a bit exciting news from 2 boxes across. Ben Warren tells me that it's close to a sellout for Sunday's Family Day.
Oh wow, absolutely fantastic.
That's great news. The Royal London Cup could be probably the first sellout around the country for the season, I reckon, because the numbers haven't been quite as good as previous summers with so much other sport going on. But if you do want tickets, they're very close to selling out. So snap them up quickly or you miss out.
Yeah, tickets for the old cricket don't last too long if you're in the Somerset area, that's for sure. James Hildreth looking to get his innings going. He's played some really nice Hildreth-esque shots. Unfortunately, he keeps on finding the fielder at the moment, but he'll know, he'll use his experience, he'll find the gap, and then the runs will start to flow. Really important these two put a substantial partnership together. The Duckworth-Lewis pass score is at 99, double and a bit what Somerset are on at the moment. Always an indication that you're quite a way behind the 8 ball. Always good to keep the Duckworth-Lewis score within about 20 of where you are at any point in time. You know, you're only then 1 big over away from catching up and being ahead of the game. So Hildy's read the play as he's hung back and swatted a slightly short ball through the leg side for 4. Slightly concerning. He looks like he might have niggled that troublesome hamstring of his. We'll have to see how that goes, but he's doing a lot of stretching out there at the moment.
We've already had a troublesome hamstring in the box today, haven't we?
Looks like he's in a little bit of trouble.
First Tom Abel, now James Hildreth.
Maybe I shouldn't have retired so early. I don't think I've ever pulled a hamstring.
I say, how are your hamstrings?
I've never pulled a hamstring, I don't think.
So those compression shorts you used to wear, is it?
I've pulled everything else, but not a hamstring.
Sure we can pull your leg enough times in here, Treeks.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Well, physio's just come out for a little bit of a chat with Hildy.
But I still remember one of the best knocks I've ever seen in a Somerset shirt was James Hildreth on one leg with that broken foot, wasn't it?
That was one of the most remarkable things. I'm a massive watcher of lots of different sports, live and on television. Genuinely one of the most remarkable things I've ever seen. Made even more remarkable when I saw the X-ray of how badly broken that ankle was. To get he was on 4 and he ended up with 137. He got 133 runs.
Ridiculous. With
a properly broken ankle. It was one of the bravest and technically remarkable things I've ever seen. I would put that up there with a Ronnie O'Sullivan left and right-handed 147. From a skill point of view, to bat on one leg against a really good team.
A little bit less pain for Ronnie.
Absolutely fantastic.
I think that James Hildreth isn't one of those blokes you'd think of being a mega tough cookie, rock solid, hard, but he's just no nonsense, isn't he? You know him.
So I was just about to go on to this. We talk about, I said earlier with Sam about, hard men of sport, and you always think about Vinnie Jones or Martin Johnson, rugby players and big burly guys who play those sort of sports where there's blood and guts from time to time. But I have to admit, and I wasn't actually going to say Hildy, it was after Lewis Goldsworthy got hit. I played a lot of cricket with Marcus Trescothick, whether it be a short leg or as an opening batsman. I saw him take some of the most sickening blows to the rib cage off of genuinely fast bowlers, and saw the state of the bruises. The chance, it wouldn't surprise me if a number of them were broken ribs, and the bloke never flinched. It just, we all like to make a little bit of a song and dance when we're in a bit of pain, but Marcus Trescothick, he got hit a few times. I genuinely thought it was going to be a retired ambulance job, and he just didn't. He just doesn't flinch.
It's Lancashire, Old Trafford, wasn't it? I think his partnership with George Bartlett, he had that broken foot, and Trescothick scored 100.
Honestly, it was Marcus Trescothick, one of the hardest or toughest blokes I've ever played sport with. Absolutely.
What's that come from? Is that upbringing? Is that determination?
Well, I think we played cricket in an era where we were kind of coached, kind of like maybe rugby as well, where even if something was broken, you weren't to show the opposition that they'd got the measure of you.
No
if that
mercy.
makes sense.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's not, you know, it's not.
Bit of pride and principle, isn't it?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, you used to get told off if you sort of showed, you know, you copped one on the ribs or the elbow or wherever. You just had to stand there and take it and just give off the dinner. Yeah, probably a bit of a. I don't know.
I think now if you get in club cricket, if you get hit in the midriff or you get whacked by a bouncer, you don't want to show any pain. You kind of, you don't want to admit to the bowler that he's hurt you.
Well, it looks at the moment that Hildy is struggling in a bit of pain. He looks to be carrying a hamstring. I know he tore his hamstring quite badly a few years ago, so it's probably playing on his mind. He certainly doesn't look comfortable out there at the moment. That shot suggests that he wants to try and make this chase as short as possible. We'll have to keep an eye on how Hildy's going. Sad to see. Hildy struggling, unfortunately. He's tried to go again. Looks like he's pretty immobile on that right leg. At the moment, we hope he can get a few runs before he has to call time on his innings, but certainly doesn't look to be in a great deal of. Certainly looks to be in a great deal of discomfort at the moment.
On this, I just had a message from Sarah Marshall in Timoth, says, to Scothic's my age, we're the generation where you stick a wet paper towel on it and it'll be fine. That's the attitude.
A little bit of freeze spray, cold sponge. I remember playing football on a Sunday morning. The physio used to come out with a cold sponge. I'm all right, Fizz. No worries, do not put that on the back of my neck because I've injured my ankle. It doesn't need to go on my neck.
So James Hill, could he be a dangerous wounded tiger?
Well, I think it's shaping up to be that. As we see, the Somerset versus Middlesex Family Day, Sunday, August the 14th. There are a couple of tickets left, but the word on the street is the Cooper Associates County Ground will be sold out this Sunday. It will be a fantastic day. Lots of games and entertainment for the children. And the parents can sneak off and watch a bit of cricket. What a great day that will be on Sunday. Hope you're joining us for that. At the moment, back here, Somerset are kind of stalling here. 55 for 2 off of 12 overs. We have a James Hildreth with a he needs a trip to the farrier to get a new boot put on or something like that. I'm not sure what's going on, but the hamstring seems to be troubling him, and it looks like Harry's going to play a few shots.
I think this could be quite entertaining, actually. I hope he gets a few out the middle and plays like at Glamorgan 100 and T20, I always remember. And I don't know, just got a good feeling about James Hildreth today. Something like you on comms, your old mate. Is it? Have you got the relationship now? Will you text after the game?
Yeah, not necessarily too much about the cricket side of things, the actual performance side of things, but yeah, we do talk occasionally.
Would you ring him up after if you score big runs?
Yeah, I think any of the lads when they have a good day, I always send them a little message, say well done.
They must be missing playing with you.
Yeah, it's for them to say. They're probably loving life without me pestering them.
You haven't got James on the golf course then?
No, he's one of those sickening individuals. He doesn't play golf, but he will go out and he's comfortably a 6-8 handicap even when he never plays. He's got a very natural, very elegant golf swing, as you'd imagine. He looks like he's going to play a few shots as he squirts it off the outside edge, and Point makes an absolute mess of that one.
I don't think he wanted that single, did he?
Sneaks through for one. Yeah, a little bit concerning here for Hildy. It looks like he's definitely gone in the hamstring. Hopefully he can get a few runs under his belt. Somerset certainly need some innings of substance at the moment. Goldsworthy is kind of stalling at 10 off of 17 balls, and Hildy the same, 6 off of 18. That run rate starting to sneak towards 8.
Yeah, they won't be looking at that too much yet, will they?
No, I don't think so. It's just about building a partnership, but I think they'll be mindful. I think about now, they've been together for 5-6 overs and the runs haven't really come. I think now there'll be a bit of heat under the collar, Need to not necessarily go boundary hunting, but it's the dot balls. Need to avoid the dot balls. But that's doubly difficult when you've got a wounded soldier down the other end.
But I'd say Lewis goes with his games, not really whacking boundaries in white ball. He wants to rotate the strike, and he's going to struggle without a fully fit, quick run at the other end. Is there a time when Hildreth thinks about retiring her, or does he just swing from the hip now? If he can't play properly, you know, or just hobbles through.
Yeah, and he will use all of his experience wisely, I'm sure. He'll find the right balance to not affect the team in a negative way. I'm sure he'll do the right thing. Looks like he's going to go boundary hunting.
I almost feel like this is Hildreth and his heir apparent. I feel like Goldsworthy's the James Hildreth of the next 10 years. Can he bat 3 and 4 in all 3 formats?
I think there's a lot of people that would love to be the next James Hildreth. Harry, there's a fair bit of water that needs to go under that bridge before anyone can lay claim to that one. The county's 3rd highest run scorer of all time. But that's great. That's what it's all about. I mean, that's what you should be doing. Who's the next Trez? Who's the next Hildy? That's exactly what you want. You need to look, for my era, who's the next Botham, the next Viv, or,
Is that what you grew up thinking?
Get that. Yeah. But you still aspire to be those cricketers. Well, for me, it was Graham Rose. I used to love watching and learning from Graham Rose. He was just a quality all-rounder. Did his job. Good character. Great to be around. I know back in the day we used to do the cricketers who's who questions, and who's your sporting idol? Graham Rose.
Straight up.
Maybe wasn't the, well, it was actually George Best and Graham Rose. I'm not sure George Best and Graham Rose has ever been said in the same sentence in the history of mankind, but I felt like one had that, the flair, the talent, the most incredible skill level in George Best, the flawed genius, but Graham Rose was just a brilliant player. As Hildy stays leg side and slashes it over backward point for 4.
Lovely shot.
Sign of intent. That's the 3rd or 4th time he's tried to play that shot. Can we have a little hour of Hildy
I'd love
causing
to see
havoc? That would be great. There's not going to be too many more times where we're going to be able to sit back and enjoy James Hildreth batting here in a Somerset shirt, so hopefully today is one we can savour. As he goes again over cover, and he's picked out deep point. Almost couldn't write that. You could play that shot another 15 times and not find that fielder. James Hildreth's innings comes to an end on 12. Slowly walks back to the Andy Caddick Pavilion. Somerset now, you've got to say, are in a spot of bother.
Yeah, gutting for James Hildreth. Doesn't look right with that hamstring, does he? Played that beautiful shot over backward point and nailed it over deep cover, really, as you said. If it's 3 yards either side, he's got a boundary. Not far off being 6, but he's got to traipse off. And George Bartlett's going to come to the crease. Another man, he's sort of that 4-5-6 right-hander in the order. He's in a little bit of pressure in and out of these all 3 formats, really, in recent years.
Well, he's just signed a new contract. It's a good day it'd be a good day to repay the faith and get yourself a score. Great opportunity for George. Docile wicket. There's a tiny little bit of hold in the pitch from the spinner, but nothing to real write home to. There's no movement for the seamer. He was in brilliant form towards the back end of the county championship, so great opportunity to post a big score. You won't get many better times to bat than in the 14th, 15th over.
Scored that wonderful 100 against Leicestershire, didn't he, in this comp last year? Scored those runs against Sri Lanka Development in the T20 game just before the blast this summer. Scored hundreds for Bridgewater, of course. He's a talented striker and lovely to watch when he gets going. Just, it'd be great to see a little partnership between these two that can just grow and bat through the middle overs.
Well, it's got to the stage now where we are desperately in need of someone grabbing this game by the scruff of the neck and taking it deep into the innings. putting the Durham bowlers under a bit of pressure, because at the moment it's all too easy. Not only are they picking up wickets, not really scoring at an amazing strike rate. And I think, you know, I suppose it does validate, you know, the way to go about things. You know, Somerset they've got 60 runs, which isn't too bad. I don't think anyone's played particularly well yet. So you can kind of score runs while playing poorly here at Taunton, but really is going to take a change of momentum at the moment. Goldsworthy and Bartlett are the two men out there at the moment that have that opportunity, that responsibility. Can we turn this poor bit of form around? It's not been a great start to the Royal London. It's a must-win game, isn't it, in terms of, you know,
absolutely,
getting any further in the competition?
Well, so yeah, different format. There's the two group winners go through to semi-final straight away, and they play the winners of the 2v3 and the 3v2 that play off in what are effectively quarterfinals, but there's not 4 quarterfinals.
Goldsworthy cuts through forward cover in front of square on the offside. Untidy bit of fielding there, but just a 1. Goldsworthy moves on to a dozen.
Cracking crowd here today, seeking the shade, all around the ground.
Yeah, never in doubt. Death and taxis and good crowds at Somerset and all that. It's a shame they haven't been treated to performance to match the commitment from the crowd just as yet, but again, we've got 2 very, very fine young players at the crease in Lewis Goldsworthy and George Bartlett. Somerset 64 after 14 overs. The bad news is we're 3 wickets down.
So what are we going to see bowling from the Gothic Pavilion end? We've seen Travaskis bowled that 1 over for 3 runs. London scored, well, he's bowled 3 overs for 9. So 2 maidens already. Think, looking back through the Somerset colours, only 1 maiden in the whole innings for Somerset. Jack Brooks bowling it. Tightish start for Durham with the ball.
Well, as we know, you know, Sonny Baker was quite clearly the standout performer. He played really well bowled really well for his 6 first. Not too many times you'll get a 6-wicket haul in one-day cricket, so fair play to the lad. Not only that, it's the run. He didn't go for many runs either. It really was a spectacular piece of bowling.
Travaskis is a good bowler too. He's going to keep on his left arm tweakers. Got the point and the backward point, both with white floppy hats. Goldsworthy's good at just ticking the spinners down the ground, taking the ones long on, long off. Mid-on's going to come up for George Bartlett, try and tempt him to go against the spin over the top. Travaskis turning it away from the right-hander. That's full and floating outside off stump. Bartlett will be cursing himself there. Managed to pick out the point fielder. Interesting hand gestures from Slip. Trying to work out what field changes are required here, but long on is going to go back again. Of course, in the middle overs now, you can have 4 men outside the ring. Is that seagull o'clock as they're floating around?
Yeah, they're being kicked out from Western Supermare, I think.
Super Vegas.
Western Super Vegas, go on. Off you go. All the fish and chips have been devoured on the coast. They're coming up to Taunton to get the pickings from the crowd. Anyone leaves anything by, any food, the seagulls will be swooping down. 15 overs gone here at the Cooper Associates County Ground, 66 for 3. Somerset battling. Goldsworthy's given himself a nice bit of time to get in. 13 off his 24 balls. George Bartlett new to the crease. Just on the 2 runs. So Coghlan having a bowl. Yeah, we thought he was playing just a batter, but he's having a bowl. Can certainly get the ball through. Coggers into George Bartlett. Bouncer straight away. Fended off out to deep. Square leg for 1 run. Yeah, you can bowl a decent amount of pace, Paul Coghlan. Normally very much sort of in on the angle to a right-hander, attacks the stumps with a fair helping. Lashings of bouncers. Lashings of bouncers. You always expect to get a few around your ear roll from Coggers. His Goldsworthy clips that off his pads. Nice, smart bit of fielding there. Down on the boundary at fine leg. Goldsworthy picks up a couple.
So we didn't think Coggers was going to bowl because he's not been fully fit lately. He didn't bowl in club cricket on Saturday, but seems all right now coming in, doesn't he?
Yeah, I don't think him bowling in club cricket is necessarily an indication of his fitness,
Well,
but
he's
I know what you mean.
He's not been allowed to bowl the last few weeks. They, Borthwick did an interview last week saying he was just going to play as a batter.
Yeah, he's probably coming back from a bit of a niggle. He's another one, I think, that he's one of those finely tuned athletes, you know, big fella, big fast bowler as well, prone to picking up little niggles from time to time, but can certainly bowl a slippery bouncer, as he showed there. Goldsworthy playing down the Bakerloo to a ball on the Jubilee.
You can just hear the effects, Mike. A few cheers and gentle encouragement. It's that afternoon lull where normally tractors in full voice trying to motivate the Somerset players. Frustrating times for Somerset fans with 2 losses to kickstart the campaign. Desperate to win this one.
I think they've had a little bit of a chat, the seam bowlers. Seem to be targeting Lewis Goldsworthy with a lot of short pitch bowling. Lewis Goldsworthy being a Cornishman, wouldn't have seen many bounce above his shin, I wouldn't have thought, in his time playing Cornish club cricket. He's certainly being tested out with...
His shins aren't too high either, are they?
No, he's certainly getting a few old helmet rattlers being sent down at the moment.
Cornish rattlers, helmet rattlers.
Oh, so lots of rattlers. He's not facing much in his half, is what I'm trying to say. As he plays a beautiful back foot punch through to the offside.
He's just getting into form to bring me the WPA Predictions League title when he becomes the county championship leading scorer in the season. With Abe's hamstring injury, is making my doubted prediction at the start of the league.
Abe's was your pick, was it?
Well, I was going to go Abe's, and I changed my mind last minute and put Golders in. And I got so much stick for saying, why have you put Goldsworthy? He's not even in the championship team. He's not going to play very much. I said, oh, Abe's will either play England Lions or maybe get injured. And I reckon Goldsworthy is the next top run scorer.
For Somerset?
Yeah. Can you remember, did you do yours?
I did not.
No. How did you get away with that?
Was I supposed to?
Yes, I'm sure you were.
I'm not never really been one for like the fantasy leagues and all that kind of stuff. It doesn't. I know you need to substitute people in and out. My starting 11 would be my finishing 11.
Oh, look at that.
I might have done.
I bet you've done.
Ben, did I do one?
I think you did. I've got some good predictions.
I'd love to cast my brain back to 3 months
there he
ago.
is.
Oh, there we go.
Of course you did. I told you you did.
Oh, right, wrong.
Why haven't I got a picture of a Somerset shirt on?
There we go. We bring that graphic back up. Let's see if we've got any. If we're in the running with any of those. Let's have a look at Harry's again at the end of the over and see if any of his Mystic Meg predictions are going to stand any chance of coming true. Yeah, I think I did one of the... Here we go. Somerset leading run scorer, James Hildreth. I think that's probably going to be a stretch too far at the moment, unfortunately. Leading first class wicket taker, Josh Davey, if he can get on the park. I think that would be...
yeah, fair comment.
That would be there or thereabouts. JD has a great knack of getting wickets at the top of the innings. Most first class 6s, Lewis Gregory. Will Somerset score 500 plus across the first class season in an innings? No. Have they? They've scored 500, haven't they?
Oh.
Or is it just a late 400s on one of those,
Yeah,
those
naturally.
flat ones?
Southport, I think they did. There'll be one in September. There'll be a flat one, won't there?
Oh, hopefully not. No. Those games that just limp into the third innings, they're quite hard to watch, aren't they?
Yeah. Well, is it Kent that the first 6 matches or something daft? Their bowlers at the team have 500.
Yeah. Ben Compton, I think, who just signed from Nottinghamshire, just churning out
Yeah.
run after run after run. That would definitely be a grab your binoculars and watch them paint dry kind of vibe going on there, just blocking it, churning out the runs. You want to see wickets with a bit of life in them. I think the wickets we had start the season, you know, were potentially brilliant wickets for the Somerset side. It's just obviously there was a bit of a frailty in the batting lineup, but you know, Somerset's bowling lineup were ripping through the orders. You know, taking the 20 wickets or close to it. That game against Essex here,
Oh,
I thought
ridiculous.
I actually thought that was a really exciting pitch to play on. Maybe a little bit too seamer friendly, but what a nearly game of cricket that was for Somerset.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to see a change of bowling at the far end.
No, Paul Coughlin's still going
Still
here.
going.
Somerset
He's managed.
74 for 3 after 17 overs. 33 overs, another 269 runs required. That run rate has crept over 8 runs. So really important that you just keep that scoreboard ticking over. I think it's getting close to that stage where you almost need probably a boundary every other over and some good running between the wickets. These two, young, fast, fit, healthy. Both of them have got to get themselves in. I think this game really does hinge on this particular partnership. As George goes for the big shot, steps outside off stump. A swing and a miss.
I've seen him nail them, but not when he's on 4 not out. I've seen him nail them when he's on 60 not out. Yeah.
Yeah, again, I feel like there's a lack of individual sort of confidence and game plan of what sort of one-day player they're trying to be. You know, there's not enough attacking shots. When there aren't attacking shots, there have got to be good touch shots. And I'm not seeing enough of either. So the result is there's a lot of dot balls. You know, neither batsman is creating an angle to get a single or hitting a boundary. So, you know, for me, that's like a bit of an individual thing.
They're trying too hard to hit boundaries, almost forgetting to rotate the strike.
Well, it looks a little bit block hack at the moment. You know, like I said, I'm all for people playing big positive shots. You know, that tells me that they want to be a boundary scorer. Whereas at the moment there seems to be like a lack of either happening.
No ball.
Coggers' no ball was a little bit too short, called a no ball, but won't be a free hit, I don't believe.
So you must have played a fair amount of cricket. Coggers not so he's injured in a while, but netting and training with him?
No, he wasn't there when I was there.
Yeah.
He'd already moved back to Durham. I think he's very much wanted to be back around his family and all that. He certainly is an exciting talent. He can whack the ball when he bats, and he can certainly bowl fast. He had a number of injury issues when he was at Nottinghamshire, from what I'm led to believe. When he's on the pitch, he's a very effective cricketer. Lewis Goldsworthy played another nice punch shot. You could almost predict from a batting point of view that the majority of balls Lewis is going to face are going to be short. Clock is in again to George Bartlett, who plays a nice touch shot down to third man for a single, and that shot is kind of what I was talking about before. There's not enough of those to make you a touch player, and there's not enough big shots to make you a power player. So, you know, and in fairness, you know, we have a lot of players that are just finding their feet in first-class cricket, but need to find the answers pretty quickly here, as this partnership is starting to pick up a little bit of momentum. Could do with a couple of boundaries. Don't want that run rate getting out of control. Somerset 80 for 3 at the end of the 18th over.
Talking of Rattler, text from Dan Giblett and Josh Coombs have said, we're watching the Somerset stream from sunny Spain, drinking some cider Rattler. Enjoying our chat about, what did you say? Rattled in the helmet, did you say?
Yeah,
helmet rattler.
Helmet rattler.
Helmet Rattler, the Cornish
As the
Rattler.
blokes out there take a bit of a drinks break. It's hot, so they're having a little bit of a time out here. It's probably a good time for me to go and grab another little top up of the water if Sam wants to come back into the chair, and
If he doesn't,
have a little bit of a chat. I'll go off and grab myself a little bit of caffeine, I think, and leave you with Sam and Harry. You can, and I'll come back in once this partnership starts to motor along.
what's their 200? Right. Cheers, Trigo. While they're having a drinks break, I'll just give you a little lowdown on some of the county scores. Sam Northeast out for 29, having bigged up his PCA Player of the Month, scoring runs last few county championship games in July. Kieran Carlson's 33 not out. Billy Root 16 not out as Glamorgan 94 for 3, leading 258 to beat Yorkshire. What else we got? Surrey are 81 for 2. At the time, Middlesex were 87 for 2. Remember Eskenazi scored that wonderful 100 earlier in the day. It's a good games get on around the grounds. Just had a little delay for the some announcements of birthdays, and Sam and I are doing a bit of, what's it called, musical chairs? Yeah, why not?
It's dangerous now, isn't it? With crossed headphone wires, which means we're in
Oh,
danger
no.
of pushing each other's buttons. We'll be all right.
Oh, that's risky.
We can do.
That is controversial. I didn't
It is
realise we'd
risky.
done it.
That's what happens when you move across. You're going to make sure we don't turn each other off.
Oh, that's going to be funny. I'm going to do that in a minute.
Cut
And-
you off midstream.
Yeah. Well,
And next time you come on with I played against this player in the Devon Leagues. What do you reckon, H? This is not. Yeah, this is excellent from Durham. They've got
Yeah.
Somerset right where they want them. Lots of runs required. Some might say too many.
yeah, you're probably right at the moment. As
Up at 8 almost.
Pete said, need a partnership.
8.2 it says they require.
Yeah. George Bartlett, a little tick around the corner. That's a lovely shot, actually. Could be 2. No, good dive and slide and pick up. Just the one. Yeah, the 2 bottom sides, the 2 struggling teams haven't won for the first 2 games, and not good for Somerset so far. Meanwhile, Gloucestershire 119 for 4. Jack Taylor's getting going now with Bobby Bracey. Montgomery's got 2 for 18. And it's T at the England Lions game. So got really wristily flick one out to deep cover. And 89 for 1. Sibley 38 not out. Dan Lawrence 20 not out. And you can watch that on the usually they're just resuming after tea. Bartlett with a lovely back foot punch for no run though.
Yeah, beautiful day here. But most people in the ground, I would imagine, would be a bit disappointed with the way the cricket's going so far. There'll be a few down from Durham. An old trip.
Oh, that's a lovely delivery from Leon Vasquez. Just outside off stump. There's a bit of an update, sad news. Pete Siddle is set to miss the next few games. Jamie Thorpe's issued a statement that Pete's been managing lower back complaints the last few weeks. So he's going to take a scan to get a bit of clarity over what the issue is, and then they'll sort out a proper long-term plan to get him back to full fitness. Real shame for Pete Siddle.
Yeah, it really is. You can see he was struggling. You know, I fear this is not this isn't in Jamie Thorpe's statement. This is not official or anything, but I fear that might be the last we see of him in a Somerset shirt this summer. Then.
Very pessimistic, but yeah, potentially pragmatic.
Well, these back injuries, though,
yeah.
you've got to manage him. You've got to be so careful. He's a super fit bloke, Pete Siddle, but If you've got a bad back, you've got a bad back.
Yeah. No, I know what you mean. Another cut straight to the fielder. I feel like Somerset are hitting fields a lot at the moment. Just not quite getting the placement, not quite getting the gaps.
Yeah, but when things aren't going your way, that is what tends to happen, and they aren't going Somerset's way at this stage. They're very much going Durham's way, though. They have been and are being excellent. And you sold me out, Harry. Paul Coughlin is having a bowl. This Scott Borthwick, I told you, he was telling a few fibs, was he? Do you reckon?
Yeah, that interview, yeah.
He was misleading us.
Cheeks was laughing at me for saying, oh, Coughlin didn't bowl in the league cricket, why would that affect this? And I said, I'm sure I watched an interview this morning over breakfast with Scott Borthwick saying Coughlin wouldn't be bowling, he'd be batting.
Well, he is bowling. He's bowling at George Bartlett as we speak. No slips in. So Tom McIntosh is a lone figure behind the stump. So he's got Nick Maddinson at a backward point, but very short, almost catching. There is cover out, like deep cover point, really. As Coughlin comes in. Short one to Bartlett, who swishes through it. He wasn't really watching the ball. He had his head in the wrong position. It flies through to McIntosh. Couple of games left then at home. I mean, Somerset go to Leicestershire on Friday. Need to start picking up wins. As Bartlett goes up, and I think he's gone over as well. Mid-on is chasing it backwards, but won't get there. It's plonked and then stuck fast in the ground. So Bartlett picks up a couple. Not convincing. That short ball again. Bartlett was trying to pull it. It went very, very straight. We're being told off for our lack of optimism, Harry.
Yeah.
I can just see it over your shoulder.
Annie Chave is positive. She said, positive vibes. We've been too pessimistic.
Good. You're right, Annie. Sorry, Annie. I can't wait to see you back here as well. At some point later in the summer. Short ball, well directed, and Bartlett bounces. I don't think he bounces. I think he ducks underneath it. Ducks underneath the bouncer. One for the over there. It's like a tall man, George Bartlett, actually. He's moved on to double figures then with that 2. He's got 10. Goldsworthy, he's got 21. So just a little bit of a partnership beginning to build here, but it's that asking rate, 8.5 runs and over. 23 off 38 balls these two have put on. Just joining us, Matt Renshaw, Steve Davies, James Hildreth. Three senior batters really in the Somerset side, all in and out. Pulled, this time Bartlett has got hold of it. And it's gone all the way for 6. In front of square, there is a fielder out there at deep square leg, but it's gone over deep mid-wicket really. There wasn't a fielder at deep mid-wicket, but that's where the ball's gone. And Bartlett finally, at the 4th time of asking, gets the pull shot away.
That's the Annie Chave optimism.
It is,
There's
yes.
6 over the wicket. Big shot. Nailed it.
Yeah, a few more of those. I know you waxed lyrical about having seen George Bartlett score quick runs, so he is capable of scoring. Another good bouncer there from Coughlin, who just Bartlett.
Oh.
Yeah, I was going to say it's the second of the 8, isn't it? It's a no ball. He's probably only because he's already had his allocation from the over. There was a bit of a there's still a conversation going between umpire and 2 umpires. Is that a warning? I think they've just given Paul Coughlin. I think they have. There's a lot of gesticulating going out there between the umpires. Free hit has been signalled. I think they were asking for whether it was a no ball or a wide, because that does make a difference with the free hit. Paul Coughlin is down, not quite on his knees, but just on his haunches, with Scott Borthwick over there chatting to him. You know, he came into the game working his way back to full fitness, just trying to work out a plan for this free hit now then. One ball remaining in what is the 20th over of the Somerset innings. Free hit then for Bartlett, who swings and misses. Well bowled, Paul Coughlin. Fuller outside off stump, and it whistles through to McIntosh, so he gets out of the over. Relatively unscathed there, Paul Coughlin. 20 overs gone here. Somerset 93 for free H. I don't want to be pessimistic. I'm trying not to be. But it's a very big ask as we see Jason Kerr. No, we don't see Jason. Is that Jason Kerr here?
Yeah.
In his office. I thought it was. I suddenly went, oh, we see Jason Kerr in his office with Greg Kennis. So I suddenly went, oh, Jason Kerr's not here, but he would be. It's an off day.
He's just chilling out.
He's in the white T-shirt. Greg Kennis.
He can wear what he likes. He's not working, can he?
Looking after the Somerset side here. They're in that top.
And Paul Tweds.
Enjoying the sunshine.
Where's Chivascus continuing then, and that's middle and leg and whipped away by Lewis Goldsworthy into the leg side for one run. Every time I look in the crowd, there seems to be more people here. It's like more and more people are coming in, and if it's coming in after work or they know how important a game this is and trying to spur Somerset onto a home win. Again, that's middle and leg line and can be flicked into leg side for one run, but Somerset need more than 6 and over. So ones aren't going to cut it. Back, making room for himself, only cuts it for one. Back foot punch for one into the offside. It's going to be interesting. We talked about Sonny Baker, and I said Baker and Siddle both having had back injuries would maybe play one game each, but Siddle's not played today. Baker's taking the 6th. Do you keep playing Baker, but then do you risk injury? You can't keep on him, but you don't really want to lose the momentum of having taken the 6th.
Yeah, I think you've got to be a bit careful, but at the same time, if you're going to be a professional cricketer, you've got to be able to play a couple of List A games in a row. I don't know. You'd hope that if he's fit enough to play, then if he's able to bowl 10 overs, then they're pretty confident in his back.
Big shot from George Bartlett. Does get 4 for it this time. Back and pulls it. Beats the short mid-wicket man and the wide long on. And deep square leg a split. So that overs up with a rate. It's well, there's something that can keep going at over 8 and over. Get to this Durham total. Bit imposing now. Well over 200 runs more required. 21 overs gone.
There's your optimism, H.
1 boundary in his back.
Yeah, I like that. That's why I like it. Ben Orr's been in touch. Plays his club cricket over at Taunton. He's played everywhere, Ben, but he's watching the live stream from Lagos, Nigeria.
Oh, wow.
I can't see the live stream in his picture, but he assures me he is watching. It's very overcast in Lagos. I tell you what, the new ball, it's a bowl first morning over in Lagos this morning.
That's better than the picture I was sent of her.
You'd stick him in first up. A little bit of leg spin. Harry Everett's going to be happy because the leg spin of Scott Borthwick is going to come into the attack. I mean, that's how he started. When he came on to the scene and played for England, there's a leg spinner. Didn't bowl as much down at Surrey, but has taken on a bit more bowling responsibility. I put an extra syllable in that word since he's gone back to Durham. And here he is now, bowling at Goldsworthy, who drives him straight. Picks up a single. Ollie Gibson at short third, just going through his warm-up motions. Couple of floppy caps out there for Durham. Ollie Gibson is one man in one. No ball there from Scott Borthwick. Overstepping, so that'll be a free hit, will it? Yes, it will. I was just checking it wasn't to do with fielding restrictions, but no, it wasn't. So Borthwick's got his run up wrong, which is pretty criminal for a leg spinner to overstep.
Yeah, no excuse really.
And that free hit has been hit. Wow, it's a lovely shot from George Bartlett, put down in the crowd, smashed over mid-on, over what would have been log on, into the Lord Ian Bovram stand. Annie Shavers brought the optimism back to the Cooper Associates county ground. 111 for free now, and George Bartlett is just starting to get going. He's up to 28 off 29 balls, a couple of sixes chucked in there. Defends that one. It's the kind of spirit you like to see, H. But a fight back, 49 worth the partnership is worth now.
And no ball free, it does help quite a lot, let's be honest.
It does. They think about a single, don't take one, and rightly so. Sean Dixon was smart in there at backward point.
George Bartlett was on 4 not out last time that did score. He tried to shimmy down the wicket and whack it over the top and missed it, and now he's on 28. He's making up.
Oh, nearly turned you off there. I was just telling him I was going to turn my own thing off. I did turn my own thing off in the end. I went to turn Harry's off. Dot ball there. Bartlett gets on the back foot, so Borthwick, after an untidy start to the over, finishes it off tidily enough with 4 dots. So 111 for free, Somerset. Our 22 overs gone.
I like the follow through, the sound effects and the enthusiasm from Scott Borthwick when he bowls.
Yeah, all action cricketer.
Important in a leg spinner, isn't it?
I like the music that's going on around the ground. It's a completely different match day mark. I think he's in charge of the music. We had a bit of Ash earlier on, Girl from Mars. It's very much a kind of 90s indies vibe.
Yeah, we enjoyed some crackers today.
Some crackers, yes.
Most of them.
I'm not sure if the end of the over warrants this particular. Not
Well, stars in
your eyes, yeah, it's old school, but just an odd interlude that. Gibson's back into the attack.
Oh, that's a short ball. Well played by Lewis Goldsworthy. He's used to ducking and diving out of short deliveries with his height, but he's played that well. So enthusiastic about his music, Mark Tyler forgot to announce the bowler before the first ball of the over. He was too busy singing the stars in their eyes.
And where's Matt Renshaw when you need him?
Yeah. Another short ball. Will he get away with that? Ooh, there's a few groans from the crowd.
He just had a look at his spikes there as if to suggest that he slipped and hadn't meant to bowl it.
Which is, yeah, I'm going to slip in this. Yeah, George Bartlett just wiping his hands in the dust. That's going to help his grip.
It's going to be hot out there under a helmet, under all that padding.
Big run up. Fair play in this heat, not diminishing the run up, still charging in. One into leg side easily enough. There's a little clap for the 50 partnership. Important partnership it is too.
Yeah, it is. 50 or 57 balls. But it's only the start, really.
Yep, indeed.
It's only really, at the moment, it's just that's just respectability. A lot of work needed.
Oliver James Gibson charging in, the Northallerton born lad. Northallerton just near Bedale, sort of the edge of Yorkshire, up towards Darlington, up towards Durham. 22-year-old. Got a 3 for in the Durham seconds against the Lancs in July. Otherwise, he's just got 1 for 45 against Middlesex and 0 for 22 against Surrey. 6 and a duck with the bat in his first 2 Royal London Cup innings of the year. This time, that's a big shot from George Bartlett. Back foot swat over mid-off, all the way for, wow, is that a phenomenal bit of fielding? I thought it was going to see all the way for 4. I think that is the best bit of fielding of the day by Sean Dixon, right down in front of us. The ball was 1.5 centimetres, an inch from the rope. Full length dive, stretch, flick back. Yep, umpires aren't going to confer. They're going to give him, well, benefit of any doubt. Great bit of fielding. Saved 2 runs there.
I thought that was 4 all day long for George Bartlett. That's the kind of pressure Durham are going to exert on Somerset. They're not going to give in. Not going to let them have any easy runs. Not far away from the halfway mark here. I think Bartlett went across, wanting to pull it. Good call from Lewis Goldsworthy. Great running. That was a soft-handed block to where first slip would be. And sprinted through for 1 run. So decent over that, but both the legsmen's going to continue while George Bartlett gets a drink off Ollie Sale. Goldsworthy's talking about a glove swap, but now I think he's going to persevere with his sweaty white ones. I wonder what the record for the pairs of gloves that have been used in a day is.
Lamashade probably changed, and Steve Smith changed fairly regularly.
Yeah. Maybe one of them scored a double 100 in the UAE when it's 30 degrees and gone through 6 pairs in a day or something daft.
Right, Borthwick is going to continue. George Bartlett crouches and waits and drives in. It's a lovely looking shot. It's gone wide of the fielder at cover. Will get cut off eventually, so they pick up a couple. Nice start to the over. Push back to Borthwick. Pick up a single out to deep cover. So just happy to rotate the strike, which, as you were saying, it was difficult to do that when Hildreth was in because of the fact he wasn't moving so freely. So Lewis Goldsworthy came in at 3. He's on 26 now. Bartlett's got 34. Goldsworthy drives but straight at the fielder. Same again, straight at that fielder at cover. So Borthwick. One ball shy of finishing his second over. This time it's pushed to mid-on, and there will be no run. So just the 3 runs off that. Scott Borthwick over 24 gone, Somerset 118 for 3.
So we're going to see the bit of pace from this end and slow leg spin from the other end continuing. Here we are, another few T-shirts going to be thrown into the crowd. You managed to get one yet, Sam?
I haven't been down there, no. Triggs, that's where he's gone, isn't it? Oh, he turns up there.
Is that J-Lo at the front with his floppy Somerset hat?
He'll come back with a purple T-shirt, Triggs.
I reckon next time I'm off, I'm going to have to do a lap and find a T-shirt. George Bartlett might have hit that straight to mid-off. Yes, he has. George Bartlett has to go. He gets 34. Is it harsh to say he's flattered to deceive again? Look good for a few and then gets himself out?
Yeah, he was. I mean, the problem is he's under such pressure, isn't he, with that run rate, 8.7. So he's got to keep going. He can't really consolidate any further. And he knew, he was annoyed. I thought initially he hit it quite well, but then you could see his reaction immediately was one of disgust with himself and that partnership. Well, it's just got over 50, as we were saying. It was just a start, though, and it's come to a conclusion way too early from a Somerset perspective, but Durham will be delighted as their physio just races on with a wheelie bin of drinks.
Looks like Steve Kirby, doesn't it?
Running with that same intensity.
Yeah. That is, I don't want to say curtain, but that's a massive blow for Somerset. Goldsworthy's going to be the anchor who bats through. You could done with Bartlett going ahead and whacking it, and someone's got to spend some time out there. It's going to come down to Rue and Green, really, before we get into the bowlers. Yes, Aldridge can bat, but James Rue, a lot of talent, a lot of potential. Going to put pressure on him, but he seemed to thrive when he's been under pressure recently, in fairness.
Yeah, he does. Great temperament for such a young man and a player so early in his career. So, there's almost no pressure on him in some senses, because if he does something here, it's a very special performance. 225 from 25.5 overs, 5 overs.
Meanwhile, Harry Brooks at the wicket. Sibley's gone. Dan Lawrence is 64 not out for England Lions, 145 for 2 in a 4-day game of red ball cricket against South Africa's fairly first team, South Africa really, building up for the test match a week today. Yes.
It is a week today, yeah.
17th of August. And Patel's gone to 50 for Surrey in the London derby. Middlesex scored 3-5-2, cracking score. And Surrey in a little bit of trouble chasing that down. 3 down after 18 overs. So Surrey need 246 runs off 32 overs. Not far off what Somerset need here, really. Don Bess is bowling against Glamorgan, who are 123 for 5. And James Giroux is going to go. He's going to punch and run first ball. He could run himself out here. Tell you what, that is a very cheeky run.
Well,
Pick up and throw.
He knew Manson had to move a fair way to his left.
Did he forget his left-handed, do you think?
Yeah, he might. It seemed like he did. I mean, Madison just had to steady himself. He did the right thing, actually, Madison, because he had half a second to have a look. Had the throw been fizzed a little bit more, he would have been in a bit of trouble there.
Madison's not a bad fielder. I reckon he's just forgotten the left-hander. And that's... Oh, he's gone not only back another cheeky run. This time again it's Madison, and again he misses. I think Goldsworth was in that time. Slightly safer, but gosh, they're taking some risks. I suppose...
Just trying to get Nick Madison pumped up.
Well, maybe they said, look, we're not going to whack boundaries, let's try and up the rate. A bit more calm about that defensive shot.
Thank you, sir.
James Rue just punching that back.
I think I might press the wrong button there. I was just acknowledging an instruction, but that's the Harry and I having crossed wires.
Literally. And James Rue has a real swish outside the off stump. No contact, gets away with it.
Very impressive, young Ollie Gibson, hasn't he? 6 overs now, 2 for 24. Got the wickets of Steve Davies and George Bartlett. I mean, Somerset 120 for 4 at the halfway stage. Nearly 223 of 25 overs with 6 wickets remaining at 8.92. I'm sorry, Annie. I'm finding it difficult to retain the optimism from this situation. I have optimism generally, but Durham heavy favourites here. Scott Borthwick and his leg spin to continue. To Lewis Goldsworthy, he's given him a return catch. It was a short ball, really. Goldsworthy goes down, head to the floor almost. He went on the back foot to try and pull it. It was the right shot, and he just managed to smash it back at Borthwick, who parried it up for himself, took the catch. Durham celebrate. They're halfway through Somerset. Somerset are a long way from halfway through the number of runs required. 120 for 5 now, Harry Everett. And that optimism, whatever it was remaining, has just waned a little bit further.
Start the car. It's just frustrating from a Somerset point of view. So much quality in this. But I look at this lineup every week, and Warwickshire are pretty strong. But there's 18 candidates in the Royal London Cup, and every time I look at other scorecards and other names, I think Somerset have got the best 11 on paper, statistically, with the experience, the youth, the talent. And there just seems to be bad shots from the batters. I thought it was an odd toss selection from Ben Green to choose to bowl first. On a flat one, I'd rather seen Somerset try and score 320, be confident, be positive, take the aggressive approach. And then Durham could falter under pressure, but opted to bowl. Sonny Baker bowled superbly, yes, but 342 is a decent score at Taunton. Even at Taunton, that's a good score. And Somerset look to be faltering. They need a bit of a miracle here from James Rew and the skipper Ben Green. And even Annie sending me upside down, unsmiley faces now.
Yeah, sorry Annie, but the smiley face is rightly upside down. It's the right way up if you're a Durham fan. Absolutely brilliant from them. They started with 2 defeats, remember, 2 heavy defeats, 9 wicket losses. And it looks, unless a miracle happens, like Durham are going to pick up their first victory of the campaign. 120 for 5, Somerset. Skipper Ben Green is out there. He's going to face his opposite number, Scott Borthwick. And that is because he has just tried to take, he has taken the wicket of Lewis Goldsworthy, caught and bowled. To leave Somerset 5 down. Harry talked about that talented top order. It just hasn't quite fired yet. Is probably an understatement in this tournament so far. Ben Green then to face his first ball. First slip in, Sean Dixon. As Green drives down the ground for a single, and Harry just made a little purring noise. Is there something good's happened?
There's a lovely calm shot from Ben Green, having chipped one up needlessly in the bizarre innings at Gloucester, at Bristol last Sunday. A lovely, calm, serene off drive for one. Calm and composed skipper, like that. It's a good sign for Somerset, though. Sadly, we need a lot more than ones.
They do. Ones will be a good start as Rew gets another one, but there'll be plenty of boundaries required. It's just too big an ask from here. As Ben Green digs out what is really a Yorker from Borthwick in the end. Driven down the ground for a single there from Ben Green. Just happy to rotate the strike as he gets his eye in. Capable of hitting a long ball, but he'll have to hit many long balls. James Rew on strike to Borthwick. There's a dot ball to Borthwick. Picks up the wicket of Lewis Goldsworthy in this over. He's bowled 3 overs, 1 for 15. Somerset 123 for 5 now. Chasing, remember, 342. So just the 220 runs required to win.
Just the 220.
There we are, looking positive, I'd say.
Resplendent.
Very much in a positive mode up here.
Chigo's gone. Where is he?
Is he going to reappear in his
I'm not going to say
high
A1,
gloss
he's just-
purple shirt?
That'd be good to see, wouldn't it? What can we dress him in? Nutley's tried to be clever on the YouTube comments, but he's gone a bit premature, trying to make a pun on Rew getting out, but Rew didn't get out.
Change of bowling, is it? Going to be the Aussie overseas?
It is Nick Maddenson, which is an interesting move that possibly shows Durham's dominance. So a bit of left arm slow orthodox. That's a long off to start with. And Ben Green's politely straight batted it down the ground for 1. Had there been a different situation and Ben Green been batting a bit longer, I dare say George Bartlett, for example, would have whacked that into the family stand for 6. But having played that poor shot on Sunday, Green's probably keen to play responsibly, but they do still need to score quickly. 9.2 and over required.
That's a leg side wide from Madison. Root tries to sweep it, just help around the corner for 4 runs. That's a easy option there for Rue. It's either 4 or wide, so you may as well go for it. Thing is they can get away with an over here, Durham, potentially, because these two are new to the crease and got a lot of pressure on them. Ben Green driving too long off for 1 run again. With a leg and just 1 down the ground. Zimbabwe playing Bangladesh in an ODI today. As Ben Green edges that down.
Have a nice day just come on the column. I can hear it blaring around the Cooper Associates County ground. I love it. Spin at both ends still then, Scott Borthwick. It's a old leg spin to the left-handed. James Rue turns it into the left hand now, turns it around the corner, picks up a single.
Scotland scored 262 in their first innings against the UAE in Aberdeen. Aberdeen, as we should say.
For Tawdry. Flicked into the leg side for a couple there, Ben Green. Good running, Rue comes back comfortably.
Former Somerset man Michael Lease goes 1 for 21. Lancs, Worcestershire, knew there's one scorecard, I hadn't updated in a long while. Worcestershire 192 for 5 out of 42. That was a later start.
Returned back to Borthwick on the bounce though.
Having played against Ed Barnard's brother yesterday, Ed's out for 5 today. He's got a lot of runs this.
Promise I'll turn you off.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
One of your next stories.
When I start, it's got to that.
Yeah, I love how you've linked the two there, right?
Yes.
I'm going to talk you through that as they think about a single to cover. Don't take it. Having played against Ed Barnard's brother yesterday, I see he's out for 5 today. Now,
yeah,
in what way do those two
because I said
sentences link?
I was chatting as I was bowling at his brother, as he was at the non-strikers end. I was chatting away to him and saying, "Oh, he's been a lot of runs lately. He's been a bit of form."
Oh, I see, right.
And I was trying to say, "What's the Warwickshire, Worcestershire? You know, what's the move?" He didn't, and then I think I gave the other batsman a 1, and he changed strike, and the conversation ended. Then I got him out
on the ground for a single.
And the conversation was over. So I didn't get to finish the conversation.
Is that why you play cricket then? Is that your journalistic tactic to try and get conversations on the field?
Well, you spend hours doing your notes for games. I get my notes when I'm bowling at batters. I start chatting to them saying, "Can you give me some commentary content for the next 3 games, please?"
Just claiming the wicket of Ed Barnard today. End of the over, 28 gone.
And then the thing is sometimes when you're bowling at someone, you can see their name on the scoreboard, or you can look, you can ask them about who's this, but then in the bar afterwards, you don't know who they are, what they look like, and what their name is, some of them, so. Lots of birthday shout-outs today. I'm sure I gave this one earlier, but I've had
another one to do,
badger message. Oh.
You're like a radio DJ, aren't you?
Yeah. A big shout-out to Karen's message. Can I give a shout-out to Jack's birthday? Jack from Devon, their under-11s, drew against Dorset at home in Tavistock yesterday, so wants a shout-out, birthday shout-out, why not? Happy birthday to Jack. So 1 into the offside for Ben Green. And Madison is going to keep bowling. James Rue's just going to drive her back. Easy ones down the ground, but sadly that's not quite enough for Somerset at this stage. That's a nice shot. Good fielding again. I've been impressed with Durham fielding. Long off, running round wide, deep extra cover in front of the Gimlet's Hill. Keep that to 2.
They've just been excellent all round, haven't they? Rushworth was good with the ball. Gibson the standout. Borthwick batted beautifully, as did Clark. Liam Travascus came in and got 44. McIntosh, young lad, 28. Sprightly, 28. Bushnell's 24 at the top of the order, actually.
Yeah, good looking.
Yeah, and it set the platform. It did exactly what Somerset didn't do. It meant that, when was he out? Not until the 13th over. So 64, and they had a solid platform. They hadn't lost any wickets, 13 overs in.
I was impressed with Travascus' batting actually as well.
Less so with Somerset, unfortunately. Today, Sonny Baker was excellent with the ball. 10 overs, no maiden, 6 for 46. Career best, first 5 for... With the bat, it's been what's becoming a familiar story in this competition. It's still only 3 games. I don't like to be too negative about things.
But you keep saying that.
Goes to the reverse sweep. Big appeal. Oof. Not interested. James Rue was down reverse sweeping before Borthwick bowled. Looked like he just fired one in. Yeah. It's difficult. I suppose the but at this stage is that the group stages are nearly halfway through. You lose your first 3. It means you've got any chance. You've got to win the next 5. Push down the ground for a single. That run rate is up to nearly 10 and over. So yes, in T20 you can score 10 and over for 20 overs, but 5 wickets down. I'd love to be proven wrong, Harry. Single, turn around the corner. Slog sweep into the gap, and it's gone into the benches in front of the Andy Caddick Pavilion. Good show of intent there from James Rue. Tried the reverse sweep a bit earlier in the over, got the sweep out at that time, and just had enough distance. It's a short boundary. There's deep square leg, deep mid wicket. Oh, the music selection here is absolutely brilliant. As the reverse sweep comes out again, Nick Madison, a backward point, really good bit of fielding. They scramble through for a single. Good work from Nick Madison. They ran on the shot, really. It probably was a good run in the end. Be very unlucky to be run out there. One of Triggs found his biscuits. He was after water and crunchy biscuits, wasn't he?
He had a long search. I think he's found more than that.
Last ball of the 30th over. Ben Green onto the back foot, just back of a length there from Borthwick, and it's swatted wide of mid-on, so a boundary to end the over, so a decent over from a Somerset perspective. That one, 13 runs from it, brings up the 150, 151 for 5. Watch social media saying, I don't know how you do it.
Wow.
I can't. You're so good at checking all these. You're always on the YouTube comments, and you've got your tweet deck going on.
I just found someone else called Everett, Sean Everett. He's a Somerset fan. Never met them, don't think they're related. Fair point. Alfie Ogborn bowled pretty well, 4 overs for 21, yet others bowled more expensively. I get that. I like Alfie Ogborn. I'd like to have seen him bowl more, but I think if you know cricket, you know that it's unfair to say someone who bowled more is more expensive, because Alfie Ogborn didn't bowl to death. Had Alfie Ogborn been given an over in the last 15 overs, his figures would likely be more runs off his overs, because they go more to death. They tend to have a go and batters are set. So I think it's a little bit unfair to say that. I think Ben Green did the right thing with the bowlers, shuffling them around. Baker bowled superbly. No one else bowled particularly poorly. Aldridge was expensive, but you know, 10 over 70, he didn't bowl as badly as those figures suggest. So yes, you could maybe bowl Alfie Ogborn a couple more and less off Casey Aldridge, but it's not as simple as that.
Green was a bit expensive, but did you have days like that?
He took two, yeah. Would you rather take 2 for 82 or none for 70?
Well, I think the point was that Ogborn was going at just 5.25
Yeah.
and over. But that doesn't mean he would continue to be going at 5.25 and over.
They were most of them were going about 5s and over at the start in the first few overs, but your figures can get ruined by getting whacked around at the death, or even Borthwick was whacking at the middle overs as James Rue nails a pull shot riskily. I mean, it was straight over the man. If that man was 8'9", he'd have caught it. But straight over.
Yeah, was it their Will Smith, wasn't it, they had? Really tall opening batter. It was at Essex and then went up to played at Notts. Was it Will Jefferson?
8'9"
or
are
Will
we talking
Smith?
about?
Nathan Lyon? No, Durham. Is it Will Jefferson or Will Smith? I think it might have been Will Smith. Very tall man.
And that's gonna
Will
be
Jefferson, 6'10".
push for 2. No, and I hear a stomping in the background. That's a Harry. Get off the airwaves. No, he's going to go and get his. He's going to go and get his water and his biscuits. He forgot he was going for about half an hour ago, or longer.
Coming up to 5 o'clock here. Keeper up to the stumps. Chris Rushworth, young Thomas McIntosh. I'll tell you what, we talked about earlier, didn't he? He plays at the Grange. What a lovely place to play your club cricket.
Yeah, I do love the Grange. And that's a nice glide for 1 by Ben Green, hitting round the backward point.
I'll tell you what, we talk about short boundaries here at Taunton. The Grange, batter's paradise, wasn't it?
Just a club ground, isn't it?
Lovely pavilion. It's got like a double-tiered pavilion, hasn't it? There's a few seats out the front, then there's a pavilion, and then there's this really odd set of seats right on the top of the pavilion.
I met a yoga instructor. I met an American yoga instructor who had no idea how cricket worked, but somehow been given a ticket to one of the 15 seats in the very fanciest pavilion, the best seats in the whole ground. And he didn't have a clue what was going on, but managed to get up there. Colin Golland is watching from Western Super Vegas. Coming on Sunday, disappointing performance once again from Somerset. Yes, currently correct, but
Sunday will be different, Colin.
family day. The bold-headed Rushworth with hopefully a lot of sun cream on top is back into the attack from the Just Gothic Pavilion end. 1 more ball, and I'm going to get, talking to Western Supermare, Pete Rieger can talk to Colin Golland and try and install some optimism and positivity, and I'm going to do a lap of the ground and go and find some, what colour T-shirts am I looking for, Sam?
Oh, purple ones. You know,
Purple high gloss T-shirts, yeah.
I knew you would.
If I'm not back in 20 overs time, I don't know, something's happened. Lovely Yorker from Rushworth to finish, and Pete Rieger can come and help tractor driver, and we'll see if he can work out the tangled wires.
Oh yeah, we've got the wires the wrong way around, Triggs. So you're pressing number 1. It's Everett's fault. He comes in and starts shuffling around. Now we're going to go off for a wonder. Find himself a high gloss T-shirt. Pop back in half an hour or so. H. Finish us off. See you home for victory.
It's lucky, Sam. I'm used to having me wires crossed. No problem there.
What do you reckon? A little bit of, it's nice to see a little bit of fight. James Rue showed a couple of flashes of quality. That slog sweep off Scott Borthwick, and then the pulled 6 off Chris Rushworth. Problem is, 10 and over for 19 overs. It's a high-scoring T20 game that, and you're already 5 down.
Yeah, it's not ideal. I think the the dismissals, the Bartlett and Goldsworthy dismissals weren't great. James Rue started brightly again, as his career has, so that's a good sign. Ben Green's played a few nice shots. I think it's, at this stage, just about getting the game, you know, as deep into the innings as you can get and see what happens, really. I mean, it's fair to say that, you know, Somerset are massively the underdogs from here on in, needing, you know, best part of 10 runs and over. But funnier things have happened, but it's going to take something very, very special from one of these two James Rew and Ben Green, neither of which have probably scored a 70, 80, 90, which is what one of them are going to need to get, as Ben Green gets a little bit of luck there. A thin edge through the wicket-keeper. Would have gone into the breadbasket of first slip, but instead goes all the way down here, just below us in the Trescothick stand end, for 4 much-needed runs.
Yeah, take those little bit of luck, little bits of luck. Scott Porpick has just come out of the attack, so Liam Travaskis, left-arm spinner, is back on at the river end.
Yeah, we need a couple of career bests here.
Well, even if they get anywhere close, it'll be worth watching.
Yeah, it certainly will be.
How was your wander around the ground? Did you come across anything exciting?
Well, I made it all the way down to the bottom floor.
It's nice down there, isn't it?
Where I saw Ellie Trescothick, who looked after me with a cup of coffee, as James Rew swats one straight down Squareleg's throat. And a promising innings comes to an end. Head in hands. Very disappointed looking James Rew, making his way back to the pavilion. Nothing really going that well here for Somerset. Everything seems to be going straight to the fielder, unfortunately. And yeah, another dismissal that probably should have ended about 10 rows back in the stand. Not perfectly well timed at all. And caught just running in on the boundary. So Somerset in a spot of bother.
Could say that.
Even more of a...
You could say that, Drake.
They're in spots of bother. The spot is getting bigger, unfortunately. But we have Casey Aldridge coming to the crease now. Big frame, big, powerful lad.
Got 100 for Western.
Yeah, he got 100 early on in the season. He's got some shots in his armoury, no doubt about it. But again, we are going to be requiring some career best performances to get us anywhere near this total. 166 for 6. James Rew, the last man out, for 24. Promising start to an innings. Curtailed by just a poorly executed shot. I think the last 3 wickets in particular have actually looked like quite average deliveries, just not played very well.
Yeah, it's just, you're right. The players have got themselves that difficult to attribute too much blame to someone like Rew, given the situation that he's been faced with. He's got to be trying to hit out from the start. But yeah, you could see the reaction. All 3 of the last 3 players' reaction when they've got out has told you everything. They haven't been got out. They've missed plays, missed time shots themselves that they were very disappointed with.
Yeah, I suppose the one thing that Ben Green and James Rew did do, they started with a real sort of assertiveness to their innings. You know, Green is still in now and has an opportunity to score a sizable innings, a captain's knock, if you like. James Rew started, and I don't know. I think he's one of the players, one of the youngest players in the team. But it looks like he's got a real plan of how he's going about his innings, and all credit to him. But probably does leave a few question marks for the others who don't really show me a clear way of how they're trying to score their runs. You always knew when he bowled to James Hildreth, he was just going to try and murder you through backward point. And if you bowled short to him at Port, he had a clear way of getting his runs. Whereas for me, 1 minute will be, 1 minute someone will go outside off stump and nurdle it into the leg side. Then they'll stay leg side and swish through the offside. It's all a bit frenetic.
Which is what you said was the case against Notts as well here last week. So it just seems to be struggling for those plans a little bit as we have that flag on the screen. If Charlie Taylor was here, he'd be demanding they turn that around. He did manage to get them to turn it around one game. They were obviously listening to him, and they did get up and turn it around for him.
Is that Welsh dragon way of facing? People get very triggered about flags, don't they?
They do. Charlie was particularly staunchly opposed to how they had it set up. And he saw he got one sorted, and then he fixated on another one that was also the wrong way around.
Pirates flag, that's what you want, the old skull and crossbones.
You do. You have those. You used to have those in the Notts dressing room.
That's all you need. Casey Aldridge on strike now to face Chris Rushworth. 1 for 38 off his 7 overs so far. doing what Rushy does, and that is very, very straight. Chris Rushworth jamming one back into the pads, and another what you call probably lazy shot there, straight through Casey Aldridge and wraps him on the knee roll. For some reason I'm struggling with the name Aldridge.
Well, I tell you what's actually a harder one than you'd think is Rushworth. To say that quickly, I have to think about it saying that one. But yeah, you look from up here, we're right behind it. It's one of those that just looks out, didn't it? You just said 1 for 38. As soon as that ball hit the pads, I'm thinking 2 for 38.
Yeah, that was a Gonski, wasn't it, unfortunately? That was very adjacent.
7 down then, Somerset, 169 for 7. And the Killers comes on. I'm getting a bit obsessed myself with the music that's going around the Cooper Associates County ground right now. Got a bit of the Killers on in the background.
Well, something's got to pick the mood up. It's not gone the way of the. It hasn't gone the way of the Wyvern in the Royal London so far. It looks like it's going to very, very quickly turn into a, let's, give some experience, plan for next year's kind of competition, really, or get some momentum into the championship run. It's a massive, massive couple of months coming up for the club. Last thing you want is for the club to have a real slump period in this. We've got to somehow find some momentum, some. What's the word I'm looking for, Sam?
Well, I think momentum is right and some positive because actually, as you say, if this competition so Somerset lose 3 in a row,
happy vibes.
So then, to have any chance of qualifying, you've got to win 5 on the spin. And the way they've been playing so far, you think that's a hard ask anyway. I mean, it's a hard ask even if you're playing well to win 5 one-day games in a row. But yeah, Peter Siddle's out with a back injury. There was a statement just released that he's probably going to miss the next few games. Will he be around for the championship? Tom Abel, we're hoping his hamstring's going to be okay, but you can never tell with hamstrings. So some of these lads might have to step up in the championship as well.
Jack Brooks in to face his first delivery from Chris Rushworth. Lots of experience, Jack Brooks. He will play in his usual fashion. The ball will fly off to all parts. Hopefully he gets a bit of luck. He's got those Go Faster Fandango gloves on. I'm sure he's got the sweatband tucked underneath his helmet.
Arm guard on as well.
Very frustrating batsman to bowl at. Jack Brooks has got a very, very good eye. If he gets himself in, he can hit some really brilliant shots. The ball seems to disappear to different parts of the ground that you're normally not used to defending. So let's hope he can have a little bit of a period of batting with captain Ben Green down the other end, who's got himself to 24 of 22 balls. So he's playing very nice. Honestly, just needs a bit of support now.
But someone like Green, he could be a player. They've been in and out of that championship side, but with Craig Overton away, Leachy will be away. Green could be playing championship cricket again.
Well, I think Imam ul Haq is coming into the championship squad, isn't he?
To replace Matt Renshaw.
To open the batting. There are going to be opportunities, no doubt. We need to secure up that top order. I know George Bartlett played really well towards the back end of the championship run. He's looked promising from time to time here in the Royal London as well, so really important that you don't get sucked into a momentum of being in a losing team. If it goes the way that Somerset can't qualify, just look at each game as an opportunity individually as well to get yourself into form.
How difficult is that? Have you been in that situation? It's not a loaded question because I'm honestly not sure what the answer is, but where you've had 2, 3, 4 games of a tournament left, knowing that really all you're playing for is that kind of thing of form and pride?
Yeah, well, I mean, every game that you play, you're trying to perform to the best of your ability. At the end of the day, you might be playing in front of 200 people that have never been to Taunton before, 200 people to impress.
Yeah.
There are a couple of thousand here of paying punters that want to see some decent cricket. So if you're lacking motivation just because your team's losing, I think you need to question how you go about your business as a professional sportsman. So, yeah, for me, that wouldn't have, I don't think, or I can't remember feeling that way really, because, there's so many opportunities to, you might be playing against someone you might play in 2 weeks' time. Can you take someone down and get a bit of personal sort of tried is Ben Green plays a great cut shot. He's looked really good this innings.
McCallum
That's
back
another.
into the attack. He bowled 3 overs, 1 for 9 before that. Sorry, Treeks. Change of bowling.
No, I'm waffling on me. This is a great chance for Ben Green. I think Ben Green, every time I see him bat, he just seems to look so good and then just doesn't get the amount of runs that the quality of his shots, suggests he might do. This is a real chance for him to, stop being that 20s, 30s, 40s guy and, bat for the next 17 overs, get yourself 80, irrespective of how close Somerset gets to this total. Sometimes you can only do what you can do. Yes, it's a team game, but you're individually responsible for putting in a performance. You can't score the runs for the bloke down the other end. You can't bowl the ball for him either, but you can look after what you do.
Yeah, well said. 17 overs for Ben Green to bat. I see it's that opportunity. I was just having a look at the scorecard stuff to see if Somerset have batted 50 overs. They haven't yet. We saw they didn't bat anywhere near 50 overs against Notts, only 48 against Gloucestershire. That one's going to hurt Jack Brooks, half an appeal, but I don't think they were really that interested. They looked to be firing down, way down the leg side, but Brooks will be another man to add to the walking wounded.
I bet he wish he'd put his Dr. Martin steel toes on for that one. It's copped him on the end of the right big toe by the looks of it. Never great when you get one on the toe, especially as a bowler.
I say, well, there's a good thing he wasn't got his bowling boots though, with the holes cut out.
Yeah, that wouldn't work. Ben Green chopping one on, nearly onto the stumps, out towards square leg for 1 run.
Did you do that? Did you cut the toes out? Is it gone a little bit in the modern game as
No,
boots have evolved?
I had to. My left big toe had to go. If I'd lose a toenail within about 5 or 6 overs
really?
if I didn't. Yeah, it was excruciatingly painful if I bowled with the. It depends how you land. I used to land quite hard and flat, so my foot just used to shunt towards the leather at the front of the shoe, and it would just rip my big toenail off. It was not a pretty picture. I always used to hate it, actually. Best part of 100 quid's worth of bowling boot, and the first thing you do is you take a scalpel or Stanley knife to it.
It surprises me they don't do it these days. They kind of ask and customise it.
Well, I think you probably could go and see the shoe doctor down St James Street and have it done professionally. I know a few lads did, but to be honest, nothing you can't do yourself, really. Bounce to Ben Green, he swats away for 1 run. End of the 34th over, Somerset limp to 178 for 7.
I think that is fair enough. Gloucestershire going well in their chase against Notts Outlaws at Bristol. Notts made 294. Gloucestershire are 241 for 4 off 34 overs, so they only need 54 off 16 overs. James Bracey is unbeaten on 76 and Jack Taylor has 70, so a big partnership for those two. Actually, they were 115 for 4, they're now 241 for 4, so it looks like back-to-back victories for Gloucestershire. Surrey up at Radlett in that supposedly London derby in some ways. Middlesex making 351 for 7. Surrey in response 193 for 5. Ryan Patel 113 off 96 balls. He's a cricketer having a super season in the Championship, taking it across into the Royal London Cup. And Glamorgan 157 for 7 now, chasing 258 against Yorkshire. As Coughlin comes into the attack, and beats Ben Green on the inside. Just nipped back that. Did well to miss everything there, really.
Not quite sure how that's not bowled him, to be honest. I'm not sure, first and foremost, how he missed it. Looked like it was just a straight up and down ball, but must have done something.
A few mind games from Scott Borthwick then, suggesting in the pre-match interview, according to Harry Everett, that Coughlin wouldn't bowl in this one. Into his 4th over now. Good way for him to find some fitness again. Super cricketer. Didn't quite work for him down at Notts, but they got the band back together, as Nick Friend wrote in his piece. A few lads going back to Durham, having left in the last couple of years.
Yeah, Mark Stoneman obviously went down to Surrey with Borthwick, and a couple of other players disappeared. I think they had their troubles financially at the club, didn't they, at the time? And a few of their bigger earners had to disappear off. But yes, I know Scotty Borthwick, he loves the club. I know even though he went off to Surrey, he would have had a very, very keen eye on what they were doing up in the north of the country.
Yeah, he was delighted to go back. A couple of years he's been back there now. Does love the club, loves the area. Loads of them, they're big. It kind of swings their dressing room in terms of football. It's very Sunderland heavy at the moment. There was a time it was quite Newcastle, but they're very much Sunderland fans in there. Borthwick's big on it. He's kind of a bit of a cricket badger and a football badger, Borthwick. Spends a lot of time playing Championship Manager. Very good cricketer, though. Went down to Surrey, won the county championship, him and Stoneman did, so you can say that the move paid off for cricketing reasons. Stoneman got into the Test side.
Yeah, it certainly worked out for Mark Stoneman. First season down at Surrey, picked for England and played a number of Test matches and did pretty well, actually. All in all.
Well, you look back at some of the players' records now and think, compared to what then came after, they were chopping and changing a lot, but Stoneman's record wasn't too bad at all. I don't think Nick Compton's record was too bad either. And someone like Sam Robson, I think, is unlucky not to have had another go.
Yeah, it's difficult, isn't it? And a lot of those players now probably don't fit the Bazball MO, as Jack Brooks hits the most exquisite straight drive back over Paul Coughlin's head for 6. The bowler's laughing. The batsman's laughing. The captain at the non-striker's end is also laughing. Everyone's having a lovely time.
It wasn't
quite unusual, really, but I think it's, that is what Jack Brooks can do. He sort of nudges and nurdles and looks a bit fidgety, and then out of nowhere, he'll hit you for a couple of 6s. It's a real sort of head scratcher. He's laughing now, but if he does it another 2 or 3 times, he won't be so happy, Paul Coughlin. But yeah, great shot. That's arguably the shot of the day that I've seen.
It was a proper shot. It was just a lofted. It wasn't a swing. It wasn't an eyes closed, let's just swing and hope. It was just a lofted drive. It was all about timing, that.
Superb shot. Straight out the middle of the bat.
It was in the slot, mind, but still.
Got a first-class 100 under his belt, Jack Brooks, as well. So, you've got to have a decent hand-eye coordination. I think it's fair to say, even as a mate of Brooksy's, that he hasn't got the classic technique that you'd expect to see in first-class cricket, but he's brave, he gets in line, and once he gets his eye in, he can be very dangerous. Not saying he's going to chase 11 and over for the rest of the game dangerous, but it'd be nice to get us somewhere near the total as Ben Green nearly chops that bouncer on. Ben Green's got away with a couple of late. Body language-wise, I think Green just needs to find a little bit of fire in his belly here. Like I said, might not win this game, but for Ben Green and his captaincy and all that, if he can bat through to the end now and get himself a nice chunky score, a 70 and 80, looks like he's just existing there at the moment. Can we get that bit of sharpness in your footwork and your shot execution, just like that? Well fielded, but a great shot there from Ben Green. It's very easy, I think, to get sucked into the mode that you feel like you're going to lose the game, and you lose that bit of sharpness with your footwork. Really important for Ben Green to stay on task here.
Yeah, he was. Him and when Rue was out there together, they were looking pretty slick, weren't they? They were picking up ones. There was a lot of intent, whereas it's just slowed down a little bit. As you can understand why. That's what Durham did beautifully when they came out. Scott Borthwick was straight out there and just not leaving a single run, just putting pressure on the fielders. Left-hand, right-hand combination as well, so it was making Somerset work a little bit harder and think a little bit more about what they were doing, but they were almost playing hit and run.
Almost like they had a game plan.
Is that you starting off the long run? Is that you at the top of the long run?
I think we're in this situation. We'll see what evolves as Greener plays a sort of pull slap in front of mid-wicket. quite straight for a pull shot, really, but well directed, considering there's a man out on the boundary. So he's controlled that well. Very high bouncer. He picks up a couple of runs, moves on to 34. Ben Green, in parts, is looking a quality player.
His bounces are very short, McAllendon. They're not that well directed, I say, as he'll probably ping the next one into someone's shoulder, but they
Yeah,
do seem to be very short.
He's a tall lad. I don't think he's got a huge amount of pace, but he looks a rangy character. He's got long limbs. Yeah, he's certainly got that bouncer nice and high. There's a man out there at deep square leg patrolling for a mistimed one. As he goes back into length, Ben Green. Swing and a miss outside off stump.
One other game, day-night game, so it started a bit later. They're still in the first innings. Worcestershire up at Lancashire at Old Trafford, 236 for 8. Worcestershire are Kashif Ali, a recent signing from the South Asian Cricket Academy. He's got 56 of 45 balls. He looks a serious talent. Started with a first-class 100, couple of half-centuries in this format already. For 236, so below par there from Worcestershire, really. That sigh kind of says it all. End of the over. 36 gone. Somerset 187.
I think it's just
for 7.
It's just frustrating. I think Green he's been in there a while now. It's just it seems to be very inconsistent sort of execution. The shot, it's a wide short ball that he's had a swing and a miss at, and now a relatively straight full delivery that he's completely missed. It looks, I don't know. I wonder if he would have missed those 2 balls if Somerset were 4 down. Is he feeling like it's a lost cause? I'm not sure.
A bit lethargic in the shot.
Yeah, just something about his body language in between balls makes you feel like he's just being a bit defeated out there. Such a good player. He's on in 34. Like I said, he's got a real good chance here to finish the day with a big positive from a personal point of view, and that's all you can do. There's Brooksy again, swats Paul Coughlin over mid-wicket for 4, and this time there isn't so much of a laugh. And there's a fist pump between the two. Can Brooksy just create a bit of havoc for a while? As only Jack Brooks can.
Yeah,
wherever he goes, he causes a little bit of chaos in a good way.
More than capable of that. So conversations now. As you said, slightly more serious looks. Don't mind doing it once, it's quite funny. But basically Durham want to get this done and back up the motorway. Long old trip for them. Pulled up in the air. Mid-on is moving. It's Chris Rushworth. Oh, and he got there over his shoulder. We saw one not so good effort by Paul Coughlin himself.
Well, I think that's I think that's you know what, I'm not going to catch that, Coggers, because you didn't catch the one off me. They're even now, those two.
Yeah, and he's got a big smile on his face. Again, smiles are okay when it's 193 for 7, I guess. Rushworth, it was over his shoulder. He had done the work and got there. It just slipped through the grip. One apiece from those two. It's Coughlin. There's another bouncer, and he's called for bowling a no ball. So that'll be a free hit. So just a little bit of frustration. There you are. That's the frustration that Jack Brooks causes. That's the havoc.
Yeah, in professional cricket, you expect both of those catches to be taken these days, really. Coggers has got a little bit frustrated there, and just shown to Jack Brooks that Brooksy's got under his skin there, so something could be made of that. Massive uphill challenge ahead, but 10 and over is not out of the realms of possibility. Ben Green, if he can just pick up, just consistently just strike the ball well. The ball can fly off into very bizarre areas as Coggers bowls one short into Jack Brooks. He pops one straight back up to the bowler, and that is the end of the Brooksy show. It's always fun while it lasts, but unfortunately it's just lasted the 14 runs this time. Somerset 195 for 8.
Yeah, just didn't quite know what he wanted to do with that. Jack Brooks was sort of trying to get out of the way of it, realised it was coming straight at him, and tried this kind of forehand flick, And so Paul Coughlin, 2 balls, after having already had the wicket of Jack Brooks, does finally get Jack Brooks, so it doesn't prove costly. All smiles for Durham again, because they're just 2 wickets away from closing out their first victory of this Royal London Cup campaign. 148 to win Somerset. I think what will disappoint supporters, there'll be a lot of criticism on social media, and we know what social media is like. It can be, there's many adjectives to describe what it's like on there. It can be a little bit over the top.
What's happening? What's the chat?
What's happening? Well, I haven't looked
What
on it.
is
I
the
just
chat?
know there will be, on social media, there'll be a lot of hysteria about it. As Alfie Ogborn comes out for his first bat in a Somerset shirt in a List A game. But it is disappointing that they have not competed. There's 3 games now. They haven't really competed in any of them, and that, I think fans are fair enough to be disappointed about that.
Yeah, I think every team, you know, you can hide behind the 100 has taken our players excuse and a number of you know, genuine reasons, but at the end of the day, you've still got 11 professional cricketers out there, and you do expect more from a Somerset 11. It's not to be. You know, there's no doubt about it that, you know, you have to somewhat take the Royal London on the chin at the moment and put out what you can put out. You know, there's no, you know, again, it's fair to say that there are a number of players here that if Somerset are at full strength, they don't play in the one day, you know, this particular format. So you can't put too much expectation and pressure on these young people. But at the end of the day, people expect Somerset's first team to be performing or at least competing. You're not going to win every game, no doubt about it, but you know, what we've seen in these first 3 games have been, you know, capitulations rather than performances. So certainly some tough conversations to be had and some hard work to be done, and that's all you can ask at the end of the day. You know, the players go away, they reflect. You reflect as a team, but I actually really think there needs to be a real individual reflection in terms of, you know, how you're looking to play and how you're looking to develop as a player yourself. What type of player do you want to be? I don't really feel that question. A lot of the players don't look like they've gone deep into what do I want to be, Ben Green? What do I want to be, Lewis Goldsworthy? Because I don't know. I feel semi-confused when I watch them play. You know, Bartlett in particular. You know, he's such a talented player. You know, 3 balls he's going to the offside to nudge it into the leg side. Then he's stepping away, slashing through the offside. I mean, it's very unusual to have someone who plays in that frenetic manner and has success. So I think a lot of individual and collective reflection has to be made.
Yeah, it's difficult for the young ones, isn't it? 'Cause they just don't play much List A cricket, and so a lot of them haven't got that many games under their belt. Someone like, there's a lot of experience in this summer side, particularly that top order, which hasn't got them off to any kind of start yet, really, at all. When you've got at least, you know, Goldsworthy's the young lad in there, but there's 3 players up there that Somerset would have been looking to score heavily in this competition. It's just not quite worked, and that can happen. You can make 3 low scores. That, you know,
I would imagine all of the players out there would have played a lot of 50-over cricket though, with their clubs. You know, this is the evolution of that minor counties cricket.
Yeah, fair point.
You know, all the Somerset pathway cricket would have played a lot of 50-over cricket. You know, you go into the professional ranks and maybe it's thrown on you a bit too soon, as
that's better.
Ben Green very, very clearly plays a shot of meaning there. Moves on to 41 with a fantastic strike over mid-wicket. We want to see a bit more of that from the captain.
Yeah, brings up the Somerset 203 for 8. But yeah, it's a fair point. You know, actually, a lot of us talk in the media or as fans, we don't play any List A cricket. But actually, by the time you get to a pro, 50 overs is probably the format you played most of growing up, if you played a lot of club cricket.
Yeah,
cricket.
I think, you know, good cricket is good cricket no matter what the format. But I suppose the point I've tried to make, and it's hard because, you know, we're all emotionally invested in watching Somerset play. We want to see them do well. As we tick over the 200 mark, Somerset's highest score of the competition thus far. Hopefully they can, well, what about that? Get another 140. That would be quite a tremendous afternoon. But, you know, I think, you know, for me, you can't continue to make the same mistakes over and over again in the way that you're playing. So, yes, the team have to operate in a in a better manner. But ultimately, you know, it is the bizarre, it's the very unique thing about cricket is a team sport, but you're totally individually accountable for your own performance. You know, if you're a right midfielder in football, your right back can bail you out if you lose the ball. In cricket, no one can hit that ball for you. So you have to take ownership of your own game. Speak to the coaches, speak to your mentors. What type of cricketer do you want to be? How do you want to go about a one-day innings? There's that ball from Travaskis. I think looks like it was on its way down the leg, so I'd be interested to see that again. Very, very full. But looks like it may have pitched outside leg stump, which it certainly did.
It did.
It might have hit another set, but probably not. So I think the further on, and you cut this, the one you can't instantly give someone experience. You get players like a James Rew that come in and you get a sense that they get it. I get a sense that James Rew gets it, and he understands where he wants to score his runs. You know, it took me a long time to work out that there were certain shots that were very low risk and got me a lot of runs. So as my game developed, I looked at only scoring those areas, probably for the first 20 or 30 runs that I scored. So what that gave me was low-risk options in terms of getting runs, boundaries, singles, but it gave me clarity of what I was looking for from the bowler as well. So I think if you would have ever watched me play, I think there would have been I think most players, when they have, a decent amount of success, is they'll have...
Oh, bit of a misfield.
You think Steve Smith, when he played his best cricket,
yeah,
and everyone was going on about him, going across to off stump, scoring through the leg side. It was very clear where he was trying to hurt you, and so that's a game plan. So that's something that he would have cultivated between himself, his batting coach, his mentor, whoever it might have been.
And that for him feels like low risk. It may not look orthodox low risk, but that's obviously the shot that he feels most comfortable playing.
Well, I always talk about, Hildy. When I played one-day cricket with Hildy and Trez was one of the masters. I knew that Trez, before he even made contact with the ball, I could tell by the way that his backswing went that was going to be the one that he would just let run off the face of the bat, down to third man, single every time. And he would do that to every ball until the bowler over-pitched, and then he'd belt you through the covers or over cover. And it was very, very clear that Trez was looking for a ball in a certain window.
That's gone up, and the fielder is going to come around. Oh, he's misjudged it.
He's made an absolute hash of that. Ben Green is going to scamper back for another 2. If this was a tight game, Durham would be throwing it away at this stage. They've dropped 3 absolute sitters.
Yeah, and I'm not sure he even dropped that one. I think he completely... Sean Dixon had time. He came around. He's not even got a hand to it. He's overrun that completely. But yeah, they've been impressive in their ground fielding, Durham, but actually their catching has left a lot to be desired. But it won't punish them, but I'm sure it will be flagged to them by the coaches afterwards.
The old West Country doctor's in. It must be windy out there.
Pulled away for a single. Yeah, I can still hear from coming to here a lot to watch Trez. You can hear him. I can hear him play that shot, and just in his voice, him saying, "Yep, run." He'd just play it and go every time. It was so easy, so easy. It must have frustrated bowlers no end. Even a decent ball, and they'd get him off strike. I
think that is the art of one-day batting. The good ball goes for one, and the bad ball gets what it deserves, and that makes it a nightmare for the opposition.
So there's a good bit of work there from the same fielder, Sean Dixon, at mid-wicket.
That's a phenomenal bit of fielding there.
Nearly instigated a run out, diving away to his right, picked it up one-handed, almost turned on the throw on his way up, and thrown at the non-striker's end. Same man who completely misjudged the catch just a couple of balls earlier. It's the Taunton skyline, the sunshine in Taunton, too bright for them. Well directed short ball. Ogborn.
Oh, the young man's not happy with that.
I thought that was all right there. Ogborn looked across, looking for it immediately, and the umpire almost reacted. Alfie Ogborn has talked the umpire into giving that one. I thought that was quite a decent delivery.
Brave that for a youngster to start staring down Neil Mallender.
Only bowled the 4 overs, Ogborn. A couple of fans have tweeted in and say, why didn't he bowl a little bit more when some of the more senior lads were more expensive? Oh, tried to pull that one, and this time it's put down again. It was a tough chance that from Sean Dixon. 2 in the over, he shelled. Ogborn was just trying to pull, almost pulled out of the shot. Came off the splice of the bat. Dixon diving away to his right. I think he got one hand to it and it went down when he...
I think that's known in the trade as a get-off shot.
So 2 opportunities for wickets for Durham in that over. They would have closed the game off, in fact, if they'd have got rid of Ben Green and Alfie Ogborn, but both still stand there. And 211 for 8 Somerset. 39 overs gone, 11 remaining. It's a slow march towards the end, though, really, for Somerset here. 132 still required. Run rate is up at 12. 2 a ball they need. 2 wickets left. Lovely looking shot that from Ben Green, though. Straight down the ground. It will get cut off by long on. Apologies, just hiccuping midway through the word there. Pick up a couple. Green moves on to 49, so 1 short of what would be a second list day half century for Ben Green. Got a lifeline in the last over.
I mean, to answer your question earlier about, you know, Alfie only getting the 4 overs, it's, you know, cricket's one of those games that it's easy to say that after, you know, what has transpired. As Ben Green, those were nicely compiled 50s. He's given a couple of chances away that haven't been taken, but that's not his responsibility. Now important, he's got 11 overs. Was there 50 or 60 balls, 64 balls to bat. Ben Green can face half of those, you never know. Could he get himself a list day 100? It's out there for him if he wants it. Alfie Ogborn just playing behind backward point. Potentially could have looked at getting a 2 there, but settles for 1, gets the captain back on strike. Ben Green on 50, played very nicely, 45 balls it's taken him.
Yeah, 1-6, 3 4s in that. Highest score in a Somerset innings.
Yeah, you see, you hear a lot of those, you know, I'd have done this and I'd have done that, but it's very easy to say it after, you know, the horse has bolted, as Ben Green plays a beautiful smear cover drive off of Travaskis through the covers there. Absolutely rattles into the Bradford's building supplies board.
Well, the problem with that is that someone, you know, if he bowls 6 more overs and they're Durham are in full flow, then his figures could easily be up there with the person who did bowl those 6 overs. So it doesn't really, you can't really make a like-for-like comparison. Plenty of bowlers bowl 4 overs for not many, and then at the death or when there's a partnership in full flow, they go 8 and over.
Yeah, you hear it all the time. You know, a ball will be spooned out to the outfield and it will go for 4 in the air, and you always hear, so I'd have had a fielder out there. Yeah, of course you would. There's a lot of Mike Reilly's out in the crowds, in the stands, and watching on the live stream. It's much tougher, I can assure you, in the middle.
40 gone, 220 for 8, Somerset. The skipper, Ben Green, showing a bit of fight here, putting some respectability into the score. 55 unbeaten he's got. Top score now by 21. George Bartlett is the next highest scorer on 34. Just never really put themselves into a position, Somerset, to give this chase a proper go. 26 for 1, 36 for 2, 62 for 3, 118 for 4, 120 for 5, and from there really they had no chances. Scott Borthwick comes back on from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end, bowled 5 overs from the River end, 5 overs 1 for 32, the wicket of Lewis Goldsworthy, caught and bowled. See some leg spin, wicketkeeper Tom McIntosh up to the stumps. And the slog sweep comes out from Ben Green. That's a lovely looking shot. And that is just going to fly into the stands in front of the Undarchi Pavilion for 6 more. So Ben Green made that one look very easy. He moves into the 60, 61 now he's got.
Superb strike from Captain Ben Green. If there was a message I could send out there, is be selfish, be greedy. Bat these overs out, Captain. Like I said, I mean, little bit of form through this this period could actually pay massive dividends towards the back end of the season in the county championship. Runs is runs, no matter what format you play in. He's
Goes
gone again, and the same result, another 6. Ben Green playing a little gem here, moves on to 67. That's gone many a mile over the stand here at the Cooper Associates County Ground, peppering the Ondarchie at Cow Corner.
2 and over. 67 now, Ben Green. Takes the run rate below 12 and over.
What's Ben Green's list day highest score?
You're going to ask that.
Do we have,
I've got the information. Yeah, 87 last
87.
season.
There
Only
we go.
played. It's only his 11th game, so he only made his debut last season. Made his debut as skipper, presumably. Let's have a look. When did he start? I know he played 1 game against Kent at Canterbury in May 2018. You played in that game, in fact. So did Matt Renshaw. Made 26 not out. Steve Davis in the side, James Hildreth. Paul van Meekeren, a name I always love seeing. Lovely human being, Paul van Meekeren. Never a smile far from his face. Short, and that needs to be given the treatment it is.
Ben Green. Hello, right into the top tier of the Ondarchie Pavilion. Fantastic striking by the captain. Moves him into the 70s, and could he get 100? He certainly can now after this boost of runs. 18 in quick time. Scotty Borthwick is under a bit of pressure here. He throws in the wide ball. Come on, umpire, stretch those arms. Just inside the blue line there, I think.
Just.
By a mosquito's wing.
That one wasn't, though.
There we go, Ghosty. Stretch those arms. Neil Mallender doing the... What a fantastic over. Ben Green showing his skills. Getting ever closer to that career best score. Moves on to 79.
Battriggs is the 50 partnership of 28 balls, and Alfie Ogborn is unbeaten on 2. So Ben Green, he's got the lion's share of those.
He's put in a good shift as Alfie Ogborn in that partnership, but, you know, happy days. Long may that continue, and it's taken a bit of a dent out of the total, and all of a sudden you just think, can you?
One more over like that. I think it now looks like a mistake, Scott Borthwick, to bring himself back on with that short boundary of what's basically cow corner, which Ben Green found 4 times in that over.
Well, I think he's definitely going to regret it. It's ruined his figures. He was going for a few runs, but now all of a sudden, 6 overs, 57. Yeah, he's kind of spoiled what has been a good day for him personally.
Just rotate the strike, Alfie Ogborn.
Travaskis getting a little bit of purchase out of the Taunton wicket there. Bowl into the debutant.
Remember your list day debut?
No, a long time ago.
Let's have a look,
It
shall we?
was in 1999. So is that 4 decades ago? 3 decades ago? My maths is absolutely atrocious.
I mean, yeah, we're technically 4 decades in that. Yeah, 90s, 2000s, 2010s.
Yes, long
Okay.
time ago.
I can still remember.
Doesn't even come
So
up.
long
It's
ago,
so
there's
long
not
ago.
even a link to the
Both of my
scorecard.
debuts don't even have the name. It's so long ago. It was pre-internet.
Usually you can go on Quick Info and just click on the link to the debut. Pete Trigo, no, can't do that. Let's have a look. I'll find it another way.
I remember my first. I thought it was against Sussex at Bath.
Ooh. Ben Green came down the wicket. It was fine outside off stump. He got a bottom edge and he turned and dove
Or was it
around.
one of those
You're right, your Somerset debut was against Sussex, but it was here at the county ground. It was a Somerset cricket board, so that would have been the old NatWest Trophy knockout. Made a duck. That's why you blanked out.
Bright future.
Goes up. Top edge there from Ben Green, really. Just picked up a single. Who else played with that? That Kevin? That'd be KJ. Kev Parsons, yeah. Matt Dimmond. Ben Wellington. Kev Sedgbury. It's basically a Taunton St Andrews side there, isn't it?
Looks like it.
Steve Jenkins. I think he's still playing, isn't he?
Yeah, a long old time ago that was. Got a couple of wickets though, not too bad. I was pretty much a bowler back in those days when I played senior cricket. It's amazing how things turn around. More importantly though, off he's on to 3. Ben Green's on 80, 247 for 8. 8 overs remaining, 96 runs required. We need another blast from Ben Green here.
I dare say it's not going to come off Scott Borthwick, though. I wouldn't have thought he'll be continuing.
Yeah, I think he's probably putting his bowling boots on ice for the rest of the day. He's thinking, you know what, I've got a bit... He's given myself... You do know that there is an illness you can get that's about playing for Somerset. There is actually an illness that bowlers can get, and it happens a lot. It's called tauntonitis.
Right.
You get tauntonitis when you see the wicket and you start disappearing. Many a bowler has been spotted disappearing off to Musgrove with tauntonitis.
Well, it looks like so much damage has Ben Green done to the previous ball by hitting it into the car park there. They've actually had to change it over. Neil Mallender just...
Well, it's got half a roof tile in the seam, I think, isn't it?
Just wedged in there. So having a look at your list A debut for Somerset. Didn't go much better with the ball bat, I'm afraid.
Yeah, another naught down at the bottom of the order.
And then Trez bowled 9 overs. Got through
Trez
9
was
overs,
a good
1
bowler
for
back in the
38,
day.
Graham Rose. Stephen Jones in that side. Could attack that. No spinner in that side, which I'm assuming Trez was bowling little Meadow swingers.
Yeah, he bowled well, did Trez.
Well, new ball, same result.
New ball, different bowler, same Ben Green, 86. Excellent. I mean, I think this is what a lot of what I've been talking about. Ben, he's absolute clarity in what he's trying to do. He's just trying to power hit. There's no if, buts, maybes. Obviously the pressure's kind of off in a way. But this is the sort of ability that Ben Green has. Maybe just try and get into a performance state where you're not thinking about anything but hitting that cricket ball hard in front of square. Nice, solid. He plays with such a lovely straight bat. He's played some of the best straight drives I think I've seen played at this ground for many a year. And what he showed the last sort of 20, 30 balls. Superb batting from Ben Green. He goes full. And he's got another one away, all the way for 6. Ben Green is on an absolute march at the moment into the 90s. Somerset 259 for 8. All of a sudden, there's a little bit of a buzz out there, and there's some very twitchy looking Durham players. Ben Green is playing an absolute gem here.
Well, yeah, suddenly there's conversations having to be had. It was all smiles, it was very relaxed. It's a case of when rather than if we win. And it's still highly stacked in Durham's favour, but suddenly Scott Borthwick is having a conversation. Is that Paul Coghlan that's run over to chat?
Yeah, the two senior players having a chat with the young bowler, but you've got the old spaceships in the brain at the moment. You've just gone for 2 sixes. You're new into the attack. You're bowling at someone on 92, and this is... the horse has bolted in terms of the start of the innings, but this is what's possible when you're in at Taunton. It's almost impossible to bowl anything under 10, 15 runs and over. It's just a shame that this is going to be a one-man show at the moment. Ben Green on 92. He's playing a captain's innings, 92 off 57 balls, 7 sixes, 4 fours.
Well, when he passed
How
50,
long can he do it for?
He'd only had 1 when he passed 51-6. And all of a sudden, Rushworth's got 2 overs left, but then you've got Gibson and McAllendon, who are youngsters, not played much first-team cricket. Coghlan has got 4 overs left, but they probably weren't thinking about bowling in for 10 overs on his comeback. If Borthwick was saying it was touch and go as to whether he would bowl or not, then you don't really want to go back to him.
Well, for me, Sam, I would want Ben Green to keep hitting from this end and at the other end getting bat on ball. And he's just hit another monster. 3 in a row for Ben Green. He is on fire. There's a long boundary the other side, but the next over is a long, long way away, and it certainly will feel that way for the bowler. Ben Green is absolutely nailing it. Is he going to get flustered? He's nearing 100. He's never got one before.
9
Is
balls,
today the day?
The last 9 balls from this end, Ben Green has hit 6 of them for 6. 36 from 9 balls. There was a wide in there as well. So 9 legitimate balls, 38 runs Somerset have got. And all of a sudden, you just wonder.
Ben Green on to 98. Is he going to change the way he plays? Round the wicket now. Trying to take the width away. He's bowled a full bugger, and Ben Green has belted it into the stand 4 in a row. And his maiden 100 for Somerset. In one-day cricket, what a fantastic knock by Ben Green. I don't think you'll see a quicker second 50 as long as you come here to Taunton. What a knock, and all of a sudden, this game is alive.
Wow, take a bow, Ben Green. 104 of 59 balls, 4 fours and 9 sixes. This partnership for the 9th wicket is now worth 76. Alfie Ogborn is there on 3 unbeaten. I'm just trying to track back. Ben Green.
What's the stats for his second 50?
50 off 45 balls, 104 off 59 balls. So it's taken him 14 balls to go to 50, from 50 to 54. I mean, what did Trez got that?
13.
T20 50 in 13, so it's that kind of pace we're talking about here, something special.
This is incredible, and the bowler is thinking, am I going to go for 6 sixes? Ben Green on strike again for 5 in a row. He's crunched it along the floor all the way out to mid-wicket. He picks up 1. Now, Alfie Ogborn, over to you, mate. What have you got?
I wonder, was that was a no. The 4th one, the previous one was a no ball, I think it must be, because we've only gone on to 42.4 overs, so we missed that in our excitement up here.
Something very special is occurring here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Ogborn on strike. Ben Green on 105, playing absolutely magnificently. Can Alfie just get bat on ball? I think for the next, few balls, the following over, just bat on ball, maybe get a couple of 4s, and then just keep attacking from this over. The short boundary leg side, the short straight boundary. Play smart.
Durham aren't sure here. There's lots of field changes. They're just caught in the crossfire a little bit, Durham here.
I'm not sure Ben Green's going to think about playing anything other than the way he has been for the last 14 balls.
I don't think he should.
Yeah, Ben Green's first 100 in any format for Somerset. Congratulations. Nice to get that first 100. Hopefully it can be during a quite remarkable run chase. 70 runs to get of the remaining 7 overs and a bit. It's actually very much game on.
It feels it, doesn't it? It feels like something special. It's all Durham will know they just need that 1 wicket. It's just the Ben Green wicket they need.
This is the concern over though, because you're going to probably end up with one of the taller bowlers. You've got an enormous leg side boundary there to try and defend. If Ben Green goes for the big shots, he's going to have to nail it for it to go over the ropes. Is he thinking clearly? This could be the over just to get your 8 runs off, 6 to 8 runs off, and keep attacking that short end. He obviously fancies it. It's probably going to be someone like Rushworth who bowls a nice hittable pace if he doesn't get it right. Hopefully Ben Green sees it that way. Or is he just going to keep motoring along? I'm not sure.
I think you might be right, though.
We'll find out.
There is something to be said for just attacking that short boundary, because a miss hit to the leg side now won't get you 6. I'm going to bring Harry Everett in. Hopefully a change up here won't bring a wicket. We'll blame Harry Everett if that is the case to see through to the end.
If Ben Green gets out, Sam, it's going to be definitely your fault. Enjoy that little period of play. Commentating with you, mate. How exciting. Ben Green back on strike. Swatted through the leg side. 4 runs. Ben Green He's on the march. The captain has thought, you know what, team, I'm going to take this on myself. And what a great job he's doing. I mean, if I was a commentator, this would be the time I'd want to come into the commentary box. You don't know how lucky you are, Harry.
Unbelievable stuff from Ben Green. Well, when Sam texted me saying, I'll come back on, I said, well, there's no point. There's only 2 more balls and Somerset will be all out.
16 balls later, Somerset are on the charge. Ben Green swatted that into the leg side. Alfie Ogborn's come back for 2. He's going to make it. Those young, fast legs of his, he gets back for 2. Somerset 280 for 8. There's enough balls left that this is very, very feasible. The run rate's 9.5 runs and over. And the way Ben Green's going, this will be done in about 2 or 3 overs.
How good from Alfie Ogborn as well, by the way. Think of Miguel Cummins and Darren Stevens' partnership. He's just holding up an end, just give Ben Green the strike.
Oh, that certainly is the order of the day, but there's not much you can do with that. A great Yorker. Thereby for young McAlinden. 1 for 26 off his 5.5 overs. Absolute carnage here the last 20 balls, Harry. Where were you?
Well, I was doing a lap trying to get these Hygos t-shirts.
What's a Hygos t-shirt?
These purple ones. I thought you were keen for these purple and orange
okay.
t-shirts you're looking for. No, I did a lap of the ground and bumped into a few friendly faces.
Is it like some Where's Wally type affair? Ben Green top edges it. That's going to go all the way for 6 and no ball. The wheels are falling off for Durham at the moment. That's going to be a free hit. The next delivery is bowled a beamer. He's had a warning. The brain scrambled and Ben Green is just making hay. This could be one of the most phenomenal one-day knocks ever seen here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. This game was dead and buried 20 balls ago. And Ben Green has lit it up.
I just running out of words here, Chiefs. I just thought it was game over. Free hit slapped over extra
Free
cover.
hit, he's going to get a couple for it.
I tried to capture you and Sam keeping calm and composed for Green's 100. You're very professional. No screaming or plots lost at this ridiculous striking. Imagine going 4 6s to get to your 100 as captain.
Quite
the team's
something.
under pressure.
Unbelievable batting, in fairness.
Ben Green.
He's got that one into the leg side. Straight to the fielder, unfortunately.
Probably not a bad result though. 1 ball left for Alfie Ogborn. Can just see this off, and Ben's got the strike for next over. You can have a glove, change, and a drink. If he whacks 20 off the first 4 balls, then he can have a 1 off the 5th, and then Alfie Ogborn can just. It's not a free hit because he doesn't want to get out. He doesn't want to leave it to the last man. Doesn't want to make Sonny Baker bat. Alfie Ogborn can just defend this ball. 52 off 7 overs will be no issue. Off 6 overs, no issue for Ben Green as it is currently. Ben Green with a list day high score of 87 before today. Blasted past that. Running out of space on the scoreboard for his figure. Alfie Ogborn well left, I like that. Very good cricket. Leaves it outside the off stump with 6 overs to go. Frankly ridiculous. If you're not watching, listening, turn it up. Get watching, tell your friends, and make sure everyone you know is watching. 3,300 now watching on the stream. The viewing numbers going up as we speak.
Yeah, I think if you're not watching this as a Somerset fan, you're missing something. There'll be texts and tweets going all over the place at the moment. Get to your laptop, get to Taunton, because you're watching something special here.
Get this on.
Here's a big over now. You've got Chris Rushworth, and for all his qualities, Rushy, I think at the end of a one-day innings, bowls a very hittable pace. He's got the skills. He's going to have to hit the block hogs. If he doesn't, bowl into someone in the form of Ben Green at the moment, he's going to be stretching his neck, looking back over his head. The experience, the skill level of Chris Rushworth versus Just the brute force at the moment of Ben Green. What a knock. 120 not out at the moment, and it's come at quite a canter.
Frankly, mental striking. And Chris Rushworth, as we say, an experienced campaigner. He's been in positions like this before. He knows what to do. But like you say, when you kept saying, didn't we, top 6, give yourself enough balls and your 100 strike rate will easily come around. Well, Ben Green's going to racing past a 200 strike rate here. But once you've got in at Taunton, it's so much easier to just hit the ball where you please on a flat one with short boundaries.
Rushworth into Green, he's probably only looking one way. Rushy nails that Yorker delivery, just picks up one over to Alfie Ogborn to just do his bit. It's just about bat on ball for the young man. If you can just get bat on ball, scamper down the other end, get the captain back on strike. That run rate has gone down from nearly 12 and over to 8.5. All of a sudden, you kind of think if Ben Green stays in, Somerset have got this game in the bag, and that is quite a remarkable thing to be saying, because with 20 overs to go, this game was dead and buried.
It's like changing the field. I suppose they want to try and keep Alfie Ogborn on strike, but Green's going to back up, and they thought they'd just run hard and run a single wherever it goes. No, sensible. They don't need to panic, they did it, as you say. Ben Green needing 51 now to win the game. If he gets the strike, Alfie Ogborn can just relax, be calm, composed. Don't go looking for it. Run required, 9 and over. As I was walking around the ground in the last 20 minutes, there were fans leaving. People walking out the ground. There's way less than there were an hour ago, and they don't know what they're missing out on. Hope some people have turned round on the Priory Bridge and come back.
Yeah, if you missed this as a cricket fan, as a Somerset fan, that'd almost be as bad as walking out of the Champions League final in '99 when Man United were 1-0 down at Bayern Munich.
Yes.
If Ben Green can turn this into a victory, I think I will be gobsmacked. The listeners will be over the moon with that fact. I will be speechless.
Or I'll just press your button and make you speechless. Good bowling from Rushworth, just tying up Ogborn with 3 dots in a row.
Yeah, I think this is the challenge. Ogborn needs to find a way of getting Ben Green back on strike. I know he can't really get out at the moment, but he's got to get Ben Green back on strike. He can't just sit there chewing up balls.
But now he's chewed up 3, and there's only 2 balls left in the over. You know, do
nothing changes. I think he's still. Maybe there's a chance for him to try and play an attacking shot. I think it's going to be the one problem. He's got to find a way of. He's better off just not trying.
But then Durham should want to give them the one this last ball, because Rushworth's one of the better bowlers, you've got to think.
Yeah, they'll all be back on the ring now, and I think it's probably a case to say that this is almost a free hit. It depends on who's last into bat.
Sonny Baker. I'm worried about Sonny Baker with the bat.
Okay, so maybe this is just a case of take this over on the chin, and Chris Rushworth has somehow managed to bowl an over for 1.
No, Alfie Ogborn.
Chris Rushworth, all his experience has shown there. He's got Ben Green off strike and he's bowled the rest of the over for no runs and picked up the wicket of Alfie Ogborn. He departs for 3. Somerset now 9 down. It'd be such a shame if Ben Green runs out of partners. He has been quite incredible today. Ben Green 121 off 67 balls. Somerset 292 for 9.
I just don't think he needs to do that. He'd already blocked 4 balls. So, yes, you think it's a free hit, but not on the stumps. You don't want Ben Green to be with the last man, Sonny Baker, because then one mistake, they lose the game. Alfie Ogborn, however little his personal contribution is, they nearly put on 100 together. The 2 of them together were batting so well. I just think he could have blocked 1 more ball.
Yeah, I don't think you can put any sort of fault on. It's his first game at the end of the day, and he's probably got a bit of a rabbit in the headlights scenario there, not really understanding how to manipulate that off stump line into into a gap. I think the problem there is he's gone over to off stump and dabbed the ball back down the wicket. Maybe if he'd have just stayed a little bit leg side, he could have got it into that sort of vacant cover region potentially. That's the problem when you go across to off stump. You kind of cut out all the angles, but you know, you don't expect someone playing their first game at that age to really understand those things. But credit to Chris Rushworth. I was actually a bit concerned for Rushy bowling that over. A massive call there from the captain to bowl Rushy, who hasn't got the pace of the other bowlers, but he's absolutely nailed his skills.
So Green does get the strike for the first ball the next over, and it's going to be a wide outside the off stump. This game's got everything in the end. Topsy-turvy. I think Durham were dominating, and then cricket's never over till it's over. Oliver Gibson, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 51 so far. Picked up the key wickets of Steve Davies and George Bartlett, but he's under a bit of pressure, the young lad, and doesn't really want to bowl at Ben Green. And Ben Green can smash that down to long on. Good. Turn down the single. I think that's sensible from the skipper. He's got to do that. See, if Alfie Osborne was there, I don't know if he'd done anything differently.
I think the key overs at the moment are the 2 overs to be bowled from this end. I think it's just going to be a case of get what you can get from this end. And then Ben Green's just going to have to take a chance. There's 2 remaining overs from the Trescothick stand end, which Ben Green has absolutely peppered today, heading towards the Ondarchi Pavilion.
2 dots in a row. I don't think he needs to get too flustered. As you say, 50 off 4
It's been
overs.
7 dot balls and a wicket, so Durham turning the screw a little bit here, and you see that run rate just starting to spiral out of control, back up to 11 now. It was around 8 a minute ago. It's amazing when you get to the crunch time of a game how things can change very quickly.
So it's a short ball outside off stump. Green's just dabbed it for 1 run. So he was taking a gamble there. He's given Baker the strike.
So you're not backing Sonny Baker's batting, but you know he's got 6 for today. 6 for and a run out. He's on top form in terms of emotionally. His contribution to the game's already been
but he's not got massive runs.
exceptional.
He was batting 9 in the Devon A division the other day.
Really?
Yeah, that's how it worries me.
God, I tell you what, if we had a depth of statistician things to pull from, how many List A games will a team have a centurion and someone taking a 6 for and them not win?
Well, don't run it off yet, Triggs, but...
Could that be a quiz question, do you think?
It could be a quiz question, actually. There you go. Well, we know the answer.
I can't imagine you'd have too many games where you'd have 2 outstanding performances like that and not get your team over the line.
So Sonny Baker has got 2 balls left of this over. In this modern day and age, with big bats, small boundaries, and the belting wicket taunt, he's probably still got time to play himself in, which might seem a daft thing to say, but they won't panic yet. 49 required to win. Baker's just going to defend that. 1 more ball. Don't do an odd ball and try and scoop this. I think he can just defend this, and then, as you say, give Ben Green the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end, hitting towards mid-wicket at the family stand, which is quite short, Ben Green's area.
Yeah, it's just the dot balls at the moment. I know the 2, 10 and 11, they obviously don't want to get out, but they also realise that they've got to somehow work out a way of getting that ball into a gap.
Yeah,
left one alone. Ben Green back into the bullpen, which is what he's looked like in the last 20 balls. He looks like a baseball player warming up for a summer camp, the way he's been swatting 6s back towards us here in the commentary box. Can he do it one more time? This needs to be a big over, I feel. And again, I think Scott Borthwick has felt my fear, and he's gone for the slightly higher pace Paul Coghlan here to replace Chris Rushworth, saving Rushy 1 over to bowl the last over, I assume, from this end. I actually think that's a very, very smart move from Scotty Borthwick. Rushy bowled a beautiful over last over, but I have to admit, if he gets it slightly wrong to Ben Green, there's going to be one result.
Ian Shepherd, who we've had on comms a couple of times, always look on the bright side of life, says, is Shannon Gabriel Ogbone's batting coach? Why did he do that?
Cogler's jamming a Yorker in there. Ben Green can't do a lot with that. Very obvious from the field setting that Paul Coghlan is going to try and hit that blue wide line. Yorkers, there's no one out on the leg side boundary. Everyone is in front of square, and you've got two points, 2 gullies. He's going to bowl wide outside off stump. There's no point in questioning the umpire's decision there. That was comfortably outside the wide line. So yeah, he's being very obvious in his plans. Ben Green, is Ben Green going to walk across? Who knows? Jammed one into the block hole. Ben Green has got it on the full toss and swatted away through mid-wicket for 4 runs. The chase is still on. Great shot there from Ben Green. Anything not in the slot, in that Yorker slot, is going to disappear. All of a sudden this game has been turned on its head. I think the Durham players expected they'd be going past Michael Wood services about now, and all of a sudden they're still out on the Cooper Associates county ground battling for their lives.
Word has got round the county streams. We're now up to nearly 5,000 watching. Suddenly all the other county fans thinking, we've got to watch Ben Green.
Well, go back to when Ben Green got on to 50 and start watching from there, I suggest, because
rewatch whenever you like.
His second 50 came off 14 deliveries, and it was quite staggering and brutal in its execution, just swatting balls into the Ondarchi stand for fun. Tiles falling, cracking, the repair bills going through the roof. Chief executive scratching his head. Ben Green's having a whale of a time.
So Sonny Baker will have to face another ball. Solid in defence. Just feel like if Alfie Ogbourne defends that last ball the over, then Ben Green doesn't have to panic so much because he's still got one more mistake and they can still win the game. Whereas here,
there's only really one more mistake. If Ben Green gets out, the game's
but now if Sonny Baker
game
goes
set
in,
and conquers.
He got 1 wicket left, and remember that partnership between Overton and Groenewold here. There's been some great last wicket partnerships in recent years.
Yeah, but the difference is the lesser batsman's able to get off the strike. That's the problem. I mean, we've had, 2 situations, unfortunately, where 5-6 balls have been chewed up by dead batting it, and they're 10 and 11. You can't expect much more than that, really. But just a shame we didn't have a few more wickets in the shed. A few more recognised batsmen. Sonny Baker's avoided that one, but unfortunately doesn't look like there's much chance of Sonny contributing from a runs point of view. All over to you, captain. 3 overs to go, 43 runs required. Certainly possible. It's going to take something special. And is it right to require something even more special than the special that we've already seen?
Are we being greedy? Potentially so, but the thing is it's a great knock from Ben Green regardless, but it makes the win or the loss makes so much difference, especially as skipper and especially after the 2 first losses in this campaign for Somerset in the Royal London Cup.
Yeah, it'll give him great confidence going forward as a cricketer in general. A captain in this series so far. I mean, it's not gone to plan, but Ben Green's just showing everyone the way as he belts another one through mid-wicket. They're not learning. You can't bowl short to Ben Green in this form. Another 4 for him. There's Somerset. Move on to 304 for 9. Great strike there from Ben Green.
Yeah, we know he's strong front foot or back foot. He's going to whack it through mid-wicket. That has been his area for years. He's been seeing the T20 blast. He's been seen as captain in this tournament last summer as well. Durham not really learning.
131 not out. And that's called a wide. That looked very, very tight to that line. But the momentum's with Somerset. The umpires are in the Somerset camp at the moment as well. That looked very, very close to being a decent, legitimate ball. Be interested to see the replay of that one. Was it inside? I'm not sure. I think that was quite a harsh call from the umpire, but we'll take it. Ben Green belts that through backward point for another 4. These are all bonus runs. The next over is going to be the critical one.
He has absolutely annihilated that ball. Absolutely crunched it through backward point. There's no stopping that. 2 yards away from the field, I reckon that's still 4.
Here's a replay of that
I
4.
can't trace it, but
Absolutely belted through backward point for 4. 34 required.
And the wide count's gone up a bit recently, Durham. Getting a bit nervous. Massive shot again from Ben Green. 1 bounce 4, pulled into leg side, just behind square this time.
And another 4. He's not 6 hunting this over. Real smart cricket. He's looking to hit the ball on the ground, trying to take as much risk out of it as possible, but he's still picked up 12 runs off the last 3 balls. Absolutely valuable runs. Do you know what? 30 runs required. How many balls are left? How do we? 12, 15. Do we have 15
Plus
balls left?
potential wides when they're nervous.
15 balls, 30 runs. Ben Green on 139. Well bowled.
That's the first one he's gone full, hasn't he? He's gone short, pulled, short cut, wide, and short pulled.
It's that wide line. Ben Green's disappointed to miss out on that one. McAllendon 1 for 50 off 6.3. He's feeling the heat. Ben Green, quite remarkable figures. 139 not out at the moment of 77 balls. And he's dug that Yorker out. He's going to not take the single just yet. He's going to wait for one last ball. Will Scott Borthwick have a little bit of a gamble there? He's biting his nails at mid-off. I can see he's thinking about it. Give Ben Green a boundary now. Do you know what? I'd do that.
Yeah.
I'd bring everyone up, give him a boundary. Because the next over, I think, is the critical over.
Yep.
Bowl into the short boundary. Do everything you can this ball to keep Ben, even if you give him a 4, happy days. And then you can crowd Sonny Baker with Paul Coghlan bowling a bit of express pace at him, which he didn't look like he fancied. He's gambled. He's brought mid-wicket up to try and stop this single. What's Ben Green going to do? The gamble's paid off. Very smart captaincy from Scott Borthwick and brilliant execution. Sonny Baker's going to have to find a way of getting off strike in the first couple of balls to give Ben Green a chance to do what you'd have to describe as would be the miraculous.
Absolutely. I mean, very good fielding at mid-wicket. We talked about the 1. And Sonny Baker did well to get back in his crease because he'd backed up, he was 5 yards down. He's turned, run back, and the underarm throw did just miss the stump, so I think he just made his ground. Tricky because he knew that he had to try and run, try and get Ben Green on strike for this over. Ben Green couldn't quite make it, but Ben Green still looks calm and composed. The man with the finest moustache in county cricket is calm, relaxed.
Chris Rushworth, his last over this end, went for 1 run, getting that 1 wicket of Alfie Ogborn. Can the experienced campaigner do it again? Sonny Baker, can you get off the mark? Hero of the day, Ben Green on strike. Bowls a 4-day length. Still manages in the 49th over to somehow get a little bit of nip. The master of the dark arts of bowling, Sonny Baker. All at sea at the moment. Can he get bat on ball?
Little 1, he could go third man, he could get a fine leg. To be fair, there's the singles all around the ground. It's just Rushworth will bowl that tight line of length, he'll bowl full at the stumps.
Nicely played into the leg side. Ben Green is going to say no to the second. Unsurprising. This is This is the game right here. 29 runs needed, 4 balls into a short boundary. Can Ben Green connect with 2 or 3 of these to make it a real exciting finish? Whatever happens here, I think you've got to say that Somerset have made a fantastic recovery here from this game being dead and buried 20 overs ago to a fascinating contest, all thanks to Captain Ben Green. He has been absolutely immense so far today.
Wicketkeeper stood up, trying to keep Ben Green in his crease.
Rushworth tries to go hole, misses the Yorker length, and Ben Green does what Ben Green does, and that's belt it for 6. The Ondarchi is going to need some extra footings, some subsidence is setting in. He's been hit so many times this afternoon. Unbelievable work from Ben Green. This game is still alive.
Ridiculous strike from Ben Green. That wagon wheel, 90% must be over mid-wicket, but he doesn't care. 6 runs, you can't stop that.
You just can't miss here at Taunton towards the end. I'll go back to what I said in the interview, in the interval. If you don't get bowled out here at Taunton and you give yourself a chance, it's impossible to defend here at Taunton if you've got wickets in hand. To be fair, this has been an absolute rescue mission from Ben Green. I don't think I've seen anything like it.
Rollo van der Merwe with Dean Elgar in the One Day Cup. How does that compare to this?
Yeah, that was pretty close, to be fair, but I mean, this has been some special batting from Ben Green. We know he's got that ability. He's probably come under a bit of criticism from time to time, getting 40s and pretty 30s and 20s, but...
And that dismissal on Sunday he got a lot of criticism for.
He's made hay today. 145 not out at the moment. Into the slot, he's swatted it away, and again into the stand for 6. He hasn't quite got hold of that, but today it doesn't matter. Ben Green, one of the best 150s you will ever see here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. A tremendous effort there from Captain Ben Green. You're right, Harry, it's a great moustache, but he's not a bad player too.
The stand, I've never seen such an enthusiastic standing ovation in all my years coming to Cooper Associates County Ground. The players stood up, cheering, clapping. 36 balls for his second 100 runs. Ridiculous striking for Ben Green.
And he's got it through the offside. Can he get back? Yes, he can. Yes, he can. Excellent from Ben Green. One more ball. It's down to 15 runs. Can he hit one more 6? And then can Sonny Baker get back on ball? We could have one of the most remarkable games of cricket here at Taunton.
7,000 now joining us on the live stream. The numbers are going up by the
I was
second.
next door an hour ago with the press guys, doom and gloom, what's happening, all those conversations. And now we're all on the edge of our seats. Hope you're enjoying this wherever you're watching on the live stream. I have to admit, it's one of the most remarkable turnarounds I think I've ever seen. Even Chris Rushworth looks like he's panicking. Cool, calm, collected. He's been there, he's seen everything, he's done it. But he knows how ruthless Taunton can be when it gets you.
Ben Green, calm as you like. Rushworth tinkering with his field.
Can you do it one more time, Greener?
False start here. Green's not ready. Rushworth still tinkering.
How's the whoever bowls the last
How's
over
the
to
ticket?
defending 9? Whew.
Well, depends who's on strike there, really, doesn't it? This ball is crucial. Last ball of the over.
Oh, it's gone for 4.
He didn't want
It's gone for 4. Ben Green. 11 runs required off the last over. Hats off. Ben Green has done everything possible. Anything anyone could do in this situation. Whatever happens, Ben Green is an absolute hero today. Now it's over to Sonny Baker. Can Sonny Baker get something on this first ball? Walk down the wicket, mate. Take one on the backside and just start running. Get your captain down the other end. He's just got to get anything on the ball here. mean, what a game, Harry.
Sonny Baker, we keep forgetting, 6 for 46 in the first innings.
Yeah,
Never
forget
thought-
that. That was 3.5 months ago, wasn't it? It was like a long time ago.
You're totally right. I keep forgetting about it, and suddenly he's here with Willow in hand, and all he's got to do is, ideally, first ball, second ball could get away with is to get Ben Green on strike. Just get a 1. There are gaps. They're not bringing the field in completely. As you say, does he just pad it? Does he run? What does he do? How calm is Sonny Baker?
Well, the last over from the River End, Ollie Gibson.
Ollie Gibson, another young man with the ball in hand.
Ollie Gibson, who Ben Green absolutely decimated about half an hour ago. Come on, Sonny. Get something on it. He's going to go wide Yorker. Bounce it. Run. Just run, mate.
Just run.
Good lad, Sonny. Off the glove. You can have a run as well, lad. He's taken one for the team there, Sonny. Good lad. 10 runs to win. Ben Green in the form of his life. Everyone on their edge of their seats. I think this would be the most remarkable turnaround I think I've ever seen in a game of one-day cricket.
There you go. And Pete Trigger's watched a fair amount of cricket in his time.
You can hear the crowd through the effects mic. Come on, Greener! Everyone shouting. One of my friends just tweeted me his best performance since Live Aid with a picture of Freddie Mercury. Come on, Greener. He's swatted it out to the boundary and he's taken the catch. Ben Green's heroic innings comes to an end on 157. Somerset fall 10 agonising runs short of probably one of the best games of cricket you'll see here at the Cooper Associates ground. I think it's fair to say the crowd have been treated to an absolute stunning game of cricket today. An hour ago, doom, gloom, it's all over. And thanks to Captain Ben Green, Somerset can walk off the field very, very proud of their captain.
Got to be said, that's a cracking catch. From long on, diving forward. And fair play to the Durham lads. 6 or 7 of them charged straight to the fielder, fair enough, as you would. But three of them went straight to Ben Green and applauded what was an absolutely ridiculously good knock. That's the knock of Ben Green's life by a mile. And if he ever surpasses that, then fair play. It'll be well worth watching.
Yeah, that's a tremendous effort. Can't speak highly enough for what Ben Green's done there today.
He's gutted. Look at him, head in hand. He knows, could he have swatted it for 4? Could he have kept it on the ground? But it hit so many sixes so effectively before. You can't blame him going for it again, but so many ifs, whats and maybes that are going through his head. He'll raise his bat, but he's inside, he's gutted. It's not often you score 150 at a ridiculous strike rate and you're absolutely gutted. 100 of 36 balls, that's his second 150.
Yeah, an hour ago I was just urging Ben Green to take some personal pride through to the next couple of months of the season. The rest of this competition, you know, it looks with that loss that Somerset are going to struggle to get any further in this competition, but what Ben Green has done there, he's not only given himself some confidence, he's shown the way for the rest of the team. He stood up as one of the more senior players in the team. Remarkable saying that, as he's only played 11 List A games, but he's been around the squad a long time, but he's shown the rest of the batters what's possible here at Taunton, and that really is quite a special innings. Not the result we wanted here from a Somerset perspective, but I hope everyone on the live stream have enjoyed what is a quite remarkable performance by Captain Ben Green. 157 off of 83 balls. Somerset fall 10 runs short of chasing. They're all out for a 333.
I guess, can you think in the first innings, there's probably in 50 overs, there's probably 9 runs you can save. Somerset looking back on this game, you never thought Ben Green would have gotten there. That's ridiculous. You're playing the top 6, but there's so many little margins.
From what I know, I didn't see the whole game, but there's probably 90 runs that you could have saved. But you know, it's a scorecard completely dominated by the captain there. You know, some in-outs. You know, Matt Renshaw 23, Lewis Goldsworthy 27, George Bartlett 34, James Rue 24, couple of frustrating dismissals there, just as the innings were starting to get a bit of substance, but Ben Green has absolutely saved the day with probably one of the best one-day knocks you'll see here at Taunton. 157 off of 84 balls, 12 sixes, 10 fours, and it is the archetypal captain's knock. Congratulations, Ben Green. We hope you've all enjoyed today's match here. Thank you very much to our partners, WPA Health Insurance, my colleagues Harry and Sam. I think it's been quite a remarkable day, hasn't it? We'll be back here on Sunday for another Royal London game of cricket. I don't think my blood pressure could take another game quite like that. But Harry, it's been a pleasure. Sam, it's been a pleasure. For all of you that tuned in at the last minute when things were going crazy, how about joining us from the start next week? It's always high class here at Taunton. For now, from me, Pete Trigo, and everyone here at Somerset County Cricket Club, we will leave you and look forward to seeing you again on Sunday.